on every timeline, in every universe.
There's one thing that we always talk about. Marvel. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Goodell Multiverse. I'm Isaiah Goodell.
And I'm Sam Goodell.
And we got a great episode for you today, guys. Let's start right out with telling you that we're going to be doing a rumor mill rundown and our news of the week. The news of the week is going to be a special edition. We're not going to have an extra one today, guys, an extra category that we usually do because we got some live reacting to do to D23 during our Multiverse Minute. So that'll be a lot of fun. So we're going to get some rumors out of the way, and then we're going to run right into our Multiverse Minute. And then from our Multiverse Minute, we're going to go into our retrospective, which is a big one this week, guys. It's Endgame. So I can't wait to talk about it. We're going to have a good time. There'll be a lot of fun, a lot of things to say, a lot of good stuff to say, maybe some interesting things, but I think we're going to have a good time. But just to give you a little quick agenda of what you're about to look into here is in our Multiverse Minute, guys, we got, Spider-Man beats Endgame. Maybe is that possible? And then X-Men 97 finale, was it? I don't know. It didn't feel like one, did it? And did DC Studios get cold feet and leave James Gunn at the altar? We'll have to talk about that because I'm always been under the understanding that this was the plan, and I think they're letting the critics get to them, but we'll talk more about that. And then we're going to get into some rumors that we've heard. And guys, there's been so many rumors. We had to be real picky about the ones we pick. So, if some of these aren't into it, you're not into it, sorry. It's just we're looking at lists of them. Like, look at all these. But you know how it is. There's always tons of rumors and speculation. But Evil Hulk? I mean, do we need another Hulk? I don't know. That'll be a good conversation. See what happens there. And we're more Captain Marvel movies. Do we need that too? We'll talk about that. And speaking of Captain Marvel characters, we got some Left Behind characters we have to talk about, and specifically Monica Rambeau. But I think she joins a small list of characters that Sammy and I have been wondering, where the hell did that guy go? Yeah. So it'll be fun to speculate and talk about those as well. So what do you think, Sammy? Am I missing anything? Is there anything you want to add to it?
The only thing I'm going to add to it is our biggest part of this whole podcast is our retrospective review of Avengers Endgame we're going to be doing. Like
at the end of a saga.
Right? This is... Woo!
You know what's sad? Is there's no other Avengers movies now.
That's right. Until we get to Doomsday.
Our March to Doomsday, we're officially on that march, guys. That side of the march.
Yep.
That's wild.
Yes. It's crazy. I'm excited for the news, D23 and things like that. Our news segment, when we covered the Comic-Con from San Diego, when we covered that, all that stuff. That was, it was only an hour long for the Marvel panel, so it was very doable for Multiverse Minute, but this at Disney, they're doing 2 hours and they're jamming all this stuff from Disney, Pixar, their animation studio, Star Wars, and Marvel all in one thing. So when we get to our Multiverse Minute, guys, we are already on the East Coast, just past 7 o'clock, which officially has already started. Yeah. But, we're going to be talking about the news as it comes up, and we're going to be talking about rumors and things like that. So normally we do on our agenda start off with the news, and I think this time we've just decided we're going to start off with the rumors and then segue into the news, and once we get to the news, maybe we'll have some breaking news right off the top to talk about and react. So
maybe we'll quickly cover some of the other stuff they're doing just for interest, but we're really hoping to just get to the Marvel stuff as soon as we can. Yeah, that's why we're starting about the same time they are, because we'll have enough to talk about before we get there. So
exactly.
Yeah, it'll be a lot of fun. Hopefully see some trailers, some X-Men, who knows? Yeah, so I guess we're going to roll into the rumor mill rundown and start things off. Sounds good. Jar Jar Binks.
Misa?
That's pretty good.
All right, guys, we're in the rumor mill rundown right now, and we got some really, really interesting rumors we want to talk about. Like my brother just said a moment ago in our intro, is that there's so many rumors that come out all the time. It's hard for us to shuffle through and be like, what do we want to talk about first? Yeah. We will get to all of them eventually, but so our episodes aren't too long. We limit to just 3 rumors, which is fine. It's great. We have fun ad-libbing, talking about it, all that stuff. But at the same time, it's like, I got enough rumors, I think, piled up. We have like the next 4 or 5 episodes all ready for you guys for the rumor rundown. So I'm going to start off then for this first one, I'll say. And Maestro in Avengers Secret Wars. Now, you might be wondering, who is Maestro? And it's not the Maestro from Seinfeld. It's a different one.
Oh, I was all pumped.
So, according to Inside Scoopers, Marvel Studios is reportedly searching for an actor to play Maestro in Avengers Secret Wars. The Maestro is an evil alternate future version of the Hulk from Earth 9200, who combines Bruce Banner's genius-level intellect with the Hulk's immense strength and absolute ruthlessness. Who could play this character, and is this really true? So, I don't know too much about Maestro, other than he's kind of like a fan favorite of a villainous Hulk that's older and bald, and just, he has Bruce's intellect, but he has like a dictatorship, tyrannical dictatorship mentality of him, where he just hurt and kill anybody. So I don't know how this would work, but I will honestly say I'm not totally opposed to it. It just depends on how they do it, you know?
I got a good pitch for it.
Okay.
I think it's ridiculous, for one, guys. We really don't need this. But I got a good actor for it already. Look at a picture of him. And guys, Danny DeVito needs a job. Like, I mean, why not? It'd be great to see him come in as this little short guy that looks like him, and then he turns into that big giant thing. I think this actually could be a legit Danny DeVito role. Where our dogs are talking right now.
Yeah, just
see, they even think, why? No Hulk. Listen to him. No more Hulks.
In case that's picked up on the mics, yeah. We have some pretty cool Springer Spaniels, and most of the time they're quiet when we do our podcast, but this time they all decide to talk at the same time. Yeah. They're protesting. They don't want Mike.
They don't want no more Hulk.
No, they're like, we're done.
Although what I will tell you, you get Danny DeVito. Because why not? I mean, look at him. Look at that picture right there. I'll put it on the screen, guys, when you see it. It's Danny DeVito, right? Like, just get it. And then just let it be. Like, you see it, too.
The mini Maestro Hulk, Danny DeVito.
Well, when he turns Hulk, he's big. But, like, when he's little, you wouldn't even know. It'd be a perfect way to conceal who he is. When he's not the Hulk thing, he's just walking around. But it's not that guy. It's like, yeah, it is. Anyway, I think this character would be great if they all reached down and figured out what they need to do with the Hulk to get his own solo movie. And I think Hulk leaving Earth now, especially with what's happened in Spider-Man No Way Home, when I think you're going to have Bruce Banner, who's kind of having a mental breakdown over it because he's tried real hard. Oh, yeah, Brand New Day. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. And did I say Brave New World?
No, you said No Way Home.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys.
There's so many titles.
Titles, yeah. The new Spider-Man movie. With that, your spoiler alert. If you haven't seen it, where the hell have you been? Anyway, everybody else in the world has seen it. We'll talk about that here in a few minutes. So if you haven't seen it, you're the only one.
Yeah.
But anyway, I think Bruce is having a mental breakdown over this collapse of his mind, and because you could tell at the end, he's like, "What did I do? Don't do this. Get out of my head. Whatever." I think that they all decide, you know what, man, you're just not safe here no more. The humans do, and they send him away. And I think he goes back to Sakaar. And how cool would it be if he gets to Sakaar and he finds out this guy's in charge now? And he actually has the Grandmaster captured. Yeah. And Hulk actually has to team up, kind of break him out, because the Grandmaster can help him figure out how to overthrow. He needs something to do it, right? And get a little band of characters together like Beta Ray Bill and Bruce Banner and the Grandmaster, and maybe even have Valkyrie show up again for funsies, because where else does she go right now? She really doesn't have much. And just go back, and their big bad in this movie is taking a planet back from this guy. And we get a World War Hulk-esque, Planet Hulk-esque, not World War Hulk, but more Planet Hulk-esque, where he's taken Sakaar back, and then he sits on the throne at the end of the movie. You know, they set up for something cool later. That's my pitch. If you're going to do this, if not, don't bring him to the MCU proper. Just make him be a character that's off like this, and this way off. Like, we'll never see Ego from Guardians of the Galaxy come meet all our heroes. We'll never see those kind of guys. It's fine. We shouldn't. You know, they should just be part of their thing. And I think this is one of them. Putting him in the mix of what's going on with Avengers, X-Men, Fantastic Four and stuff. It's too many Hulks, man. Too many things going on.
See,
I don't like it. I'm not saying he can't do it and do a good job. I'm just like, this is a perfect solo Hulk movie. Him going to Sakaar because he's got nowhere else to go, and it's this douchebag in charge. And he's a powerful guy, and you have to use Grandmaster and help with some friends to have. In the end, it's an arena battle of the Hulk and him going at it.
Mhm.
and Hulk wins, and it's the end of your movie.
See,
Great movie.
the thing I do like about Maestro is I do think, and I agree with you, he should be a solo Hulk movie villain.
Yeah.
But also because he is an older variant version of the Hulk, this would fit in easily with the multiverse saga if they did it right, where they had
Right.
an actor like either Edward Norton or Eric Bana, someone who's played the Hulk before, Lou Ferrigno, why not, just come in and they do the motion cap and be that old evil version of him.
Mhm.
And then you see our Hulk, Mark Ruffalo, and maybe She-Hulk and whoever other Hulk you could throw in there, and it make it just a full-on Hulk movie. You know? Yeah, I can easily see that. I could see him in Secret Wars. The problem is, I don't think that with all the stuff they're gonna do in Secret Wars, or they could do in Secret Wars, I think they would underserve him by doing something like that. You know, it's one thing to throw him in as a cameo, but this is one of those villains that actually does have a fan following. So that would to me at least say, okay, if you're gonna put him in it, he's got to be the main villain of your movie, whatever it is.
Yeah, and I think to add on to what you just said actually made me realize the Hulk does have villains, but he doesn't have a plethora of them. And they've kind of messed up the last couple. Like when we look at Brave New World, the one big villain Hulk has, it kind of sucks. Like he's not cool, right? It's not good. It wasn't done well. And as much as fun as the Abomination was in the original, they've kind of bastardized that too, right? As they've went. So you can't just redo the Abomination either. I think they could be a part of something, but okay, just do that again. I think this does serve best is don't put him in Secret Wars because you don't want to. I think the character's big enough and so few Hulk villains that you'd be wasting a quick cameo of somebody that you're just going to know, right?
Yeah.
It's going to feel like Juggernaut from X3. It means nothing, right? And he's just there.
Yikes.
So why do that if you can use this guy and you do eventually do a solo Hulk movie, which I think they want to do. I really do. I'd do that movie, guys. And I know we do the Danny DeVito thing is fun, but if you actually really think about it, it could be a genius casting.
You know, I mean, I can't wait for the day that Danny DeVito is just casting something in the MCU.
He'd be a great legacy actor for one of the roles.
Yes.
Especially one of the funnier ones, right?
Yes.
But, he could be like how he got... He wouldn't even be that much in the movie. It'd just be like who he was before he was this could have been that guy.
Yeah.
And you almost went, oh, look at that guy.
Well,
you know what I mean? It's like, he don't look like he's going to be someone like this. It actually would compliment. Maybe he's so upset because he is that. It's no different like they did with Days of Future Past with Trask. Making him like a smaller person. I want to be nice because I know it's an old word. I don't mean nothing bad by it, but like
midget.
Yeah, by making him a midget.
You confused me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I love Peter Dinklage. He's great.
No,
but by making him have a human that has a mutation, a normal mutation that they're all used to, hate mutants so much was like almost a genius plan, right? And I think you could do the same with this in a way. Like his backstory is he used to be this guy's name, and he's all mad, and you look at him, you're like, oh, that guy does not look like he's going to become this, and this is what he becomes. It'd be kind of cool. Let Danny do some mocap with his face and do some really neat stuff. I mean, this is a legit Danny DeVito casting, guys. Put him in it. Wait till you see the pictures I put up. Might not be as convinced when you look at the pictures, but I do think it serves better for a solo Hawk movie. Don't put him in Secret Wars. Let's fix what we got to fix, and let's see the ones you can put in there. I'd rather see villains we've already seen come back to be kind of ushered out again in a way, and let's really restart after Secret Wars. Let's not add more, right?
Like you said. There's not as many Hulk villains, but the thing is, Hulk does have his group of villains that probably, in my opinion, a little bit more than some of our other Avenger characters. To be honest,
I'm not so familiar with them though. Unfortunately,
I could list 5 of them off the top of my head, and because Hulk was a big staple of Marvel, so they did more stuff with the comics with him and things like that. He had his own TV show, live action. He had a cartoon show, Hulk and the Agents of Smash. All these different things. So, and he has a lot of side characters. She-Hulk is just one of them. So there is something to do with the Hulk. The problem is they haven't been able to, and we'll get that into a future rumor because I already have it planned out for a couple episodes from now. But they've realized that there's Hulk villains out there that we can't do a Hulk solo movie. So let's put them in someone else's movie. And we saw what that happened with Brave New World. And
It takes over.
It takes over, and it didn't do service not only to the Hulk villain, that movie in particular, but to the whole thing at large. It was just like, you know what I mean? So it's like throwing the Winter Soldier in an Iron Man movie. Be like, no, he's a Captain America type character. You know what I mean? Or throwing the Mandarin into a Captain America movie. Be like, maybe you could do them justice, but at the end of the day, he really is more of an Iron Man or Shang-Chi villain. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's just, I think that's what they've run into the Hulk. And guys, when we get there to one of our future rumor mills, because like I said, I have this already pre-planned out, they can do this. Will they do it? That's another question.
Probably not, yeah.
So anyways, what do you guys think of Maestro being in the Avengers Secret Wars? Do you think this is cool? Do you think this is not cool? Who do you think should play him? Should it be one of the older actors like Eric Bana or Edward Norton, or a fresh new face like Danny DeVito?
I have a hot take.
Yeah?
I think the best Hulk villain on screen live action is his father in the Eric Bana one.
That is very compelling. Yeah.
I think it was underused, but I thought that movie's way better than you all think.
It is, yeah. I mean, it's
got its moments.
It's like, it was 2003, so of course, making a green Hulk, the graphics aren't really there. He looks radioactive green, but whatever.
It's way better though.
It's not, the story-wise, really good.
Yeah.
Really good.
Yeah, and there's good imagery in it too. But there's just things about it. It's just, yeah. I don't know if you go watch it again, guys. You might realize, they're a little ahead of their time.
We'll do a future retrospective of that next year.
The dogs were like a little, but like, I mean, his dad though was a real good villain, like played by Nick Nolte, who a wild, crazy actor, anyway. So it works.
Yes. So let us know in the comments below what you guys think. All right, Ike, what's our second rumor?
So, according to an online rumor, they all are, right? Marvel Studios is quietly putting early conceptual building blocks together for Captain Marvel Trace. While details are unverified, sources claim a third installment will reintroduce the Kree post-Secret Wars and will follow in the mutant build-up trend and feature Rogue in an antagonistic role, setting up for the famous comic confrontation. Thoughts? I mean,
so I gotta tell you, my initial thoughts of this. I like Carol Danvers. You probably heard that on my Captain Marvel retrospective, and I liked the first Captain Marvel movie. They dropped the ball significantly on the second Captain Marvel movie, which they didn't have to, but they did. I'm shocked how that whole thing played out. But I do think, like what we saw in Avengers Endgame, we're about to do that retrospective on it, guys, but we are fresh off of watching it. You can do Carol Danvers Captain Marvel justice. So I am for doing Captain Marvel 3 like I'm for Black Panther 3 actually happening, because I feel like you do need to complete her trilogy, and I think you can redeem her. And one of the coolest things that I'm going to say about this in particular, one, it's Carol's movie. You have to do it right. It has to be just her movie. Other characters could be introduced. I'm fine with that. It's just still make it Carol's movie and make it where we like her and that she has some character growth. So you quiet down all the naysayers and just tell an epic story of Carol Danvers on screen. But I have loved so far what they're doing, because it was part of my original idea a long time ago. I'm not taking a credit for it because it's just me brainstorming and thinking, how do you introduce X-Men into this world? And doing it in other people's movies, one character at a time, I think is brilliant. I was shocked at the Jean Grey introduction in Spider-Man Brand New Day, because it just wasn't something I would have done. But in kind of a mini retrospective of thinking back how they did it and then seeing what they could do with it, and it sounds like what they're going to try doing with it, we're going to find out in our Multiverse Minute if there's any more news about that. But I think that introducing a really cool fan favorite storyline of Carol Danvers meeting a bad Rogue and learning something from Carol where she temporarily loses her powers because Rogue absorbs them, and then trying to find a way for her to, discover herself without being Captain Marvel, but also you kind of need those powers to fix something that's going on or whatever it is. You know what I mean? I think that's a cool little origin to Rogue turning into a good guy, introducing an X-Men fan favorite like that. And who knows? I think that could be a really cool and compelling story.
Mhm.
So if this rumor is true, I am all for it. I think it's cool. I just hope that they write it well for Carol at the end of the day. So that's me.
Yeah, I'm along similar lines as you. I like Captain Marvel. I will say though, other than that first movie, they just don't know what to do with her.
Mhm.
And yes, in Endgame, we'll get there when we talk about it more. She does have a good part, but there's no arc. She's just there, and what she's there for works, and I don't have a problem with it. But that's really all she's been ever since her first movie. It's like they had a great idea of, okay, we're not going to have a villain in your first movie. It's just going to be about you discovering yourself, and then now we don't know what to do with you. It's like, why they never moved on to Captain Marvel 2 where it was just her own solo story of an adventure out in the universe. I don't know what their problem is. This idea of bringing those other two characters in, it's a whole mixing the TV shows with the movies thing that was the problem. And once they realized it didn't work, they just kind of want us to forget about it, And it's like, and Brie has kind of said recently that she'd rather find ways of not returning to the character. She's not, I think she did, I'm not going to quote it, guys, I don't have it in front of me, but see, she said something along the lines of she doesn't mind playing the character, she'll still play it, but something about moving on, and I think that if that's the case, if those rumors are true that she has said that, because I don't think she said it on a taped interview, I think it was in a magazine interview. If it is true that she said that, or anything close to that, to be honest, this is a great way of kind of retiring her character in a way. Let Rogue get her powers from her like she does anyways. And, not say that she loses and she's not in the game anymore, but it humbles her and puts her in a position where it changes the character a little bit. And she could take kind of a back seat and let the rest go forward. Then we could have her as a legacy character that shows up later as big moments, right? Because like right now, I struggle coming up with a good Captain Marvel 3 story without doing it like this. Because we just don't care about what's going on in it. They don't care about the Kree. Why should we care about the Kree?
Well,
like they're going to try to reintroduce something they've been trying to put in the wrong way already. Like they dedicated the wrong end of it to the shows, tried to integrate it to the movies. It didn't work. Nobody likes it. Even if you go, it's not so bad, you know how bad it is. You guys watched it. It's not good.
Well, I feel like the disservice that they did for Carol and Captain Marvel and that corner of the MCU in general is what they did with, like you said already, including Ms. Marvel into a TV show, into the movie, a side character that we're actually going to talk about in a moment of Monica turning up in the movie that came from a TV show technically, and then also the storyline moving forward of Carol helping Skrull refugees. You kind of butchered what you could do with that with a Secret Wars TV show that did not turn out well. So it's like her whole corner, you established it really well where you could tell 2 or 3 epic good movies of Carol being backstabbed by the Kree and then backstabbed by the Skrulls, knowing the Kree is bad, and really the confliction of these two things, and she's trying to find her identity in the midst of it. You established it well. You dropped the ball every time you touched upon these aspects.
Yeah, it's Marvel's one big failure.
Yeah,
it's the Skrulls in that whole scenario.
It really is. It blows my mind that they did it the way they did. Secret Invasion is such an epic comic line, and they established it in Far From Home and in Captain Marvel and all these other different things, even parts of the TV shows. They established Skrulls are here. Like, that is an Avengers level event. And it's like, no, let's turn it into a Nick Fury TV show. Yeah. I was like, why?
Maybe the one mistake they could do in Doomsday is have the Skrulls involved. Would we care?
I mean, see,
it'd be a cop out though. Like it'd be like, we don't care.
I'm all for rehabilitating any type of character, but I don't know if Avengers Doomsday is the one to rehabilitate the Skrulls in general. You could rehabilitate Carol.
How pissed would you be if Cap at the end is a Skrull? At the end of Doomsday.
It depends on how Cap is the whole time. If you think about it in this aspect, you're going to hate me for this. If you don't want to taint Steve's legacy, making him a Skrull this entire movie, not the whole time of Endgame, but just this movie, It's not really him. It's not even a variant of him. It's someone completely different,
awful, though.
just to serve a purpose. I don't think they are gonna do that, or they should.
It feels like a trick. And I get, okay, yeah, maybe that's the point, but it would feel like it would not feel earned because they've dropped the ball with the scrolls.
Exactly.
It would not feel earned.
And the problem is, if you do that to one character, you're now suspecting every other character who could or couldn't be. The thing about Secret Invasion that was so cool of a comic line is that, one, when they were done with the comic line, they were done with the scrolls. They made it clear that you knew who could be a scroll and who wasn't a scroll anymore. Yeah. It wasn't this, oh, someone may still be out there. No, it wasn't that type of thing. Number one. And number two, what's really cool about the Secret Invasion storyline is that you didn't know who was your friend and who wasn't, except for one or two little things that could give you a clue of that person's actually a scroll. Maybe because they don't have that person's powers, or they can't remember certain things. Things they established in the Captain Marvel movie, actually, the ways you could tell who's a scroll and who's not. So they could have done that. They could have done a scroll movie, but I don't like that they're still out there, kind of ambiguous. Yeah. Like, yeah. Anyways, I don't want to think about it. Yeah. I'm for Captain Marvel 3. I just hope that they do it well if they do it. Yeah. And I do hope they do it. And I hope Brie Larson returns, because I do think that she needs to be given a shot at a good Captain Marvel movie besides her introduction.
Yeah, I'm going to stick with she just gets one, but we'll go from there.
Yeah. All right, guys, what do you think about this? Do you think that Captain Marvel 3 should be happening? Do you think it is happening and is in early development? What do you think of this storyline that they're rumoring online about, that Rogue's part of it and introducing the mutants like that and things of that nature, reintroducing the Kree post-Secret Wars? Let us know in the comments below. All right, I guess I'll just lead in with our last rumor. Speaking of the Captain Marvel corner of the universe.
Yeah.
Monica Rambeau. Where the heck is she? So, Monica Rambeau has been mysteriously left out of any official announcements of joining Doomsday, though it is highly expected that she will be in it. In a recent interview with Deadline, the Marvel actress denies talks about a return. She was last seen in the X-Men universe discovering a variant version of her mom and talking with Kelsey Grammer's Beast. So, will she or will she not return? You said this in the intro, is that this is, to me, a no-brainer, non-spoiler character to just throw in Chairwatch. Like,
yeah.
What's so hard seeing Teyonah, I think that's her name, Teyonah Parris's name on a chair? It actually makes sense with at the end of the Marvel, she does branch into their reality, and that's when you find out the X-Men have a gateway now into our reality. Like, it's not too spoilery to do that, to announce it. And no offense to her, but she's not that big of a character where it's like, oh, that's a big deal, she's in it. Be like, yeah, she's powerful and she's cool, but at the same time, she's not Captain Marvel level. Or Tom Holland level or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, not yet at least. So I'm shocked that she's so far not been announced. She's one of those I can easily see, like in the trailer, they just slip her in there and be like, oh, yeah, she's in it. And be like, duh, she's in it. You know? But whatever. I don't know.
I think they don't know what to do with her. I think they're like, yeah, we got her there, but now what?
I see.
Those characters are so underdone, man.
That stuff I don't understand either, if they don't know what to do with it. Of all the people that could figure it out, it'd be the Russo brothers.
Well, they're probably like, this is something you shouldn't have done.
What's been announced so far, at least of the Doomsday lineup, Sam's team is pretty small. It's him, Shang-Chi. Yeah, she would fit in great there.
Yeah.
Yeah, what? I mean, like, I don't get it.
Yeah, I really think there's either a little bit of a surprise, and they're just like, it was one of our secrets. I don't think she's important enough to be a big pop surprise.
Well,
but I don't think she's important enough to not, like you said, just spill off the bat. She'd be one of the first ones. I'd be like, oh, yeah, by the way, remember her? She's going to be in this. We're like, ooh, that's cool. That's a cool little tie-in. It's not going to be nothing major. No one's going to give a shit, you know?
Yeah, exactly. She's just there. Yeah.
And if she's a big, like, can you believe she's in this? We're all going to be like, that's all you got?
Exactly. Yeah. Like I said, so no offense to the actress, but the character itself is just.
Well, they don't know what the hell to do with it.
She's second tier. One of the other issues I have with anyone, not just you in particular, but anyone online that says, "Oh, they won't know what to do with her," is that there was a time she was going to get her own solo show after the Marvels, but because the Marvels was an epic flop for them, they canceled her show, which makes sense. You're not going to greenlight a sequel to something that is really bad unless you're trying to do like what we just talked about Captain Marvel 3 for Captain Marvel in particular. But to me, if they had early development on her own show, they have something of a storyline they could give her. It doesn't have to be important, but it's not like they have nothing.
You know what I think this is? I think this is during that time when they just wanted more and they didn't care about the quality. And while they were doing it, in an attempt to keep the fashion of building the universe, they threw her in these extra scenes, as in the thing with Beast.
Yeah.
And I say that because I don't think Beast is going to look like that in this movie. I think Kelsey Grammer kind of dropped that little tidbit when he said he's doing a bunch of makeup. I think they want us, just like how we saw Thanos for the first time. He's not going to look the same when we got Thanos, right? I think that was a concept, and I think they just put it in because, okay, Monica's got to go somewhere, so let's do it here. Oh, you know what? Let's have a little more X-Men nudge, and that's all they did. And they just got his voice to do it because it probably wasn't hard to ask him to do it. He's probably fine with it. The way he makes it sound, he loves doing it. So he come on and he just did the voice. You know, it's animated, the whole thing, basically.
Yeah.
It reads to me as kind of like when we met Thanos' brother, right? When we got Mr. Harry Styles. We're just not going to see that character again. We're just not going to see him again. And apparently we're not going to see Clint Barton again, ever.
Yeah, that is...
that's a big one to me that's really going to be a hard one to swallow.
You see, if they have Thor still there and he's in this next one, you do have 2 other original Avengers members that are still there. And we just got Hulk's due in Brand New Day, but Hawkeye, Jeremy Renner is back in action. Like he has faced a mountain of personal struggle with his accident that he is back at Hawkeye shape. And he has openly said there are still rumblings that he can do Hawkeye season 2. And he said discussions have happened again. But at the same time, that means the character is still there. Why is he not in Doomsday?
Yeah. He says he's in neither of them. Now, he's either one of the liars, and it's a big surprise, which that would be like, oh, sweet, there he is, right? That'd be a good one. But they kind of did that already once.
Yeah.
Why do the same character? So that bugs me. But they don't know what to do with her. They got all these characters are going somewhere else anyways. You know, Captain Marvel herself, Carol Danvers herself, they didn't know what to do with her. Look how they played her in her own movie. Ms. Marvel's going to be a mutant soon, so she's going to be doing that. And you're going to have, this one, she don't know where to go. Wait till tonight when they announce her. She's going to come out on stage. Ms. Marvel.
Part of the X-Men. No, see? Oh my gosh.
I almost put money on it tonight.
You guys should go back to our previous retrospective on the Captain Marvel movie and fast forward on that video into the very end.
This mood changes real fast.
Oh my gosh. I went from Kit Connor being announced as Cyclops of 100 to 110% hyped for that casting, all the way down to 0% once it dawned on me, oh my gosh, they're sending up Ms. Marvel as a mutant.
Here's what I will tell you, is I'll tell you the same thing, okay?
Yep.
If they do announce her tonight in the X-Men, it's going to solidify to us that they don't know what the hell they're doing.
Exactly.
If they don't, I'm going to feel good about it.
Yes.
But that's going to be our marker. That's the only thing that's going to make me look at the camera and say, we may have been wrong about the Jean Grey thing. Because, we might not be still.
Yeah,
but making her a mutant in it is just, you're doing the X-Men a disservice.
See, I can see them.
It wouldn't be good.
I don't this is my personal taste. I do not like Ms. Marvel being turned from an inhuman to a mutant. But even more so, she should not be a member of the X-Men. If they decide in the MCU we are going to make her a mutant and we're going to keep that as a mutant, I don't like it, but I'd rather have that than having her be part of the X-Men, because the problem is and I said this on the Captain Marvel retrospective, guys, she is fun. She is charismatic. She is enjoyable. She's one of the most enjoyable movies of the Marvels movie. It just was so out of place for me. And it didn't feel earned yet for her to idolize Carol, who only had been on Earth for like 2 minutes. So it's like this. And when you have a character like that, and if you make her part of the X-Men, you've now filled in a void that should be filled in by Jubilee, by Shadowcat Kitty Pryde, by a charismatic young teenage character like that. You've taken away a member of your X-Men by throwing her in there who, let's face it, her fan base is divided in half when that happened. I did not know anyone who liked her being a mutant. No one except the writers at Marvel. Which, honestly speaking, some of the comic book writers are a little out of touch with reality in general. So, just saying.
I'm going to sock this up to what I truly think. Okay, guys, I am saying there's a 50-50 chance she's a mutant, going to be an X-Men. Just because, I mean, it's the music and everything, you know what I mean? Like, it wasn't for nothing then, at least. But what I also think this truly is, and I think Monica's going to fall into the same category, is they just kind of want us to forget this happened. And when she comes back, it'll be the convenience of her coming back for whatever story it's going to be. And we're just going to kind of reinvent it in a set or touch it up a little bit. You know, I think there's a big chunk of the TV shows that hopefully they got their head out of their butts, that they're like, let's just pretend that didn't happen. You know?
Yeah.
It's my opinion. I could not see Monica Rambeau ever again. And you're not going to hear a complaint out of me. I'm not saying the character's awful. I'm not saying I didn't like her in WandaVision. I love it. But I got to be honest. There's nothing about her that makes me, I can't wait to see what happens to her next. So if she just never shows up because they messed it up and they just want to move on, I suggest that's probably your best plan. Tell the Ms. Marvel actress, say you did a great job. We'll try to write you into something. But right now, you just don't fit in with what's going to make our universe work.
See, one of the things that worries me about this, and this is going to be the last thing I'm going to say on this so we can be able to get to other stuff we're going to talk about, guys, is Iman Vellani was also one of the people that Marvel tapped to help write a comic book of her being a mutant. Like, no, she did not make that ultimate decision of making Ms. Marvel a mutant. That, of course, is the people behind the scenes, the higher-ups and all that stuff. But they actually went to the actress, the talent, and had her help write Ms. Marvel, the New Mutant comic line that followed her mutation revelation and resurrection on Krakoa through that X-Men time period. And that further solidifies to me that no, not only are we going to make her a mutant, but you in particular are going to play her forever as a mutant. So it's kind of that pill that we have to swallow a little bit of, you've radically changed the character for us now, and I don't like it. But if I have to put another roadblock up there, is don't join the X-Men. Don't join the X-Men. You already smashed one roadblock I don't like, but you get to this other one. Oh, we're going to have some words. Just saying. Anyways.
Yeah, I dig.
That's all I got to say on that. What do you guys think about Monica Rambeau? Do you think that she's going to be in Doomsday? Do you think she's going to be that tie of Earth 616 in the X-Men universe, like a show in the Marvel's, not TV show, but on the Marvel's post-credit scene? Do you think that she should be in Doomsday, should not? Let us know in the comments below. All right. There goes our rumors. It is now turning to 7:45 on the East Coast. And so we're going to check in with D23 to see they're almost an hour into their presentation. So
see what news there is so far, even about other stuff. And we'll also talk about our news.
Exactly. Yeah. So guys, let's roll into the Multiverse Minute. Okay, everybody, now we are on to the Multiverse Minute, and I tell you what, I made a little bit of a mistake when we gave the intro and we were doing our rumors and things like that. So it is at 7 p.m., but not Eastern Standard Time. So for us, we were like, oh, we're ready. We're going to be turning things on, getting a live updates, all that fun stuff. And then I'm like, oh, wait a minute. No, it's 7 p.m. over in California. So over here in the East Coast on New York time, we had
usually catch that kind of stuff, but he pulled up his computer before we went on air and he was like looking, he was see how the pre-stuff is going on, and there was like nothing being talked about. Because how's nobody talking nothing about Disney stuff?
Yeah.
And that's when he's like, oh,
There's
way too early.
Yes.
I'm like, oh no.
Yeah. I'm like, come on, we're ready. Like,
Yeah.
aren't you ready yet? No, they're not. They're still preparing. So, yeah. So we and then we found out as we were getting ready that Marvel is not going to be the first thing. So we had a little bit more time on our hands. So as you could tell, if you're watching us on YouTube, guys, that we touched up the lightning a little bit. We got some iced coffee, at least I did, just to make sure we're staying awake for this. And freshen up a little bit. And we're like, all right, now we're going to be fully focused just for our Multiverse Minute because we are hoping and expecting the rumors to be true and big things are going to be happening.
Excited.
So, yeah, I will say that since now we are literally just a minute or two away from Marvel officially taking the stage, so they have started their Disney entertainment thing. So I'm going to just touch upon some of the things that happened while we were all off air and things like that.
All that stuff that's not Marvel related. Cool.
Yeah, just why not? Just so you know, you probably by the time you watch this or hear this already know what's going on, but now you get our perspective from it. So some of the pre-show stuff that's happened all throughout today was the Doomsday released a new poster.
Yeah, nice.
Showing Dr. Doom in his glory. And then we have the theater display, which I tell you what, I can't wait till we go to the Cinemark and we watch Doomsday because that is a huge theater. And you bet that this really cool theater display is going to be right there.
You have to get some pictures. Yeah.
Yes. Oh my gosh. And I love the murals behind it, that green with a little bit of a yellow touch. And it's almost like that stained glass window church vibe type thing. Yeah. It's really cool. Oh, the Church of Doom. Holy smokes. All right. And then they also showed off some of the costumes for Vision Quest, which we are expecting to get some sort of announcement of that tonight because it's literally the next Marvel project being released. And so what's interesting about the Vision costumes is in the midst of all of it is Wanda's costume from, I believe, the Multiverse of Madness movie and Billy's costume from Agatha All Along. So they're either trying to say this is just one of the trilogy because that's what Kevin Feige has been saying, that Vision Quest completes the WandaVision trilogy, or could they possibly be in it and we just don't know? I mean, they're pretty sneaky with their costume displays.
I had some thoughts on that. I think it's more likely just a look what this whole series has been because this is like a trilogy, unofficial kind of thing, right? Well, it is official, but like it is like, you know, we wouldn't have known that when you watch them, but they're considering it a trilogy. I think it all depends on the context of the Vision Quest show. Whatever they reveal tonight will tell us a lot about what that show is going to be. I don't think they're back. But if this is in Vision's head and it's memories of the Vision that gave him all that stuff, we might see them in memories and stuff. But that's about it. But I guess that wouldn't make sense given like when these costumes were. So who knows? Interesting, exciting, very cool. I mean, kind of one of those things I wish we were there to see. You know, when we go to someday, if we ever get the opportunity to go to these things and see this kind of stuff live, would be really neat. So.
Yeah.
But to see what Vision Quest is, then we'll have more of an idea of what that's going to mean.
Yeah, totally. I'm sure any moment now we're going to be seeing that.
Oh, yeah.
As soon as that panel starts, guys, for Kevin Feige doing his grand entrance and all that stuff, I'm going to interrupt our Multiverse Minute and let you know, hey, guess what's going down right now. But also, when everything did start up about an hour or two ago now, actually 2 hours technically, there have been some like confirmed people that have arrived type thing. So Paul Bettany and James Spader were seen with Kevin Feige walking into the arena. So we knew that was kind of going to happen. Haley Steinfeld arrived with Kevin Feige too, who plays Kate Bishop in the Hawkeye show. So that's pretty cool. Are we going to get some Kate Bishop announcements or not? I mean, she's there, but also she's there promoting a new animated show for Pixar that comes out this November. So it could be both, could be one.
Yeah.
Who knows? Yeah. If anything, she's probably saying, hey, get me back into these movies because we want more Kate Bishop, especially her and Elena together. Holy smokes. Anyways, Sean Levy has arrived too. So director of Deadpool, the upcoming Ghost Rider movie, all that stuff. So maybe more of that, maybe not. Who knows? And also Indy Neveready has arrived officially.
She's going to be somebody then.
She is, she's lobbying so hard for Mystique that I kind of hope she gets it, if that's true.
Yeah, my pick right away is Mystique, but I do have to tell you, no matter who she gets, they're getting a talented actress.
Mm.
So the Mystique one is kind of on the nose. She could do a lot of favors to that character. But anybody, I think there's a lot of people that could too. But I would prefer, it'd be great. It'd be ecstatic if she was Mystique. If she's not Mystique, hey, you're still hiring someone that you guys have seen Obsession by now. Most people. Sammy, I still got to sit them down and make them watch it. But
well, if she's cast tonight,
she's so good
in Marvel, I have to watch her because I need to. I'm not much of a horror person myself, but I have sat through some horror movies, so I will do it, especially to see this actress, to see what she's doing, especially if she's playing someone as complex as Mystique or any other character, because I want to really know what she's going to bring to the table.
Well, you'll see in Obsession how complex she gets when personalities mixing and all that kind of stuff. It's real fun. It's a lot of fun, and she's getting awards first time out in a horror movie like that.
Well,
she might even be up for an Academy for this.
She is right for what Kevin Feige is looking for these X-Men. Yep. They're trying to pick them out when they're their brightest, hottest moment, but they're not too big yet where they have too much money backing behind them. You know what I mean? That's why Kate Connor and Samara Weaving and Sadie Sink, fresh off of Stranger Things, so it would fit that MO if they do it. So
what's good about that is they're spending less money on cast, but they're still talented.
Yep, and young.
Yep. So then you could put more money into your movie.
Yes.
Corners of it that make it good.
I agree.
I'd keep it cheap. Then you make more and it still looks good. Usually directors have a good vision, can take a cheap budget and make an excellent movie.
Yeah.
I mean, when you watch Obsession, you won't believe it's only a $750,000 movie.
That
you won't believe it.
That blows my brain. That's cheap. When you hear 1,000, not million, you hear 1,000, you're like, holy, what?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Like, we can make that. Well, maybe not.
Well,
but
we could
make it 7,000
to do it. Really, that's not impossible. If we had if our credit was beautiful and we had a few extra money and a few bucks to put down on something, we could get a loan enough to do a $750,000 movie. But to make what he's made out of it, I don't know. He's almost $900 million on that thing right now. That's wild to think.
Yeah. Well,
anyways.
I will throw out just before, because it sounds like they've wrapped up something so far, from my understanding. I have my iPad down here in case anyone's like, why are you looking down? Because I'm trying to keep as live updates as possible of things. Let me just pull it back up. Yes, so they are wrapping up whatever they're doing, and Marvel is slated to be next. So some notable things that Walt Disney has announced as Anne Hathaway walked out on stage and presented Princess Diaries 3 that they are starting the writing on, apparently.
Well, we needed that.
Well, I will say Julie Andrews a couple days ago confirmed that she is not reprising her role of it. She's semi-retired. She's still doing voice acting, from my understanding, but she's not doing physical acting. She's 90 years old, so we got to give the great legend Julie Andrews a break. Yeah. So, although if she was to come out of retirement, she is a legacy actress for one of these movies. Just saying, if she wants to play like Madam President in the X-Men movie, I'm not going to say no.
Yeah.
Anyways, just saying. They formally announced Lilo and Stitch 2. So they're going off of that movie, and it is a little bit different for anyone who are Stitch fans or like myself, because I've watched all of them when I was a kid and cartoons and whatnot. It is not Stitch Has a Glitch. That was the animated 2.
I was going to say, this is a live action Lilo and Stitch 2?
It's a live action Lilo and Stitch 2, and it's focused, it looks like, on Stitch Love's Interest, the pink Stitch.
I got to be honest with you, I haven't seen.
I didn't see the live action, because there's nothing like the original. And then when I heard of the changes that they made for the live action, I immediately said, nope, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Don't fix what's not broken. You know what I mean?
My issue is that's the era of Disney that lost me. I think Stitch was, I think that stuff is good. I've seen the cartoon and it's fun, but it's still it's not like the old stuff, man.
That cartoon is so deep when he finds out he's the ugly duckling.
They do a good job. I think that's kind of the end of the good Disney cartoons, because it just gets into this whole, I don't know, the characters aren't memorable. So any Frozen stuff they do tonight, I could care less. Yeah,
and they're rumored to do it. I mean, it sounds like so far what they're doing is a lot of big, like the talent is coming out talking about all these things. Incredibles 3 was shown some not footage but concept art. It officially does start production, I believe, this year, and it actually will come out if not next year, it's the early 2028. So there's not much, but they did give a little synopsis on the kids taking up the mantle of their parents. So that's going to be interesting that they're growing up a little bit. I liked Incredibles, the first one, and then I liked the second one. I thought that was really cool. So it makes sense they're making a third. But
yeah, I don't mean to be cynical, folks, either. It's not that I don't like cartoons and animation. I do, but it's a separate category for me when it comes down to movies. When someone says, what's the top 10 best movies you've ever seen? I'm going to have one list of just live, real stuff. And then I have to do a separate list of animation. I don't put them in the same. Because it just has always sat different with me, even as a kid. I watched, I was watching like MASH and X-Files, and and no offense to everybody who grew up with awesome stuff, because I watched some, but it definitely was, I don't know. I've always, I don't connect with cartoons. I enjoy them and it gets fun, but it's because it's a cartoon. I'm just like, yeah, it's not real,
Yeah.
Anyway.
So
very cool though.
Kids
are gonna love it.
Yeah, kids are definitely gonna love it. That's
you parents out there, you got a lot of watching to do. 4 times in a row.
All right. So other than that, the only other thing that is these are just rumors. There's no confirmed sighting of these, but there's rumors speculating on the Twitterverse, the Xverse, whatever verse it is, the Snyderverse, that Hunter Schafer, the actress, is there. She has been lobbying hard for the role of Mystique too. So I wonder if that's going to be, if she's in competition with Indy or whatnot. Who knows? And then Hugh Jackman is rumored to be there as well.
That's interesting.
But no confirmed sightings of these two individuals. But yeah, I had to throw out Hunter's name because that has been part of the rumors of, I believe, I don't know anything about Hunter other than she is an upcoming transgender actress in Hollywood, and she's been lobbying really, really hard for the Mystique role. And so a rumor of her appearance there, it was notable for me to write it down and be like, all right, I'm going to mention it in case something comes about it, because who knows? But so far, that's all we got right now. Kevin Feige has taken the stage, but he's just talking. There's no one else with him at the moment, from my understanding. Let me pull up my other stuff here to make sure I got it. Ike, why don't you start off with our first scheduled news topic while I'm trying to figure out what the heck's going on.
Sounds good. Yeah, you just budget whenever something happens. But we're going to talk real quick. Well, if you can, while you're doing that, a little bit about the XN97 episode 9, which is a weird number for a finale. And it's also a weird episode for a finale, because is it a finale? Like I kind of hinted earlier in the intro, guys. I don't know. This feels like a mid-season finale more than, which to me it would serve better as a mid-season finale, because I'm going to be honest with you, this was not that amazing. I mean, let me right off the bat say this real quick while you're looking at that. Visually, it holds up still. If there's anything about X-Men 97 season 2 specifically, I think it's a step up on the visuals. I think it's a step up on the storytelling. I think it's a step up on how they handle some of the characters. Although, if this is their finale to what they would consider their apocalypse saga in a way, it's pretty anticlimactic.
Yes.
And I think there's a reason they leave him alive in that stone thing. Because I think it's going to be revisited maybe during a Phoenix Saga thing or something. I hope so, that it's not the end of it. It's just the beginning of something bigger to go later on. I personally would have been more happy if they'd ended this and been like, oh yeah, psych, we got 4 more episodes coming in like 4 months. And it's going to be like the finale of Apocalypse trying to come back and do his thing and make it huge. Because it just felt, I don't mind the stuff with Gambit and all that. I just don't like that was part of the finale. Like I said, perfect mid-season finale. Not such a good ending to their season 2. So, but once again, it is a cartoon. It's a little more forgiving, in my opinion. I think it holds up in a lot of ways. Like the action in it is a lot of fun. I like Nightcrawler's little turn where he saves Rogue, but then she saves. It's all about the sacrifice thing, which, I'm not saying is a bad staple in X-Men, but sometimes they got to be careful about overusing it. And this felt overused a little in this. One of my favorite things is when Psylocke stabs Wolverine in the head, and he's just like, that ain't gonna do much. You know what I mean? Like, I like that a lot. There's a lot of cool things that happen in this, but I gotta be honest with you, I kind of want to give it this attention it deserves, because I feel like they let us down a tad on what they built. I really think those first 3 episodes were pretty freaking amazing. Those first 4 are like, what are we talking about? This is what we're going to do. And I feel like it lost that depth, those feelings of when you saw Magneto die, and when Apocalypse put his foot over Xavier and said, "Yeah, I'm not even going to kill you, because I just, it's more fun to me to see you, like, to know that you're going to wallow in this, you know what I mean? Because you're not even worth it." I lost that feeling of this by this episode, and that's why it feels more like a mid credits to me, or like a mid season finale, rather than a whole season finale, because I feel like it's half baked. And it's like, wait, we're moving on from this now?
I agree. I'm just a side note real quick, and then I'll give my 2 cents too in talking about it, because I am in full agreement with you on that. James Spader and Paul Bettany have taken the stage of Kevin Feige. It sounds like they're talking about Vision Quest, but
interesting.
I'll let you know if something develops from that, because I'm refreshing the page and all that fun stuff from reading through.
Sweet.
But I agree with you. I feel like this is more of a mid season finale, and I'm not too fond of this whole it is anticlimactic for Apocalypse. This is Apocalypse, and I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about the rogue part of it. I do like Nightcrawler taking her place as like the sacrifice, serving out whatever her sacrifice is going to be, and that he says, "I have faith." And I love that she and Remy are sitting there with the Bible, because that's Kurt's favorite book, and it's like, I love those little nods. That still blows my mind that in 2026 that Disney is doing something like that, because like we talked about in one of our last episodes, or about a couple episodes before, guys, is that I don't see that they have that type of diversity anymore, and now they're showing it on here, which is very refreshing, because that's what the X-Men are, diversity in and of itself. So it's good that they touch upon all aspects of it. But yeah, I agree with you. Other than that, the Apocalypse stuff itself, I wasn't a fan of. I wish we saw more. I wish there was more to do with Apocalypse, and now he's just in this little purple gem. Which means he can come back, but at the same time, I'm like, I don't know how I feel about all this. It's kind of, I don't want to say it's a letdown, but it's not the mind blowingness that I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, it is a letdown though. Yeah, it's a unfulfilled promise. And like I said, if at the end of this they did a surprise, hey, wait, we still have 4 episodes we didn't tell you about, I think we'd feel differently about it.
The first trailer, just cutting in real quick, of Vision Quest is being screened right now.
Oh, man. So there'll be a description of it soon.
And it says also available to watch online at this moment.
Wow.
So the trailer for Vision Quest is out there in the internets, folks. It looks like Vision, or Paul Bettany, I should say, he made a joke on stage saying no one is ever really dead. Now, that could mean just his character, but I always think about my girl Wanda. And anyways, that's just me.
As long as it's done, my feelings on it. You can bring people back to life, but make sense. And for a reason. Don't do it because we shouldn't have. It's got to make sense, and it's got to do good. They got to do a good job explaining it. I don't want John Campia's prediction to come true about it's the world of everybody dies. What's neat about Vision, he's a machine. So bringing him back to life isn't such a hard thing to do. They did it. They actually already did it and showing us. I like the way they did it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Interesting.
Yeah, so that's what's happening right now.
They tell us where he's been this whole time.
So, yeah, I hope we find out a little bit more about that. But is there any more about X-Men you want to talk about for the 97 part?
Just to emphasize on a point, if this was a mid-credits finale, our mid-season finale, I think we'd be having a different conversation about it, because we know, okay, there's more coming. Most anything that starts out that intense of a show or a movie and ends without that equal intensity is usually a failure. I can't think of anything in my head. Like most movies that start out real awesome and end real bad, that's why they didn't work, because you can't give us those 4 episodes in the beginning of, young Apocalypse to when he gets killing Magneto and it gets intense, and then we get this. It's like, wait a minute.
I agree.
You need to match that, because the idea is a progression of the climax, right? So, I feel like they hit some good. I've liked for the first time, Apocalypse didn't feel campy and out of control and really bombastic. It was like the mix of all of it perfect, and then they just completely went away from it.
Yeah.
And it's like, why? You got a good mix. Finally, you don't have the Oscar Isaacs too grounded. You don't have the really crazy animated Apocalypse. It's ridiculous. You got a good mix of both right here, and you just drop them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. That bugged me a little bit.
Yeah. No, I agree.
You know, it's
I
like,
agree.
what are they afraid to do Apocalypse? I don't know what the problem is.
Yeah.
By the way, fan casting for Apocalypse, I heard a rumor that Dwayne Johnson has talked about wanting to be Apocalypse.
So he was rumored when Fox was doing the X-Men Apocalypse, and it never, of course, happened. But there was concept art and everything made for him.
Yeah. And the rumor is they've considered talking to him about the X-Men in this one. Like, not in this new X-Men movie, but if Apocalypse comes into Marvel at all, that he might be considered. I don't want that. I don't want that at all. I want the guy who played Shao Kahn in Mortal Kombat. If you need a big dude, that's the guy.
Yeah, he did a pretty good job.
Oh, yeah. Put some mocap on his face and do some of the CGI and just let his body do the talking. I'm in. Anyways, that's all I got for X-Men. Unfortunately, they kind of let me down. It's not a failure, guys. I'm going to watch next season. I enjoyed the season a lot. Like I said, visually, it's a feast. Thank God they're only half hour long. I might have more of a problem.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah. Yeah, so what do you guys think, by the way? Jump down in the comment section below. Let us know your thoughts on this X-Men episode. Is it worth it? Is it not? Is it mid-credits? Or, I'm sorry, mid-season finale? What do you guys think? Let us know in the comments below. So, they are continuing. It sounds like they just got done, by the way, guys, on the Vision Quest stuff. I'm not sure exactly. There's no update right now. I am gonna, just for us, we can't have the audio playing while we're doing our live recording, so afterwards we're gonna get a better taste of the trailer. But since it is officially released, I'm gonna pop it on in the background so we can be able to comment on things that we're seeing before we're hearing, and then see from there what our thoughts are, and then I will interject as something happens. So
I like it. Yeah.
I'm just putting it on in the background for us. Sorry, you guys can't see it, but you guys have probably already watched it by now.
So this is Vision. Oh, I like that he's. Are we gonna just go through this while we're watching it?
Yep. Yeah, we'll just talk about while we're watching.
Vision. Or that he's Paul.
I like the W and the V heart, but it looks like it's on a piece of furniture. Maybe he's going to get some furniture. I'm not, like, maybe recovering stuff. Maybe they're back in Europe for all we know.
I think I'm just more impressed with the fact that he's just his human form. And there's White Vision. And okay, cool. Oh, and we're going, okay, this is more like it.
Yeah, this is more reminiscent of WandaVision.
This is like WandaVision.
Mm-hmm.
See, now this is what this should have been the whole time, guys.
Yep. Yeah, hopefully you guys are watching it as we're commenting on it, because we're just showing all this stuff.
I love what we're seeing. Like, he's rewatching the memories, like in a movie theater. I like that stuff. I like this is like it's gonna feel like it's a weird, different time period.
Oh,
we actually see Ultron.
There's Ultron. Oh, and then there's James Spader Ultron. Yeah,
but now it's confirmed in my head without listening to this. This is inside Vision that we're seeing.
Mm-hmm. I love Ultron hasn't aged a day. just throwing that out there. He looks pretty good.
It's nice.
Yep. Yeah. Kevin Feige did say this is the completion of the WandaVision trilogy, and it looks like Agatha all along did hold up to that type of sense of WandaVision, and it looks like from this trailer at least that they're doing the same thing with Vision Quest. Wow, that's looking really good. Oh, it's gotten very red. It's gotten very chaos magic-y.
Yeah.
What does that mean? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
I will say that I'm very pleased that it looks like a lot of this is in his head.
Ooh, it looked like there were some candles in the background. Ultron's transition there. That is awesome.
It's cool looking.
Oh, wow. This is so cool. It's fun fact that I learned about James Spader, and I might be completely off about this, but he hasn't done many, if any, projects in the past, couple decades. He's been very picky. There's only, 2 roles that he's predominantly, recognized for, and Ultron is one of them.
He's always been a picky actor.
Mm-hmm. I don't know how much of that's true.
Has been great. You know what I mean? But he's a great actor, though.
Mm-hmm.
And he did a lot of The Office, and everyone loves him in that because it's just really funny. Office it's a tough one for me. I don't not like The Office. It just doesn't really do anything.
Oh,
there's nothing new in The Office, so you don't really learn anything.
Okay. I was so enamored by playing the Vision Quest thing, guys. I had to refresh my page and pull up here. They are now officially talking Doomsday. We might not get to our scheduled news stuff because this is just rolling on, but that's okay. Hey, we got time. We'll do it.
Nothing new on Doomsday yet. Can I finish a point about this?
Yeah, finish your point, and I'll tell you what's happening.
I like this. It gives me. We haven't heard it, guys. We just went off of visuals. I will tell you this. It gives me this feeling that when this white Vision was created. And I think we're going to find out that Ultron hid inside of Vision.
Mm-hmm.
And this is Ultron's way of trying to get his body still.
Mm.
And we're going to see the fight of that in his head.
That'd be cool.
Which is smart, because if you bring Ultron into the real world, you need everybody. I don't care what they say.
Yeah, and
you can't
also
have him go from an Avengers level villain to just one guy's villain in a movie, unless it's in his head. I think if it's in his head, where this is a personality trying to take over the other, because it's at its weakest, because it's not the one that we've known. I like that dynamic of it, and his memories are what's going to be fights him back kind of thing. Because that's what it feels like to me from just a visual. I'm going to turn the thing on, and it's completely different.
Well, I agree, because I also feel like if Ultron has been here this whole time, he has been doing something.
Yeah.
Because that was his whole motivation. And he's AI, so he would be constantly always mentioned in everything that he's doing stuff. So this is his weakness. I feel like that is I think you nailed it on the head for a tasteful way to bring Ultron into this.
Yeah, it's going to be, oh, look, you're brand new. Maybe I can still conquer the world.
In our rumor mill, when you were talking about the I think was it in the rumor mill you were talking about, will they take off the mask type thing or no? I don't know if it was rumor mill or it was off screen, guys, but Ike was talking about how what if in Doomsday he takes off the mask and it's Ultron, and part of me is like, you know what? The more I'm thinking about it, I'd like okay. I don't want to say it has to happen. I was going
to make him go nuts when I said that. And he's like, I actually kind of like it. I was like, oh my God, what happened here?
Yeah. I'm like, you know what? I could see that. I could see that twist. That would be kind of cool. But anyways.
I wouldn't like it.
Anyways.
They do to Doom what they did to Mandarin.
So we have some really big news.
Oh boy.
That so Hugh Jackman is not there physically. But he is there on a video message.
Interesting.
With Ryan Reynolds in the background. They both are now confirmed for Avengers Doomsday.
Really?
Officially, Hugh Jackman as Wolverine and Ryan Reynolds as Deadpool are officially confirmed for Avengers Doomsday.
Well, that's been a rumor for a while. So I'm not surprised.
I won't be surprised, too, if they did this announcement here, which is still, yeah. Where's Halle Berry? Anyways, where's Finn Jensen? Come on. Anyways, so if they're gonna do a lot of this promotional stuff, then this is the spot where they're gonna be they're probably going to be showing Wolverine in the promotional stuff, which is why they're doing it right now, because they're ramping up this promotion like fast. It's 4 months away now.
Yeah, as we get closer, there's going to be a few extra things they're going to throw at you quick, and it's going to be one of them. Yeah, I'm not surprised, because this is a multiversal ending, so I'm expecting, truthfully, guys, they can say almost anybody right now, and I'd be like, yep, probably, because the whole idea is if you're going to do it, now is the time to do it. So after this, we want this to kind of stop.
Yeah.
Like, I want the multiversal stuff. I wouldn't mind that thing, but all these things that are old and all that, I'd like that to be that way. So, yeah, I'm not surprised they're in it. I guess maybe I'm a little surprised they're in Doomsday. I was expecting more Secret Wars. Well, but whatever. Yeah. They could be both. Who knows?
See, to me, if you're adding an X-Men mainstay person like Wolverine, I am expecting now those other actors to at least make an appearance of some kind, because I feel like that's a big deal. Wolverine is a huge name to throw in there. No offense to Cyclops, but they're promoting him like they treated him, kind of thing. He's going to have his moment to shine in Doomsday. We know from the trailer that was released so far. There's rumors there's going to be another trailer coming out very soon, hopefully. But the people that they've announced so far are the sort of the B-list side of the X-Men people. Like, they're great to us, they're personal to us, but you think of your main focal points of like Storm, Jean Grey, Wolverine, they haven't been announced yet until Wolverine's now officially announced. Yeah. So that's making me think, all right, they have these bigger names. They're probably going to do it. I'm praying that they do it, but at least they need a mention of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm convinced, though, it's the Wolverine from Wolverine and Deadpool. I don't think it's our X-Men.
See, with the Deadpool part of it, I'd be more convinced of that. But there's another part of it that's I'm still hinged on that rumor that this is from Days of Future Past, which means that Wolverine could be there. We really don't know until we watch it.
We don't know, but I really do think so. I think Hugh wants to not touch him again, and I think they're just going to kind of like, let's just not discuss where this time of. I think I would be fine with it either way. I mean, how nostalgic would it be if it is that Wolverine? Sure, but at the same time, I don't know if it matters at this point.
I was going to say, if it's anything like the Deadpool Wolverine movie, it didn't matter to us.
Yeah,
it was just, he was there and he was Wolverine. And, we didn't need to know of that person, that exact Wolverine's experiences to know Wolverine. Right. You know what I mean?
And I think that Deadpool and Wolverine, like Hugh himself, is going to be here past Secret Wars.
Oh, he's going to be here till he's 90.
Yeah, I think that he's going to be. I think the TVA is going to still exist after all this, and I think that they're going to be part of the rebuilding of that, and that's where you're going to see future Deadpool stuff, which is perfect to set up. If Deadpool does nothing but like doing team ups because he can use that time TVA thing to do any team up that he wants, and we're just going to be okay with it because it's in a whole weird section and it won't have to affect. And maybe if it's at least a movie, it could affect a little bit as long as they don't go crazy like they did in the multiverse stuff. Because they're not promising time things are ending. They're promising multiversal things are ending. So time things are still on the table and I'm cool with that.
Yeah.
Because it's like a staple in all these fantasy things, time travel and all that's going to come into play again somewhere.
Okay. So I wanted to make sure Ike finished his point. And I'm going to tell you what is also out there right now.
Oh, no.
So, taking this, or who already took the stage at this moment, they're already there and they're already doing something right now.
Oh, boy.
Robert Downey Jr., Chris Evans, and Haley Atwell have come out on stage to introduce a new trailer for Avengers Doomsday.
Why Haley Atwell? That's strange.
Yeah, the Peggy Carter. Yeah. I bet you she has
doubling down on her.
She has more to do with this than I think we know.
So too, yeah.
There's something there because it's one thing they did her announcement at San Diego, and they're playing the trailer right now. I don't know yet if it's going to be released online or not, so we have a moment to talk about it. But I'll talk about this. But if she's there being one of the main presenters next to RDJ and Chris Evans, she's going to be in this more than we think.
I have a feeling some of the scenes from the last trailer we got of like Steve standing there getting the hammer, she's standing right behind him. We just don't see it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, the deceptively editing that they're doing.
Taken by Doom. I think she's coming with them.
Yep, a full trailer has been released. It is, according to what people are saying online, the San Diego trailer.
Really?
With a little bit more. And it says it's officially released online as this moment.
Wow.
So they're talking. I don't have anything new that's updating on my screen.
I'm not surprised. I'm happy. As you guys can tell, I got a big smile on my face. Good. We need to see more, get more of a taste of this. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to see if I can pull it up here. If it's released online, the YouTubes must have it. So we can play it in the background, guys. Yeah. But yeah, new trailer to Doomsday. It was rumored they were going to do it. And it's smart of them if this is the San Diego one. Because, like, you know, they're not going to release too much footage right now. But I wonder if Haley Atwell's in this new trailer because she's presenting.
She's presenting. At the very least, I'm very surprised that they bring her out, being that she's not really been part of the promotional until now.
Oh, guys, we put on the background. Wow, Doom's castle is magnificent. Yeah, right? If this is...
tell which one.
Oh, I love the green. See, they're so good with this. Oh, guys. And Sue's talking. We don't know what the heck she's saying. Oh, Magneto.
Yeah, he looks old. Oh, poor guy.
Look at these guys. Oh.
Wow, look at that. That looks great, Sam.
Oh. Hey. Oh.
I see RDJ. It's cool. It's good, though. I see it, guys.
This...
Everybody looks sad. It's not good.
This looks... Oh, Doom looks so good.
Yeah, he looks great. Look at that.
Oh, my. Oh, my, guys. I know that for our people that are just listening to us and not watching us, you should be watching us on YouTube so you get our facial reactions to this. But we are watching this trailer in the background while we're waiting for my screen to update.
Oh, he is holding Franklin.
Yep. Yeah. I thought so.
He was seeing something go down.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, Cap and his kid. All the kids.
All the kids.
All the kids, I'm telling you.
Oh, whoa, what? Oh, whoa, that's Doom. Oh, that's Doom jumping out of that
It's
building.
a different outfit than on there too. Did you see that?
Oh my gosh. Oh,
What that mean?
guys.
Oh yeah, Thor's gonna get his butt kicked.
Yeah, Thor and all his might. Holy smokes. Guys, this is looking so good.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Oh, showing some green energy there. Green magic, Dr. Doom. Guys, this is amazing. Oh, the Sentinels. Oh, the Sentinels. Oh, what a glorious picture. Oh my gosh.
Interesting.
Okay, sorry if you guys are listening on headphones and I just blew out your eardrums. Holy smokes. Holy
So
smokes.
there's a moment here where he's got two different capes on as well.
Yep.
That's telling you two different times in the movie what's going on.
4 months, baby. Ooh.
Yeah, it's way faster than he's doing this.
Right.
Has made this go by a lot faster. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Oh yeah.
tell you what, seeing Cyclops was almost emotional. Like, I'm not gonna make it through.
That was a good little small glimpse of him. He just looks so good.
I cannot get over it.
Oh my
It's
gosh.
tough. I really was almost speechless because like just seeing glimpses of him, I can't wait to see scenes of what he's gonna do. I don't think you guys understand how much I love those characters and like wanting to see him get his go. I mean, the only superhero movies that have made me cry are X-Men. The only ones. These ones have always gotten me close. I actually even teared up a little more on this last viewing we did of Spider-Man, more so than I thought I was gonna. It really got me. But X-Men, though, you give me 2 or 3 lines from Xavier to the right character, and I'm a mess. You know what I mean? Like, I'm a mess. Like, it's not good. But in seeing Marsden be able to fully take on this character, like that look right there was the best look we got yet of him, really. Everything's been in the dark or in a moment of like a lot of CGI. That was just a good look at him standing up, and it looked so good.
There is on screen right now an X.
It's their logo?
Yep.
I like it.
I like it.
I like it too.
Okay, let me see what's happening, what's shaking. But anyways, I'm sorry to interject
trailer, guys.
We're just getting the updates as they're coming on through us, and so they're already just moving on into their next thing. So, yeah,
I'm still like it's still processing the images we just saw, which isn't even in context yet because we don't know what he's saying, right? Like,
so Sadie Sink is on stage with Kevin Feige talking about X-Men.
Sweet
Specifics, I'm not sure yet. But it does.
Great.
Yep,
she's going to be the door into the X-Men, guys. I'm telling you, watch my 6 parts come out real soon. Yeah, I got them all filmed. I'm editing them right now, and I'm going to be sending them out probably next day or so.
All right, guys, we
got some casting coming for X-Men. Everybody grab your pants because this is when they call out Miss Marvel. This is when they do some weird things and make us nervous.
Apparently, Kevin Feige just said to me, my X-Men, and the cast are walking out.
That is the coolest.
Oh, if that is true, what they're saying, I'm getting goosebumps. I'm getting goosebumps.
You know they're going to say it.
Oh, yes. It's like Avengers Assemble before X-Men. Oh, okay.
That asshole. What a show off, Kevin. I'm gonna get my thing ready to look up any characters.
Okay,
call them out. I might not know the actor, but because I think some are going to be people we haven't heard of.
Yeah. So they are. Kit Connor is confirmed as Scott.
Yeah, we've covered that.
Yeah,
sweet. Okay.
Samara Weaving is confirmed as Emma, and we also have a confirmation of Christopher Abbott as Charles Xavier.
Okay, yep. We talked about this, you and I on the phone.
Yep, because there's a rumor that he's in it. Yep. Oh, Indy Neverett is confirmed as Rogue.
Interesting. Okay.
Indy Neverett is there as Rogue.
Okay. I'm surprised Rogue's in this. I think that's a double surprise for me.
Oh, wow. Okay. And
He's Rogue.
This next actress, I don't know, so I'm definitely going to have to look her up. But Storm is going to be played by Maya Boyd.
Maya Boyd?
Maya Boyd. Yep. I have not heard of her, but it's okay. That's the purpose of some of this casting, I believe, is some people you may or may not have heard of, but you're going to know of them by the end of this X-Men movie. Like, guaranteed.
Oh, for sure. I mean, yeah.
Yep. And Adam Driver.
Okay.
He is there via video right now. Not exactly sure who this is. He's talking. Oh my gosh, Adam Driver.
They're gonna announce what he's playing.
Yep,
Who do you think is Magneto? I think it's Sinister.
Magneto.
It's Magneto.
It says here. Yep,
Okay,
he's playing. Oh, wait a minute.
You say it's fine. Either one, I'm happy because it's him.
Okay, let me refresh this. Make sure I got this right. Sorry, guys.
Adam Driver's no joke, man.
Adam Driver is in this movie. He joked about playing Magneto. He's not. He is officially playing. He calls himself here Nathaniel Milbury, but everyone is reporting him as Mr. Sinister.
Really?
I don't know. I'm not familiar with the Milbury last name. Nathaniel Essex is his actual name in the comics, but this could be a pseudonym for, like, they're not revealing. It could be a big reveal of what the Essex Corporation is in MCU, and so he has a different last name for all we know. I don't know, but
it wouldn't change anything.
Everyone is reporting he is Mr. Sinister. Adam Driver is officially in the MCU in X-Men as Mr. Sinister.
Well, that confirms two things when we get done to this, which is good.
Wow.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, my boy has done nothing. No, I'm not saying she's done nothing, but she has not done a lot of things, y'all. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I think that's a good thing. I think whatever she's done is she's gotten someone's attention. I imagine this was a lot of auditioning and casting. So I imagine she auditioned and they must have seen something they really liked. She's got a great look. Not worried about the look so much as I am the talent behind it. And this could be her breakout thing. I mean, Storm isn't too complicated if you just stroke it. My only thought on her is Storm's a little young, but that's okay. I don't ever think we're going to get the Storm that we think we're going to get. She might grow into that, but I think they're always going to make her younger until that happens. I wish they would just commit to, I want Mama Storm. I don't want
I agree.
Teenage Storm anymore. We've been getting Teenage Storm a lot, and I think Mama Storm would be great. And maybe that's how she'll play it. She might play it as someone older and wiser and feels that way at least, but she's definitely in the age group of these guys. So is that all we have so far for the casting?
That's all we have so far for the casting. We have our cast so far of X-Men.
It does not sound like it's full yet.
No. I mean,
there's Beast is in this name and talked about that.
Well, what I'm shocked as is this cast is mostly female. We have Jean Grey, Rogue, Emma Frost, and Storm. And then the only male actors we have are cast members, I should say, is Scott, Xavier, and Sinister, he's the villain. So really, which is interesting. I'm not fully opposed to it. These are all X-Men characters. So I'm not, we were told, rumored at least, they're going to have the original 5. So either they haven't nailed down Angel, Iceman, and Beast, or they're not. They're doing their own version of the original.
They're definitely
5.
doing their own version because we wouldn't have Rogue and Storm.
And Emma is interesting.
I don't think she's an X-Men in this. She's either a teacher at the school or she's going to start out as a villain.
Yeah.
Like she does in her.
Yep.
She's going to start out on one side and turn to the other eventually, which I think is fine. Because if anything, it's true to who she is, right?
Yeah.
So we want to see her mischievous first, because then we make that dynamic, and the complications of that would be fun, and especially since she's one of the big ones. But she didn't come on stage at all, huh?
Yep.
Oh, she did.
No.
Okay.
Yes. Samara Weaving did come out on stage as Emma Frost. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I think we're gonna need a couple more male castings.
Well, you know what? If Kevin Feige said to me, my X-Men, and she comes out on stage, and it's only the known villain of Mr. Sinister not on stage, I bet you she's an X-Men. I just don't know what that means then for people like myself who love Emma and want to see that trajectory of villain turned to hero. Are we going to see that? Are we not? Is she actually an X-Men? Or is she become an X-Men at the end of this movie, which kind of fast tracks her whole evolution?
And then you would be hearing me say something real controversial is, where's the men?
Well, I don't think this is final. This can't be the final
either. But I mean, guys, I'm all for diversity and mixing it up, but I don't want Cyclops to be the only one that, okay. Like, I don't want him to be the only guy in the group. Poor dude. No wonder he's got problems cheating on Green Jean. Look at all these beautiful women he's surrounded by. It's like he's going to be like, what am I supposed to do here? My power's in my eyes, and you're making me over here.
I was wondering why they announced him as Milbury.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so I looked it up just to make sure to see, are they redoing it, what they're doing. So when he is born Nathaniel Essex and from England, but when he comes over to America to, it says here, Sinister travels to America and assumes the identity of obstetrician Nathaniel Milbury, taken after the name of his ancestral home from Essex Clinic, the head of the Essex Clinic in New York. He is from Milbury, England.
Cool.
So
good choice.
That
Smart.
If that's not an indication of what they're trying to tell here, of when the story, at least, that we're going to know him as Milbury and then it's revealed later on, I bet you the Essex Corporation is a big deal in the MCU. We just haven't heard about
100%.
it. And he's differentiating himself from it because maybe there's some shady stuff going on. Who knows? And then you find out he is the head of it and his real name is not Milbury when he comes over to little old Westchester, New York. This visit Xavier or whatever is going on there, then that's when he introduces himself as a good guy and he's not. Who knows?
You know what you're going to find out? I'm predicting it right now. This confirms two things to me. First of all, I'm glad they picked Sinister instead of Magneto. He would have been a fantastic Magneto. I think he's going to be a better Mr. Sinister. It's going to give Adam Driver the room to spread his wings, a character that we haven't seen live action yet, and just do some really interesting, fun stuff with it. And he's a talented guy to do it. Also, this confirms a couple things to me as well. I think you're going to find out that he's going to come in and replace Department of Damage Control. And you're going to find out that he's behind all of the Department of Damage Control as well. And it's going to tie into Jean Grey and the whole testing mutants and all that. Because they've set this up now in Spider-Man that they've been, Yelena says, she's like, oh yeah, they steal people and test them all the time. On the underground thing or on the surface, who she would know because she operates there the best. They've always known, oh yeah, they take people all the time and do this. It's not a real surprise. Spider-Man's like, really? Everyone's like, really? He's going to be behind it, and he's going to take that over. Up here is a guy taking it over as in, we shut down Damage Control. I'm going to take it over and be what it should be, but it's going to be called Essex Corp, and it's going to go commercial and not be by the government. He's going to make it sound like the government's
private
the problem.
Business. Yep.
They're going to make it sound like government's the problem, and he's going to be the private business that takes it over.
And you know what's funny? He can easily twist this around to Essex Corporation. It's more of like a pharmaceutical type thing. It's more of a, we're trying to figure out the cure to all this stuff, when really he's just trying to tap into all of it.
Yep.
And it makes sense because in the comics, Nathaniel Essex has been fascinated with Jean Grey and Scott Summers' bloodline. So that's why he sees the Sarah stuff that happened, and he's like, I need to find this Jean Grey, because if she's more powerful than she is, I need those genetic potentials.
And then in his mind, them two having a kid.
And
this is all going to lead to who? Eventually.
Apocalypse.
That's right.
Yep. I can see that. In our script of X-Men Dark Phoenix that we wrote, we did a Mutant Underground Railroad where that's Sinister's collecting all these mutants.
He's like a side villain of something bigger later.
Yep.
And that's kind of what I think he's going to be.
Just a tease. Yeah.
I think there's still not a main villain yet in this.
Probably.
I would tell you right now, I think he's Mr. Sinister, but I think we're still going to get one that's more of like the one they fight. And I don't think it's going to be Magneto.
You don't? I can see them teasing Sinister throughout this, but Magneto, the established bad guy, semi-turn, the relationship of him and Xavier, making that the focal point.
I'm putting a prediction out there right now that they don't have Magneto cast, and he's not in this movie. I think they're going to cast him, and he's going to be in a post-credit scene of this movie.
Well, so far, there is no Brotherhood of Mutants that are cast, which would have made me think, like if Indy was Mystique, I immediately would have thought Magneto would be
We don't even know if Mystique's in this movie. We just are thinking that'd be a great one to put.
Only because Indy said I would play it. And then come to find out, what a great misdirection.
This movie's going to have Essex. He's going to reveal himself as Essex, do the corporation thing, reveal of the Sinister stuff. We'll see it behind the scenes. We'll see the X-Men trusting him during this. And we're going to know deep down, like they're going to let the audience be in on a secret during this. So it's not going to be like a twist thing that we know. But it's going to be, we know, but they don't know yet. There's going to be a villain that he puts in place for this, in order to keep the X-Men where they are, in a sense, so he can do all these things. And it's not going to be Magneto, but the events of X-Men is going to have a post-credit scene of you're going to have to see the back of Magneto's head, and he's going to turn, and it's going to reveal who's playing him. You're going to know it's Magneto, and then you know the Brotherhood and Magneto are going to come because of the events of this. Because like we did, and like you guys will see in my 6-parter, they've always been here. It's wild to think that the Magneto has not been introduced to the world until technically in the Fox franchise, when it comes down to on movies, guys, live action, the world wide does not know of Magneto in the first 3 until the 3rd movie. Yeah, and he's an old man. And then if you read with the revamp they did, they still didn't quite know him, and then until the 70s, and when he tries to kill the president, it changes. But even then, think about it, guys.
That's still been decades.
To think that he's been around that long, because we always said that he can't just have always been here. We've known of Magneto. But wait a minute,
it dawned on us.
We don't know.
We're on our way home from the city. It's like an hour-and-a-half drive, and we get so close to home, and we're after watching Spider-Man Brand New Day, and then it like dawned on me, and I'm talking to Ike about this, and like how they introduce the X-Men, all this stuff, mutants at large. Be like, well, wait a minute. The Fox movies, the world didn't know about Magneto until he did that bridge, really. The president knew about him at that point. But
even in the second one, it's secret.
The second one? Yeah, exactly. Stuff. Yes.
Yeah.
The first one, no one knew anything. It's just Xavier knew that they were doing stuff.
Right.
So, like...
In fact, it made the Fox, they wouldn't be seen.
It makes sense that you could still do the Holocaust origin for Magneto, and he's just been there. Yeah. And until there's an actual targeting of mutants specifically, because mutants haven't been the focal point. It's been the Avengers. There hasn't been a need for the X-Men because it's been the Avengers.
I think that's the only contention I have, is they're not going to do the Holocaust stuff, because Xavier's young in this. Younger than I thought. He's a little older than them, and once you balled him up and put him in a wheelchair, he's going to look a little older. And this actor, guys, by the way, I think he can do it. I'm not so worried about the look as much as the talent, and I've seen the few things he's done. He plays a great Wolfman when it comes down to like playing 2 different personalities too. I think the actor's a good choice. May not have been my choice. I may have gone a little older, but once again, he'll look a little older once you throw him in a wheelchair and ball him up. He's going to be right. You're going to be, you're easily 20 years older. But I don't think they're going to use the Holocaust, which is okay. But that is my only contention here, is what is going to be this thing that fuels Magneto beyond the mutant stuff. Because there is something that has to be in his life that makes him be this way. And the Holocaust was a perfect thing for it.
The Holocaust was perfect for every part of the diversity aspect of the whole thing. A young Jewish kid surviving the Holocaust just because he's a mutant. He sees his mother die in front of him. Like, there's his whole people. And then that worldview of what humans do to other humans always
come from somewhere.
That's what fuels him for what humans will do to mutants.
Yeah, it can't be just because of small events here and there.
No one ever talks about it. They just do it. That's probably one of the best lines of X3 that he ever gave, other than backing up Xavier.
Right. But he's got to have that big character arc in the beginning in order to make sense of why he has that mindset. And I think they know that. Yeah. They could use MCU stuff to do that. They could use real history to do that. I'm okay as long as it makes sense and it's good, right?
I feel like
that's all I care about.
The least controversial for Marvel is to do an MCU event that made him think that way.
I agree.
Only because the Holocaust is not controversial, but anything past that, when it comes to like the social, political aspect of and dichotomy of everything, that gets controversial. Like, for instance, I don't think with the current movements that are happening in the social tension right now of what happened in Israel, which was against the Jewish people in Gaza and all that stuff, would be touched upon because there is such a divide in that. So it's going to be hard for them to find something that they can use. It's just like a universal, okay, this was bad. And
I agree. They can use it. They shoot themselves in the foot because no matter what side of the political spectrum or religious spectrum you fall on that whole thing, you're going to lose people. So just stay away from that. Let that real world figure itself out first. I'd rather, in hindsight, do something rather than try to talk about something current. Because if you do it current, it's not good. I mean, I got to be honest with you. Nothing is saying in X-Men comics, yes, I guess you could say there's an argument here. Nothing's saying that you can't make Magneto black and make slavery be part of it. Or the idea of any of the Jim Crow stuff that went on in like the 50s. Because then you are talking about someone who's just a little older, and the mutant powers maybe have kept him younger looking. It's as far back as I think they could go would be that. I wouldn't want it to be, though, about our current race problems, because once again, you're going to divide everybody, because I don't think our country's as racist as it was. And I think that's why we have a great country. And that's already controversial, me saying that.
Crazy.
It's crazy to me to think that you're living in the best time of America right now.
Mm-hmm.
And we're not a political podcast, but I will say that proudly. Like, you be born anywhere else, I'm sorry. You go check it out. You'll be back, because whatever you complain about here and what was and what we had done, where we are right now is the best place to be.
Mm-hmm.
If you're born here and you're an American citizen, you won the lottery.
Mm-hmm.
You have. Not saying there's not hardships.
Mm-hmm.
There is. Not saying not all the time is it fair. And you're going to run into people that are going to hate you for stupid reasons. But you'd rather be here than in other places for those reasons, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm saying, like, when it comes to Magneto, it's got to be some atrocious things, because he's got to not trust humans at all.
Yes.
That's my only contention, is what are they going to do to make that fit? And maybe they'll have something real cool up their sleeve. Maybe it hasn't happened yet. Who knows? I mean, maybe there's things. I don't think so. I think Magneto's going to be around. But I do, going back to my original thing where I get too far on that rabbit hole, I don't think we're going to get Magneto until the next movie, though. I think we're going to get an introduction to him at the end of this. I think they're being smart and staying away from the Magneto trope of the Xavier and them. I'm not saying it's not going to be important. I'm not saying it's not going to be something that they focus on later. But I think the start, why not fresh? That's fresh feeling to me. This idea of, okay, we're not even going to talk about Magneto yet, right? I think that's real smart. And they need a way to, I think the progression of that makes sense. Right now, Xavier's running a school hidden for kids that are different and strange, because he's even aware that they're being taken and tested on, and that they're going to trust people that are more made into superheroes that save the world more often than people that are born this way. And that's why Jean's position that she's in. The events of Brand New Day are going to make more awareness to the public of why these people are scarier, which makes Xavier realize we do need to have kind of a team. This new villain that comes up is going to make him establish this idea that I'm going to take my most powerful young kids that I have and I've trained, and we're going to go be a team to fight against this new bad guy to prove that not all of us are bad, because this new bad guy is going to make you think all mutants are bad. And it's going to be orchestrated by Essex, because they want the mutants to stay where they are. And that's going to make Magneto say, well, I'm done being in hiding, because now they are going to come for us. And that's going to trigger that thing in him of, look what's happening. Now I have to get involved. And we're going to see the dynamic of why that's different. And that, to me, that's I'm like, do it. I'm all in. I'm all in. Give us a mutant saga. This whole next saga should be all mutants. We should have a X-Men Civil War II, X-Men versus Avengers, about the Registration Act, right?
Yep.
How awesome is that? We should have a X-Men Sentinel Wars movie. We should have an Avengers X-Men Age of Apocalypse movie. I'm telling you, I think
Age of Apocalypse saga. Build up Apocalypse.
That's what it's going to be. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways,
we're going to see. I think we're going to see Essex have a couple things. I bet there's Easter eggs in this movie too. Apocalypse already.
Guys,
God, I hope so. Feige, if you did this, I'm going to be so happy, because I think he loves the X-Men. I really think that to him, I think he's retiring after this, and I think he wants to go out with like I got it. You know.
Well,
anyways,
I'll tell you, I love Ike's passion. I have to chew on a lot of stuff more before I could give too much details and just go on rabbit holes about it too, because they're done with Marvel. They're on to Star Wars. God bless them. Hope it works out for them.
Imagine doing a saga with the X-Men and we get Cyclops is our new Captain America, and they do with Cyclops.
I want
with
that.
Steve Rogers.
I want that.
By the time we get to an Age of Apocalypse, there's going to be so much meat in character development and story to a Cyclops it should be, right?
He'll be the new face of the MCU next to Yelena Belova and the people that are the favorites. You know what I mean?
Move on from these guys that they eventually know they need to do. Yeah, eventually, because they're going to get too old. Eventually, they got to do something.
Yeah,
we don't necessarily have to replace them yet. Just replace them with new characters.
Yep.
And you got your next Captain America is Cyclops. Ooh, how cool would that be, man? Like, I'm all down. I'm down for this. Like,
I hear you.
Jean's life and fighting for their kid's life, and got some time travel stuff coming, some cable things. I'm telling you. Anyway, we can go for hours. We will next time. Guys, talk more about it.
I'm gonna save my energy and thinking more about that stuff, because I got to put all my energy now into our next segment, which is the retrospective review of Avengers Endgame.
Yep, that's right.
So, guys, while I'm chewing on this in the back of my head, I'm going to refrain by talking about it on our segment of Avengers Endgame, but I want you guys to comment down below. What do you think of these news releases that happened? What do you think of the X-Men cast so far? What do you think of Indy Neveready playing Rogue? That's definitely going to be on my mind
for
for a while. Yeah.
We'll talk about it on our next
Yeah. What do you think about all this? Deadpool, Wolverine in Doomsday? Like, guys, comment down below. What do you think? Let us know. And Ike, I just feel like we need to just segue, keep this ball rolling, and go right on into our Avengers Endgame retrospective, right?
Guys, wait till you watch this because we had a great time. We had a great time watching this movie. So
yeah.
We have a lot to talk about.
All right, here we go.
Hello, guys. So, welcome to our next segment, and that is going to be our retrospective segment. And it's a big one. We've been teasing it. We've been talking about it all episode. We've been talking about it all week. Sam and I have been talking about it since we just started to do this whole thing. To be honest with you, this is one of those that we were like, man, wait till we get to that one, and we are there. Which I can't believe. To believe it or not, other than Spider-Man Far From Home, we literally are ending the Infinity Saga today on our podcast.
Yes.
How wild is that?
Yeah, like Far From Home, it's kind of like the cherry on top. I feel
like the remnants of all of it. But that's about it. Yeah.
This is the culmination of everything.
Yeah, so we're excited about this, guys. Woo! So what we're going to do is Sammy's going to go ahead and read the history. I'll do the synopsis of the movie. We'll do Act 1, and we're going to start talking because we got some stuff to say.
Oh, hey. Oh,
good
my
stuff
gosh.
Too. It's a lot of fun. This will be a fun one tonight.
Yeah, I'm excited. All right, guys. So, the movie Avengers Endgame, released April 26, 2019. The main cast include Robert Downey Jr., Chris Evans, Scarlett Johansson, Chris Hemsworth, Jeremy Renner, Mark Ruffalo, Brie Larson, Gwyneth Paltrow, Don Cheadle, Bradley Cooper, Karen Gillan, Zoe Saldana, and Josh Brolin.
Or just AKA everybody.
Yeah, everybody 2.0.
Yeah, pretty much.
Whew, you know what? In retrospect of watching this movie and seeing and reading this cast, it's probably good that they dusted everyone in the last one because there's a lot more screen time. You know, be like, we need a break, and we'll bring you all in at the end. So, and thankfully they do. Avengers Endgame was conceived as the grand finale to the Infinity Saga and the culmination of more than a decade of storytelling that began with Iron Man 1 in 2008. After the shocking ending of Avengers Infinity War, Marvel Studios faced the challenge of delivering an emotionally satisfying conclusion to 21 previous films, while honoring the journeys of its original heroes. Directors Anthony Russo and Joe Russo, along with writers Christopher Marcus and Stephen McFeely, the Dream Team, decided that Endgame should not simply be another battle with Thanos, but a story about grief, loss, sacrifice, and redemption. Rather than immediately undoing the snap, they opened the film with the Avengers' failure, a 5-year time jump, and a team emotionally broken by defeat. The filmmakers felt that audiences needed to experience the consequences of Infinity War before earning the hero's ultimate victory. The Time Heist storyline was chosen because it allowed the surviving Avengers to revisit iconic moments from earlier MCU films, celebrate the franchise's history, and give longtime fans a nostalgic farewell while naturally bringing the Infinity Stones back into play. The Russo brothers later explained that revisiting the MCU's past was a way to honor the entire Infinity Saga while showing how much the characters had grown. That is so true. Filming began in August 2017, just months after the production of Infinity War, with the two films shot largely back-to-back at Pinewood Atlanta Studios and locations throughout Georgia, New York, Scotland, and England. By this point, the MCU had become the highest-grossing film franchise in history, and nearly every major actor had become inseparable from their superhero role. Robert Downey Jr. had spent over a decade defining Tony Stark. Chris Evans had become synonymous with Captain America. Chris Hemsworth, Mark Ruffalo, Scarlett Johansson, and Jeremy Renner were beloved veterans of the franchise, while newer stars, such as Tom Holland, Chadwick Boseman, Brie Larson, and Benedict Cumberbatch, had become central to the MCU's future. Coordinating the schedules of dozens of A-list actors remained one of the largest logistical challenges ever attempted in filmmaking, and Marvel went to extraordinary lengths to prevent spoilers. Many cast members only received portions of the script. Faked scenes were filmed, code names were used throughout production, and some actors were even deliberately misled about major story developments. The famous funeral sequence, for example, was reportedly described to many of the performers as a wedding or reunion scene so that the true ending will remain secret until the film's release. One of the filmmakers' biggest creative decisions was determining how to conclude the arcs of the original Avengers. Marcus McFeely and the Russos believed not every founding member Avenger should receive the same ending because each character's journey had been fundamentally different. Tony Stark, who began the MCU as a self-centered weapons manufacturer, completed his arc through the ultimate art of sacrifice, giving his life for the universe. Steve Rogers, who had sacrificed his personal happiness throughout every previous film, was finally allowed to choose a life with Peggy and received a peaceful ending he had long been denied. Thor survived because the filmmakers felt his story was evolving rather than ending, while Bruce Banner had finally concealed his two identities as Smart Hulk. Hawkeye was reunited with his family after overcoming the darkness of becoming Ronin. Natasha Romanoff's sacrifice on Vormir became one of the film's most emotional moments, and the decision for her, not Clint Barton, to die was carefully debated during development. According to Marcus McFeely and the Russo brothers, Clint had already spent the film trying to redeem himself and return to his family, while Natasha had spent her entire MCU journey searching for a family and a place where she belonged. By Endgame, the Avengers had become that family. They believed Natasha would willingly make the ultimate sacrifice because saving her found family and restoring Clint's actual family represented the natural conclusion of her character arc. Although some fans argued Clint should have died instead, the filmmakers felt Natasha's choice completed the emotional journey she had begun years earlier in Iron Man 2 and the Avengers. Behind the scenes, Marvel continued pushing the limits of visual effects with thousands of CGI shots, including Professor Hulk, the time travel sequences, de-aged versions of several characters, and the climactic Battle of Earth featuring nearly every MCU hero introduced over the previous decade. Robert Downey Jr. worked closely with the Russos to simplify Tony Stark's death scene, believing that fewer words would make the moment even more powerful, leading to the now iconic final line, "I am Iron Man." The film also featured one of the largest ensemble action sequences ever created, requiring months of pre-visualization and coordination between multiple visual effects studios. Several emotional scenes, including Steve Rogers' final farewell and Tony Stark's funeral, were filmed under intense secrecy to preserve the surprise for the audience. The production also included countless callbacks to earlier MCU films, from the elevator scene echoing Captain America: Winter Soldier to the recreation of the Battle of New York from the Avengers, reinforcing the idea that Endgame was both a finale and a celebration of everything that had come before. When Avengers Endgame premiered in 2019, it became one of the most celebrated blockbuster films ever made. Critics praised its emotional storytelling, performances, fan service, and satisfying conclusion to the Infinity Saga, earning approximately 94% on Rotten Tomatoes from critics and around 90% from audiences. Financially,
Who's that 10 that don't?
right? Who are you?
We have a conversation.
Nah. They're the ones that think that Ant-Man Quantumania was the best.
Oh, okay.
Anyways,
They can stay there.
financially, it shattered nearly every box office record, grossing approximately $2.8 billion worldwide against a production budget estimated between $356 million and $400 million.
How much of that went to Robert, you think?
Oh, pretty penny.
Yeah.
This briefly becoming the highest grossing film of all time before being surpassed by Avatar following its re-release in China. Yeah.
What is up with those blue things?
Why'd they do that?
Comment, please, guys. I don't understand what you're saying. Anyways.
More importantly, Endgame demonstrated that as serialized cinematic universe could successfully deliver an emotionally resonant conclusion after more than a decade of interconnected storytelling. It closed a chapter on the original Avengers while passing the torch to a new generation of heroes, cementing the Infinity Saga as one of the most ambitious achievements in modern filmmaking.
Awesome.
And I completely agree. What's up with these blue guys? Why they release them like that?
I can't fathom.
I was so mad when it took Endgame spot again. Be like, what are you doing?
Yeah, I can't fathom how popular the comic book industry is, how long it's been around, the fans behind it, the new fans you get as kids are born. They're born into this. That freaking Avatar is just as popular. What are we talking about? Go watch Pocahontas and Ferngully. Watch Pocahontas and Ferngully, and you've seen Avatar. So just the next ones, they add fire, a little bit more water. Come on, guys. What are we talking about?
Well, that's why I'm excited for Avengers Encore, Endgame Encore coming out.
Beat Avatar?
Because it's going to beat Avatar, and hopefully it stays #1, and no one decides to re-release Avatar.
Yeah, James, we're looking at you. You keep that Avatar crap to yourself.
You're successful enough.
We could have so many awesome movies if he just do some stuff that, but he's so dedicated to this Avatar thing. We're never gonna. It's always gonna be known as. The rest is like he brought us Terminator 2, probably arguably one of the best action movies ever made.
Yeah,
Titanic. Come on, James Cameron.
Everything he touches, it gets high. So why do we need him anymore?
What's
you know
up
what I
with
mean?
This Avatar stuff. Anyway,
I think the longest we have a superhero movie like Avengers being the #1 for as long as possible for grossing wise means I think the industry will start taking them more seriously.
I agree.
And you can't do that when you dethrone it. So come on. Anyways.
So I'm going to give you guys a quick official synopsis. The grave course of events set in motion by Thanos that wiped out half the universe and fractured the Avengers' ranks compels the remaining Avengers to take one final stand in Marvel Studios' grand conclusion in 22 films. I can't believe we've done that many already.
22 films. Oh my gosh. All right, well, guys, we're just going to dive right into this.
Yeah, let's get to her, man.
We got a lot to talk about. So, Act 1. As the surviving heroes cope with Thanos wiping out half of all life, the team tracks down Thanos in the garden, only to find he destroyed the stones, and Thor promptly decapitates him. Fast forward 5 years later, showing a broken world and depressed survivors until Scott Lang escapes the quantum realm and proposes a time heist. Though at first skeptical and hesitant, Tony figures how to pull it off and agrees to help on one condition: bring everyone back without undoing the life he and Pepper had built together. The team picks specific locations to retrieve each Infinity Stone and prepare to time travel.
Perfect.
Wow.
Okay. So, I can give you here's how I think we should do this.
Okay.
Because when we say what worked, how much time we got? So why don't we do if you can, with what your notes, I'm sure you got tons of notes.
Yeah.
I have a bunch of things I want to make sure we cover. Let's just right off the top. Is there anything in this that truly in this first part that doesn't work for you? And if it is, let's hit it. Because I think this is going to be less of that than there is that does. So let's kill that while we're there.
Okay. I have nothing in the first act that I put didn't work for me.
Okay. Neither do I. I could not think of one thing that didn't work.
I know. I was trying to be very
critical.
So
was I.
And first act,
impossible.
Nothing.
It's impossible.
This was so well done.
Some of the best. It's just amazing. With that said, I'm going to give you a quick brief what worked. Then you can do a quick brief what worked, and then let's dive into all the stuff.
Okay.
Sound good? Because I don't know how else to tackle this other than
it's a behemoth.
Do an hour each of a podcast on just what we think. So this is what worked for Act 1 for me is, first of all, choosing to do a cold opening is genius.
Yes, I wrote that down.
Yep. Would you dare say this is the first pre-credit scene Marvel's ever done?
It feels like it
Just
is.
a play on words.
Well,
This post credit. This is pre-credit. This is before the Marvel thing even goes on.
Oh yes,
It's like it's just boom opens. I remember in the theater we thought it was still a trailer.
Yes, yeah. There was nothing.
Yeah.
That made it sound like it was starting. It just right there.
Yeah.
Right there. Like we didn't have a moment to prepare.
The other thing that works in this first part is you have a climax that happens in this part of this movie. That rarely in movies do you get a beginning that feels like a build to a climax. And then what also works that I never thought would work, and I always wondered if it would. We had speculated when we first saw this movie, but when it does the 5 years later, how perfect in this first act, though all this seamlessly fits. Like doing this cold opening with Hawkeye, which revisits Infinity War real quick. And then we go into this like a climactic, when things go on, when from that moment till we go to that 5 years, I'm almost can't believe what we're watching already. You're like, this is happening right now, like right now.
Yeah.
Like what is going on? Some of those scenes that we saw in those trailers we could swore were later. It's already there in that first 10 minutes of the movie. It's like, no, we're doing this right now. And it's like, and it's huge, it's a big deal, right? And then when it does the time jump, it earns that moment to get into this new world we're in now. So to me, those three things combined, the way they did it, you'd think pitched, it wouldn't sound like, man, it's a lot to do in like the first, hour or 45 minutes of this movie. And it's like, I don't know, when you watch it though, it's right, it's perfect.
Yeah.
It isn't flawless.
It really is. All that you just said, I completely agree with you. I was shocked they did this. This is some of the best scenes of the movie, and the movie's not even done yet, and there are more best scenes to come. But right in the beginning, I'm like, holy smokes! It's like this should have been part of Infinity War, just continued on, because this makes it feel like two movies in one. In this one, like this is so good. I was blown away.
I'd even argue this movie's like three movies in one.
It's crazy.
It's like the first movie is like the first movie it's covering is like the aftermath of Infinity War. The second movie it's covering is a heist in time, and the third is literally a war movie. Like it's like literally just almost an hour of just legit kicking ass. You know what I mean? Like,
what's funny, and I only mention this just as a funny thing because I've recently been doing some of this, is that we're so conditioned here in America for a movie to be 2 hours, 2.5 hours, things like that. This movie is 3 hours long. I've recently, with my friend, have been watching a lot of Indian movies, and they're used to minimum 3 to 4 hours movies.
That's crazy.
So if this movie was made in India, it would be Endgame and Infinity War all in one movie, because that's just what they normally would do.
Imagine one sit like that.
Oh my gosh, because it would be fun. But this movie is 3 hours long, just over 3 hours. And then Infinity War is 2.5 minimum. That's a pretty long movie.
Marvel, you should do a super cut of these.
Oh,
it just
yes.
rolls in.
Just keep watching.
Where it doesn't cut or nothing at the end. It just goes right into the next spot, keeps going. That'd be pretty dope. I'd go to the theater to watch it.
So
give us an old school intermission. I'm down.
AMC theaters used to, I don't think they do it anymore, but they used to, up until these movies, do marathons of the MCU until that new movie was. And by the time the marathon was done, it was the midnight premiere of the new movie type thing. Cool. And so if you are a hardcore fan that has the money and has the time and you don't have to work for like 2 days straight, you could do that. And be like, wow.
It'd be like having a super cut of Lord of the Rings, the extended versions, all as one giant.
Oh my gosh.
Sick too, though.
That'd be a long day, but it's good.
You'd have to hunker in. Get a bottle to pee in. You know what I mean? There's no.
Oh yeah, that's when you wear the diaper.
It depends, man.
Depends. Yeah.
So now let's go ahead and hit some details. How do you want to do this? Do we want to bring up one thing and we both talk about it, because I imagine we're gonna have a lot of the same stuff.
Sure.
Instead of because I think if we just go one at a time, it's gonna be a lot of just one of us talking, and we're gonna have to go backtrack to.
Yep.
So instead, because I thought this wasn't gonna be as hard, but now I think about it, there's a ton of things that we're going to cover. So why don't you go ahead and you start us off,
Okay.
And I'll comment with what you say, and I'll do another one. And
Okay.
if we backtrack a tad because we might skip something, that's fine.
Okay.
But instead of going through the whole thing, then going back and going through it again,
I agree.
be perfect.
So I'm gonna skip the cold opening because we just talked about it. How that was a gut wrench, and that sets up because we all been wondering for Infinity War, where is Hawkeye? Now we know he's chosen this life and all that, and this is what brings him into it.
Yep, and put a little flag on that cold opening, guys, because I have a really cool thing at the end of a thing about the whole saga in general that I don't know if they did on purpose. And you guys could comment. Sammy might even say to me that I'm overthinking it, but I think there was a big, brilliant idea from the start, and not saying it was 100% planned from the start. I think, but there's definitely through lines that they use, and I've presented this to you a little bit already. And I want to really do that at the end. So just remember that, guys, this cold opening with Hawkeye. And I think that there's a reason it happened. It was his. Not just because where's Hawkeye, but also what he represents in the MCU. And you know where I'm coming from.
Yeah.
Especially with it being his family and all that stuff. It's very obvious that that's kind of true. So let's go ahead. What do you got first then after?
From that, I love the scene between Nebula and Tony. I thought that was really played out well. Tony teaching Nebula not to be so serious and playing the game back and forth. It's so cool. And his whole dialogue when he's recording that thing for Pepper is so well written. It is tearful in and of himself because he feels like he's dying right there. He knows he's dying. If it wasn't for Captain Marvel finding him, see, this is a brilliant thing too. Is that you could have easily just played off that post-credit scene of Infinity War as like, oh, they're just gonna show her movie and things like that, and that's it. No, they were so brilliant in weaving that together that if it wasn't for Nick Fury pressing that button, sending Captain Marvel down, and then they say Tony is up there somewhere, and she goes up because she's the only one capable of surveying the galaxy to find them. Yeah. They would have never found Tony and Nebula. And Nebula would have survived a little longer because most of her is replaced by robotics, but she wouldn't have survived forever. And Tony definitely wasn't surviving forever. So it was just so brilliant how story-wise they brought Captain Marvel into the fold and it feels natural. Her whole scenes from the moment she's bringing Tony down and she finds Tony, brings him down, to when they're all talking as a group and she comes off a little, I wouldn't say arrogant, but a little cocky, a little like I'm the biggest and baddest, but yet they don't make her feel like she's arrogant. They don't make her feel unlikable. It just is a different, she just rubbed them off the wrong way, but it all circled back around to I am part of you guys type thing, and they accept her. Like Black Widow especially says things like that.
Yeah, they're all heroes, so they all got a little bit of an ego going on. I mean, Cap's like the only one that's ever been able to give anybody the space, you know, but they all have a little bit of a, hey, we're all capable here. You know, we get what you got going on, but don't count us out just because you're who you are. Like, this is our fight too. But she gets it. She's like, yeah, you know, you're right.
She does, and her whole dialogue was so good that you could tell that it's funny. We said in our Captain Marvel retrospective right before this episode that they filmed her scenes here before they did her Captain Marvel movie, and I really liked her scenes here. Yeah. I liked her movie, don't get me wrong. We gave a great praise, but this was like, Russo brothers were like, we're really going to introduce you, and people automatically like her in this movie.
Yeah, the direction was definitely, you've been Captain Marvel and you're kicking butt. So
yes.
Be confident.
Yes.
So your movie might not
like,
feel that
she doesn't outshine the others, but she has her moments to shine in this movie. And it's brief too, but and they handled that well, that's brief, because she really is unstoppable to a degree. Yeah. So she couldn't be in the whole movie, or else she could just get all the Infinity Stones, you know? Right. But even then, I can't even say she could have done that, because when we get to that part in Act 2 of them actually getting the stones, they had to be very careful on what they were doing and not doing. So,
and the decision of who goes and gets what would change everything.
Oh, yeah. And we're going to get to that in a moment. So, I love that they found that Rocket and Natasha were talking about how when Thanos snapped, it caused this thing, phenomenon in the ecosystem.
Powers. Yeah, it was like, whoa, what is that?
And then it happened again
Yep.
And that's when they realize where he is. And Nebula's like, it's the garden. And so they all suit up and they go out there. And
well, before we get there, I do want to say this.
Yeah.
I really thought for a moment they were going to open this movie with Tony dying.
Yeah.
They had me convinced. I was, oh my God, this is happening right now. And I really thought that this was him passing away like that. And I almost didn't like it. I was like, no. But then it's like, then it happened that way.
Yeah.
I do want to touch on that scene between Cap and Tony when he gets back.
Yes. Let's do that.
Before we go too far, because that right there is a phenomenal scene between them two. Not only actors wise, but just the character itself. Like, what a lot of things come back. You know, it's like the remnants of Civil War and like all the feelings from that are all, because we guys got to remember the last time he saw Cap or spoke to him was trying to kill Bucky.
Yep, the end of Civil War.
Like, that's
the
not
first
yours,
time
that's
seeing him.
Yeah, my dad's shield. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
you don't deserve it. Those are the last words he's had with Cap right up until Nebula lands the ship right here, you know? And it's like, I'm surprised Tony's as nice to him at first, to be honest with you. You know, and I do like that exchange there. He says, I lost the kid. And Cap's like, well, we all lost everybody, you know? And what he says, first thing he says, we couldn't stop him. And Tony says, neither could we. Or, it's like, neither could we. So it's like, but then he did. He threw it back in his face later. He says, you said we'd do this together too. And where were you? You know, and the thing is he did show up, but from Tony's point of view, they wouldn't have been broken up if that had not happened. Yeah. You know, so Tony looks at that as like the whole thing's a failure from
the whole thing is your fault while we lost.
Even from Ultron, because he even brings that up. And Cap throws it in this way. Well, look how well that worked. You know what I mean? Like, their arguing is great because Cap's so nice, but he still kind of snaps back. But Tony, he melts down here on it. And he what a great performance by Robert there. It's so good. But then we get to go into, I got to tell you, one of my favorite shots in this movie. I've said this to you 100 times. When they're all in the ship, first of all, it's hilarious when Rocket's like, so who here has all been to space or hasn't been to space? Yeah. And they all raise their hands. And Thor's just kind of looking around. But like when they do they start to go, I really love that the Russos choose to do a close-up of the side of Cap's eye because it makes you in a moment realize, think about what this dude has seen, right? From World War II, it's like to being frozen in ice, to all the stuff he's been through with all the other movies, to now he's literally going to space. Like, you'd think that wouldn't be amazed at something new. But nothing's going to faze him, but seeing space, he's like, what are we doing? Like, even he is like, whoa, like just the amazement of what's happening. I just like those character moments. Like, it shows you that these guys, that's what gives me so much hope about Doomsday, because these guys pay such attention to these characters and what they got going on and where they come from and why they're there. I just like that. I really want to point out, it's one of my, it's not that famous scene I've been telling you guys about. That's my favorite thing they've done in the MCU yet, but that's up there. This is like, I love this scene. Yeah. I just love that shot. I love that stuff.
That's almost an underrated moment because no one talks about that.
I actually might put that. I don't have that filled out yet. I have a lot of them, but that's one of them that's empty because it's hard. And that is in contention with another moment. So it is going to be, when I get there, I'll probably bring this up again because nobody does talk about that. You know what I mean? Like,
what has this man gone through? And now he's going to space. He never thought he'd be going through any of this. And then he's going through this.
Just the idea that someone that has seen the life that he's seen finds something that still amazes him.
Yes.
Like, it's tragic what's happened, all the bad stuff, but he still takes that moment of being, I cannot believe what I'm seeing. And it's just, to me, that's awesome. You know what I mean? I just love the nuance of that. Yeah. So you're right. That is a very good underrated. That might be that, guys. When we get there, that last part is so hard for me.
Yeah. Because
I figured out.
Like I said, no one talks about that. And it's like, Captain America went to space. We're so used to it as the audience going to space because the Guardians and all this, the Captain Marvel, all this other stuff. But
this is
Captain America going to space. What the heck?
Yeah, it's wild with a raccoon flying him. He's sitting there going, I cannot believe what I'm looking at. Like, you imagine the last 24 hours for him has been insane. You know what I mean? Like, Anyway, so why don't you talk about what happens when they do get there, and then we'll discuss that thing.
I tell you that scene of Carol breaking through and choke holding Thanos, and they're all getting at him. They cut his arm off to get the gauntlet, the hand, and then they realize it's not there, and they're like, "Where are they?" And that's why he used the powers, reduce the stones to atoms, so you can't find them again. They're basically gone. Because see, that's the thing, you can't get rid of the stones, but you could reduce them so much that they're basically unusable type thing. And that's what he did. Immediately, once that happened, and then Thor went for the head, as he's supposed to. But that was shocking in the theaters. We were like, oh, they did it. They went there. And then we are all like, what happens next? This movie just started. It's like, we're like 15 minutes into the movie, and we're like, huh? What's next? And then it cuts to 5 years later.
Yeah, oh my.
So dramatic when they do it, too. It's like a black screen for a good full minute, and then it's slowly 5 years later. Do you want to talk about this scene before we get to 5 years later?
No, I think it's perfect. I didn't have a lot to say. It's a great scene.
It's,
Nothing it is like, mind-blowing other than the fact that they killed him.
Yeah.
I thought the same thing as you. I'm like, what are we
They
doing
killed him.
Right
well,
now?
Oh my gosh, what do we do?
This mean?
But it, if anything, it solidified to us as the audience, they lost. It's not just they lost with the snap. They at that moment,
there's no coming back.
Because even at the end of Infinity War, after the snap happened, you're immediately thinking, well, all they need to do is get that gauntlet back, and they could just undo the snap. This was almost like a cold, dead, we are done.
Yeah, as a retrospective too, I remember when we first saw this, and I will tell you, it brought back that memory, nostalgic wise, already, of when this happened, when they cut his head off and it goes to black and does 5 years later. I, in the theater, went, oh yeah, we have no idea what the F we're going to get it.
Oh my gosh.
There's no guessing what's next. There's no guessing.
Yeah.
Because I do remember when we do get to the time heist part, it does the New York 2012, you and I looked at each other like, this is happening right now. Like this, we're about to go through a whole bunch of stuff that we... Like I really even thought when they're doing the planning that they weren't going to go there. Yeah, that we're just it's gonna be something like a gimmick, and then they're gonna have them. The whole movie's based on this stuff. Anyway, yeah. This time jump, what a brilliant idea!
Oh, right?
Oh my god!
It took us all by surprise, and then we got to see glimpses of what New York City looked like.
Oh, with the idea of the world after, right?
Yeah, what stuck out to me, especially in watching this retrospective, is that it shows the Statue of Liberty. It shows all the ships around them. It's very reminiscent of early America when immigrants are coming over. Yeah. It's almost like the people that were snapped up, their loved ones that didn't have anywhere to go, they decided to come here. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. It gave me that feeling of like when the Italians immigrated over to America 100%. And things like that. Be like, and where do they go to? They find the Lady Liberty. They land on Ellis Island. They go from there. It reminded me of that, almost like this is like an infancy of the world again. You know? Yeah,
and it also shows I agree with you 100%. And Kat probably related a lot to it. Once again, it also shows too that how wrong Thanos was. Because you got to think 5 years, okay? It's not a long time, but it's not a short amount of time. And look at, like, things are overgrown. Boats are just floating out there. There's a lot you can do in 5 years to, like, repair and get ready. And just look at how much the world isn't doing things. Like, the people that are left, it's almost like they're like, oh, it's over. Like, it's done. Everybody lost somebody. Everybody lost somebody.
Oh, yeah.
Which is, I think it's a wild concept that I don't know if people understand that. Like, we don't just lose some heroes and somebody lost somebody. Every single person on the planet lost somebody.
And it was because it was so random. It
could have been anybody.
It could have been anybody.
It could have been full families.
Yeah, you could have lost your mother. The mother could have lost her son, her infant son. Everything. Like, it's just, it was non-discriminatory. It did not matter.
If you're flying a plane and you get dusted, man, there's people on the plane that don't get dusted. Guess what? You ain't coming back at all. Like, I mean,
well, that's what we saw at the end of Infinity War when the helicopter hit the.
That's right.
Someone got dusted, and who knows if the co-pilot was alive or not?
Or
but anyone in the building, they're just gone.
Like, and so there's casualties of this that won't even come back anyway. Like, it's like there's I really, when you really comprehend what he did, it's like, oh wow, that's
Yeah.
But they're not cleaning these boats up. They're not, they're not fixing these houses up. No one's doing anything.
I'm glad you mentioned that because I thought about that too.
Piled, they're just, they just stop. I mean, yeah, it's not, I get it. Half the world's gone, but it's still half the other people. But it's like they just kind of like, everyone's in despair.
Thanos' whole thing of doing this was that people would be more prosperous.
Right, they'd be thankful.
But 5 years has gone on, and yes, there's less pollution in the water. That's why there's whales in the Hudson, that Steve says to Natasha. But no one's moving on with their life because everyone is so stricken by grief.
That's right.
That it's taken a hold of every aspect of civilization.
Yep.
So no matter how beautiful the world starts looking with the natural resources happening, no one's moving on and saying, well, let's do something about this. It's just everything stopped. And isn't that a good example of what happens to us in our personal life when a close family member or close friend dies? It's almost like a husband loses their wife. It's almost like their world just slowly stops because that's just what happens. You don't have that person to share things with, your children, your parents, all that stuff. And so the world stopped, essentially. And look who was left. Just everyone in grief.
Everybody, yeah.
Steve Rogers doing what he did, what Sam used to do with the grief counseling, the group sessions. Wow.
The level of what that is for him as a character. Like he's doing this stuff, but then his little speech he gives, I have to give it to Chris in here. I have to tell you, I mean, especially watching it again now, it's like I think this is the first time that we see Captain America saying what needs to be said, and it's the right thing to do, but it's the first time that as he says it, he's disagreeing with himself. Because usually he's always like, no, this is wrong, and this is right. And you can see that he's planted down firm like a tree, they said. Right?
Yeah.
This is the first time in his face where as he's saying, we just got to move on. And real quick, you could tell in his face, that's bullshit.
Yeah, he's saying it's empty words to him. He's saying it to make someone else feel better, but it's just
not a belief, actually.
No.
Which is rare to see him do.
And he is great at putting on a front. Like when he's talking to Nat and Nat starts breaking down, in his heart, he's breaking down too, but he puts on this brave soldier stoic face.
But it's the first time we see him say something that doesn't even think is right. That he's like, truthfully, he feels like everybody else. Like, yeah, this sucks.
Yeah.
Sucks.
Mm-hmm.
You're right. This sucks. Instead, he's like, no, hey, come on.
Baby steps.
The right thing to do is, we got to move on. That is the right thing. And he knows that. That's why he's putting on the stoic face. But it is unique to see him do that. And you realize, it's the first time he doesn't even believe his own words, which is wild, right? Because it's just being Steve, it's more heartbreaking, I think, if anything. Super heartbreaking. And what a great little speech he had, too. Man, Chris just delivered it, too.
Chris is, his speeches. And we get to another one. And it's right. Yeah. Is it? I think it's like the very last scene of this act is, oh my gosh, that's one of the greatest speeches I've ever heard in a superhero movie. One of the greatest ones ever. But anyways, before we get to that, let's talk about Clint. Because we get that great scene of Natasha basically is running S.H.I.E.L.D. Like she's created her own S.H.I.E.L.D. with everyone, with Captain Marvel, with Okoye and Wakanda, with Rocket, wherever he is. And then right when they're all giving their progress report and they all leave to do their thing, and Rhodey says, I found him. I know where he is. He was in Mexico. He was doing this. And it's horrifying what he's going through. And she's like, he says, are you sure you want to find him? And she said, you find him. Because she's the only person that understands what he's going through. And it's hard for you to picture that, but he has been her rock this whole time and teaching her how to get out of the Red Room, how to deprogram herself from being the Widow and becoming the Black Widow that we know. So now it's her turn to repay the favor for him, seeing what he's going through. And then that whole scene in Japan, mind-blowing.
Awesome. Yeah.
One of the best scenes I think I've ever seen when it comes to like ninja type fighting and all this stuff. Like, this is so good. What a great actor they get to play opposite Jeremy Renner there.
Scorpion himself.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, so
awesome.
good.
Yeah.
Yes. And when she's there in the rain and he's like, "You're not supposed to be here," and she's like, "Neither are you." And oh my gosh, it's so good.
Yeah, I'll tell you, if you were to sit down and write on paper, not to get too far ahead, because I'm not gonna dive into it though, but during the pitch meeting of this, if I was in the room and they said, yeah, and it's gonna be Hawkeye and Black Widow that goes to Volmir, and it's gonna have to be between them two. We're gonna have to believe that there's a love there. I would have been like, boy, did we really earn that over all these movies? Because I know it, okay, you can say it's there, but it doesn't ever feel like they went there enough to really think that's what's really gonna happen. But by doing what they did here in the beginning of this, very much.
It reestablishes and reaffirms their relationship with each other,
100%.
and it echoes all their past versions of them in the past movies, and it makes more sense.
100%. It's like, oh, it's got to be that.
Like, they don't have to be in a romantic husband and wife relationship to be like this big brother, little sister type relationship.
None of them are paired like they are in this group.
Oh,
it
my.
has to be them two.
Yes.
It has to be them two. None of them are friends like that.
Oh, my God.
It's genius.
It's so good.
Like, oh, yeah, duh. Yeah.
Oh, to be in a fly in a wall of the writer's room when McFeely and Marcus and all of them, they're coming up with this, I'd be like, oh my gosh, this is gold.
Who else is in that room during this movie? It was Russo's and Feige.
Oh, yes.
And RDJ was sitting around.
They were, it was like, wow. Anyways, so that, and then...
To backtrack just a tad,
yes,
we should talk about when they first go see Tony.
Yes, that was actually next on my list.
Okay, yeah.
Perfect.
It's like right before that, I think. But yeah, I love this whole, I like that Ant-Man comes out of the quantum tunnel. I like all that. I don't know if we need to get too far into that. I do like that the rat does the thing and he comes out. It's only been 5 hours for him, and real powerful scene when he sees his daughter.
Mm-hmm.
I like that they showed this like memorial thing that everybody put up, which you notice the only thing that we did in 5 years was put something up to remember people.
Right.
Everything else we let it just go, which supports what we just talked about, how everyone's just living in grief.
Yep.
And but I do love when they show that Tony's got a kid. Like, what?
You know,
oh man.
You have to, like, everyone had a crappy life after the snap. Like, easily they did, but you have to. It's an interesting comparison that Tony's life, and I don't mean this in a superficial way or whatever. I don't mean it in a bad way at all, but his life actually got better. He didn't have to be Iron Man.
He got healthier.
Yeah, he got healthier. He got his Pepper and him got married. They had a kid. They own a beautiful home next to a lake. And he still has this technology that's like mind-blowing, but now he's doing it for fun, not doing it because he has to save the world. It's this almost relaxed look on his face until he figures out time travel, and then that's all gone.
But even him, though, even then, it's her that tells him to do it.
Yes, it's Pepper that's like, you will not be able to live with yourself if you wouldn't do this. Yes. I love that. She's a supportive wife. Yeah. She's not someone that you would think they would do and make you be like, oh, why you gotta go? We have everything great. Be like, no, she's the one saying, if you can fix it, you have to fix it. Because one of her lines, so good, she says, one of my biggest failures in life is to get you to stop being you.
Yeah.
And that is so true. Every time we see them together, she's always trying to have him, you come back here right now in Infinity War. Or be like, you have to come out here in Homecoming because I got all these people here. Every time you see her and him, she's trying to lead him one way. He's going to do whatever he wants. And this is her acknowledging. Right there, it's on the scene right there. One of the fewest failures in life is getting you to not be you. Oh my gosh.
I have an unspoken thing that happens here.
Yeah.
That I'm going to say it. Yeah, it's not, you can't ever confirm if it's true or not. But what I think happens right here, truthfully, when she tells him that and you see the look on his face before they cut away, it's almost like a surprised look in a way. Do you know what I think he realizes right then and there? That this is that one way Dr. Strange talked about.
Maybe.
I think that's when he realized it. I know at the end, there's a moment where he talks to him, but I think what makes it, I'm definitely going, and I'm not even going to put up a fight about it, is when Pepper says to him, which usually she'd be like, really?
Yeah.
Look at what we went through already.
Yeah.
But she literally is just like, maybe this, you have to. In his mind, it's almost like, oh, because this is that one way.
Yep.
So he's invested now in that sense because he dives right in.
Yeah,
Goes
he
right
does.
in, all for it.
He's all for right before that with the scene of all of them. He's like, "You're basing everything off of Back to the Future. This is ridiculous. This is not going to work. Even if it does work,
Oh yeah,
there's no
cynical
chance."
about it.
Very cynical.
I think,
which is funny because he would always be the one to say, "Let's try the crazy stuff." Look what he and Bruce did in Age of Ultron. They tried the crazy stuff. He just did it, which got him in big trouble. But
she left him over for a while.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, but now he's the opposite because he has something worth protecting and he's not going to keep dwelling on it like they are. Yep. But then when he realizes they're onto something, they could get it to work.
He's on board. It comes with ease, almost like it's meant to.
Almost like it's paving a way for him. Yep.
He's like, this has to happen.
Yep.
And I know it's unsaid and it's a theory, but I like to think of it because I think that, to me, it's cool. Like, yeah, it's cool.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
it's meta. It's more.
It's very meta. Yeah. It's almost like, because he obviously it's on his mind because what's the first thing he says when he sees Doctor Strange? Please tell me this is that one way. So I think the whole time he's been thinking it is.
Yep.
Which is what's kept him going and in that sense once we start this whole thing. Because I've got to tell you, I'll be honest with you. I might be wrong, and I know there's an argument to say that he wouldn't settle if there's a way that it's going to bother him. He won't be able to settle. Mm-hmm. But I'll be honest with you, if she'd have told him, put it in the box, put it in the lake, and we're not going to do this again, I think he'd have done it.
Because he was saying he would do that. He was ready to do that. And she gave him the permission to do it. She said, you would not be able to live with yourself. You wouldn't be able to rest. Mm-hmm. That's what she said. And that's so true, because that is Tony. He figured out something that is world-shattering, and
he let Pepper decide.
Yep. And she said, you go do it.
And that's when he knew this is it. Mm-hmm. And and that, to me, I don't care, guys. Might not be true. I think it's true.
It's one of the best scenes in the movie.
I think it works. It doesn't hurt it. If it does, well, it doesn't matter, right?
Yep.
It's still going to happen. So.
One of the best scenes in the movie.
So good. Yeah.
So, anyways,
let's get into where he does show up, and then we got to talk about this whole sequence of them coming up with the heist. Before they even go on the heist.
Oh,
that's all in this part.
Well, yeah, we're right before that.
Yeah.
Two things I just want to point out real quick.
Asgard and everything.
Yeah. First, I want to touch on is when they're trying out the time travel thing before Tony says you're doing something wrong, and they're pulling, instead of Scott going in and out of time's going in and out of Scott type thing. That is hilarious. I love when he says, hey, this is time travel. Either all of it's a joke or none of it's a joke. When Bruce says that, Nat's like, oh, God. It's just so good. It's so good.
Cap cracks me up in those.
He's a baby.
He's like, it's him. He's like, it's a baby. I call this a win. Like,
yeah. Scott's like, I think somebody peed my pants. Either young me, old me, or me. That's so good. It's like, let's not do that again. Oh,
I love how Scott's like, that's right, Captain America. Just before he goes, he loves it so much.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, we didn't even mention it. And let's just say it real quick. We don't even have to get into all the ifs and whys and all that.
Yeah.
I love Smart Hulk. I know people have their trepidation about it, but this movie needs Smart Hulk.
Well, you know what's funny? I was one of those people that's like, do we really need it or not? But in my retrospective watching this, and I was watching it last night again, once you get to Act 3, it makes more sense why they did that. We needed him like this.
Yep.
It's so good.
It definitely overlived itself later in the lines of MCU, but not in this movie though.
Yeah, but even that, it didn't overlive. When we go back go forward a couple years from now and we're looking back, it didn't overlive too much. No. It's just that it's been so long since we've seen him that when we do see him, we go from the last point we saw him and it feels like it's Smart Hulk all the time, which it's not really in retrospect.
Right.
But especially after Brand New Day that we just watched.
I was going to say, with Brand New Day, it almost makes feel better that he was that for a while.
Yes, because it actually made the story much more compelling for him in particular.
Right, it felt earned to go backwards. Right, like it felt earned.
Anyways, yes, so let's go on to Asgard, New Asgard.
Oh my God, guys.
Holy smokes.
I don't care. Any of you haters out there that never liked Fat Thor can kiss my ass. I love this choice. I know this is probably the boldest choice they make in this movie. Mm-hmm. Everyone thought the Smart Hulk thing was making Thor fat and be like this entire movie. That's a choice.
Yeah.
And boy, is that a weird choice. But as soon as it happens, I'm like, yep, this has got to be this way.
Well, as you watch the movie and as you really analyze Thor in particular throughout the whole movie, there are certain moments in Act 2 and especially in Act 3 where if he wasn't Fat Thor, he would have won some of these battles. He would have been able to do some of this stuff. He's going through his own arc in this, his own way of grief that is actually more relatable for us than most of these other characters, in my opinion, and that makes other characters have a moment to shine where he could have easily stolen those spotlights.
I agree. You had to nerf him. That made sense.
Yes.
Not do it just cause.
Yep.
Like I said, Thor's powers are due to how he feels.
Yes. And
Which
this
is why
movie
Tony
proves
tells
it.
him later, no, you're not in any condition to do this.
Yep.
Because they even know that, no, you're tough, but you're not, right now you're not that tough.
Yep.
I think Thor in his prime could have snapped that glove.
Yep. I agree.
But Thor, the Big Lebowski Thor, not going to happen. You know what I mean?
You know what's coursing through my veins? Cheese whiz.
Yes.
The jokes. I don't care if
Chris
people
is so
find
good.
them what they call fat phobic. I've read comments like that online. They land in this movie and it's good. And that's part of this too. When life gets you down and you act depressed or you are depressed and things like that, you need to be able to laugh at yourself a little bit.
Fat phobic. By the way, people that were claiming that, the people that were laughing at this the most, the fat nerds out there.
Yes.
So calm down. I'm a fat nerd and I love this. So I can speak for fatties. We're good with it.
And I tell you what, anyone who thought I never would have the physique to pull off a Comic-Con type outfit, this movie gave you an excuse. You could go in your pajamas with a big beard and you are playing the most iconic character Marvel's ever had.
Well, we went to Rhode Island. We're going to get dressed up as. I'm like,
yes.
I've always been comfortable in my skin. I've been losing some weight, ladies and gentlemen, for my health. But I've always been comfortable in my skin. But I'm like, I'm not dressing up like most of these heroes. Look at these guys.
Yeah.
And I'm like, they gave me Fat Thor. And I was able to be Fat Thor. And people loved it, man. I can't believe how many pictures I have with people. First Comic-Con I ever went to, I probably took 30, 40 pictures of people.
Yes.
I'm like, oh my God. But I was the only one there dressed up as Fat Thor. No one thought of it. We filmed the costumes and we did it. I got the hair and everything. That's where the axe behind us you see sometimes came from.
Mm-hmm.
I have ball, man. So I thank them for this because I'll wear that sucker again, man. That's a good time.
I'll tell you what, when we get closer to Halloween doing this podcast for our Halloween episode, that weekend type
I'll
thing,
put it on.
We're both going to dress up in some of our Comic-Con outfits to be like, oh yeah, you're going to get Thor right here.
I actually said if we do go to San Diego, I might wear the Fat Thor one there. You never see them.
And you know what's funny? It's so comfortable.
It really was, guys. It's literally pajama pants.
Yeah.
And a sweatshirt on. I think that was the only thing I would say is inside I was fine because the air conditioning was on.
Yeah.
But when we were walking outside, the sweatshirt was too much.
Yeah.
But once I was inside, I was comfortable.
It's a nice robe. It
was a great time. Yeah. Anyways.
So good. Anyways, yes. So Thor, this scene.
It's goofy.
It's goofy. It's jarring only because it's not what we expected. But in retrospect, it is perfect.
But he's rock bottom.
This is rock bottom Thor.
And you know why? Because they've taken everything from Thor.
Literally.
He's got nobody.
Yeah.
He's got these two idiots sitting on the couch.
And now, not only that, he feels the personal loss because he could have stopped Thanos and he didn't go for the head, as Thanos said. He's taking this all the weight on his shoulders, and that's yes. Whenever he sees people crying or people talking about it and everything, all he's thinking is the self-hate that it was because of me. And it's not because of him, but he was the last person there. He saw the snap. He yelled no as it was happening. And can you imagine? Yeah. It's like, put yourself in his shoes for a moment. If you were seeing something happen and you feel like you could have had the opportunity to circumvent it no matter what, it'll always eat at you in the back of your head, no matter how insignificant it seems like in retrospect. For him, that's him. And this is 5 years later. He's built this body up. 5 years of grief, of self-hate, of loathing. He doesn't go out unless it's to get beer, according to Valkyrie.
You know why he takes it that personal too? Not just because he's the last one he could have. Mm-hmm. Why he takes it so personal is the reason why he didn't cut his head off is because it's that old Viking way of thinking that you are going to pay for what you did and you're going to know I killed you. So he had to look Thanos in the eyes when he died.
Mm-hmm.
So him being himself with the ego of that, ate him up. That if I would have just done the other way, if I would have just accepted it and not gotten the glory of, making him see me kill him. It's like there's deeper levels to that, and that's why he feels this way. And he's got nobody, guys. So one of these characters was going to be rock bottom, like rock bottom. This was a perfect one to do it with.
It was. And you know what? That's the thing about this movie is that there's no other character that's going through exactly how he's going through. Each one of these Avengers is grieving in their own way and doing things in their way. It's all these different cycles of grief, and they're representing each one of them. It's so good
100%.
how they did this. I'm like, how did you come up with this and make it make sense?
Yeah.
Like, anyways.
It's genius.
Yeah, it's genius. Yeah. So moving on from that, gosh,
So I'm going to tell you this.
Yeah.
My standout moment is from the moment they do the test time travel stuff all the way right up until they do the time travel itself. This figuring it out stuff is awesome. Like,
yeah, I had 2 standout moments, and that is one of them.
I mean, it's more than a moment. That's the thing.
Yeah.
I can't,
but still.
It's like, to me, it's like watching them figuring out where the stones are, when, and all. It is, guys,
that's
it was like
awesome.
It was just fun. It's funny. You laugh. You're just into it. They explain the time travel moment. That was so fun. Oh, so Back to the Future is full of shit. It's so funny. Like, there's so much there that just was like, what a fun time getting to this stuff. What a great time.
I completely agree. That scene and the scene of them before they find Thanos before the 5-year thing. I love that whole thing because to me, both of these scenes feel like Avenger scenes.
Yeah,
where they're coming together and they're strategizing, they're talking about it, and it's one of the only times in this movie where they all have hope.
Oh yeah,
both of them.
Yes,
when they're strategizing to find Thanos or find the stones. That is them being their best at saying, we can still fix this. Because all the other times in the middle of that or before that or after that, it's all depressing for them.
Yeah, especially during the time heist planning, because it's like you felt like they were back to work.
Yes.
And they looked good for it.
Yes.
Laughing, hanging out, laying on the desks, like doing their thing.
Yep.
I could have watched another half hour of
that. It was so good.
And I just been like, it's fun.
It has.
You know what I mean?
It has. I wrote down one of my funniest moments is when they asked Thor about the Reality Stone and he's sitting in the corner and he is sleeping with the sunglasses on. Like as soon as they said, Thor, tell us about this. And Natasha turns around and you're watching them. They're like, is he dead? No, he's just sleeping. Oh my gosh. And then he babbles on about Jane. It's like, oh, it's just another part of his depression he's going through. It's like reliving all the glory moments. Yeah. Oh, so that whole strategizing. And then when it clicks to them, hey, where was Doctor Strange from? And Natalie, or I keep saying Natalie because I keep saying Nat. I'm sorry. Natasha, Black Widow. She says, guys, if you pick the right year, there's 3 stones in New York. And when I think it's Hulk that says, shut the front door.
Sits up, shut the front door.
I'm like, yes. You know what's funny is when you watch that and you're not thinking about it, then it clicks to you too. And you're like, you feel like you're part of the scene.
Yeah, you feel like you're figuring it out with them.
Yes, exactly. When they say shut the front door, you're thinking, oh, no shit.
Yeah.
Like, that's so good.
It's genious.
That's so good. Yeah. So I love the whole strategizing thing. I think that was.
I like that Tony likes Rocket.
Yeah. I love when he first sees him, he says, I really thought you were Build-A-Bear.
He said, maybe I am.
so Rocket.
And he calls him Ratchet later. Like,
yeah. So good.
Tony likes him because I think Rocket's smart with technology and stuff. I think Tony's like impressed with it.
Yeah. He's impressed with raccoons.
Yeah. What was the genius of keeping Rocket around?
Oh, yes.
And not dusting him. This is why. Because he's going to help them set things up.
Yeah.
Because we never question when he's building stuff and doing things. And no one ever bothered to worry about whether how much he knew or not.
Yeah.
And so we're just fine with the fact that he's just this little, he's a little elf basically and gets stuff done.
Yep. And you know what's funny? If you had dusted up him and pick any of the other Guardians to keep, it wouldn't have been as impactful, I don't think.
I agree.
Like I like each character and I do like them individually, but to put them with these people, no offense, they will have been semi-useless.
And honestly, it actually speaks to Rocket's character arc all the way through his entire life.
Yes.
The fact that he was the one that struggled the most with dealing with, now I have a family, I'm going to destroy
Mhm.
it.
Yep.
Like they talked in Guardians 2. Now it's up to him to
bring
all
him
of them
back. Yep.
Like that is like, oh my God. It's like they think of all this stuff. You know what I mean? Like it's so little minute.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's there, you know.
Yeah, and you're right. I remember at the end of this movie, it says executive producers James Gunn and Taika Waititi, and they brought all these people in to be like, we're doing this movie together, and which made all their other solo movies before that and a little bit after this so much better.
So it wasn't just a combination of them on screen; it was behind the scenes too.
Yep,
which is nice. That's
gold
awesome.
right there.
Yeah,
if they were smart in Doomsday, I'd love to see Dustin Daniel Cretton's name as one of the co-executive producers behind the scenes type thing, because that's how you know there's a through line for all these shows and projects.
Now you know why I perked up when Dustin said that he talked to what's his face that's going to be making X-Men about Jean.
Yep,
which means they're talking about stuff.
Yep.
About what to do for what they're going to do later. So that's what made me go,
which gives me hope and should give you guys hope if you're trepidatious on the whole introduction of Jean. They have a plan. We just have to see it through. And if it never comes to fruition, we'll be the first people to say, hey, Marvel, you dropped the ball.
And this is more than Feige.
Yes.
This is what you get when you hire the Russo brothers.
Yes.
They're the ones that are like, listen, we're going to do this, but come here.
Feige may be the ringleader, but
he may have made this happen.
Yes.
But they are the ones that are like, the more collaboration, the better we can do our job. And
I agree.
What's going on. Yeah.
Yes. I'm very optimistic at the new synergy that they have at Marvel Studios right now. So I'm hoping we get this level quality of Endgame. So moving on from there, what is your score then for Act 1?
Yeah, because we're going to get right up to, I mean, do you want to just briefly touch on the speech? Since we're going to end Act 1.
Go right ahead. Yep, let's touch on the speech and we'll get to that.
It's Captain America.
Like, I even love it at the end when Rocket, what is it, Rocket that says it? He's like, that was pretty good.
Yeah, and then Ant-Man.
Scott.
It's just like, right? Every time. Yeah, I like this line, though, this whatever it takes. You know what I mean? That line. What a line. And, like, you're just like, there it is.
It comes back later after certain characters' demise.
Yeah, and, you know, it just popped in my head. We didn't mention it. It's not a big deal, but I do like the scene when Tony gives him back his shield.
Yeah. That's
touching. I wish it could have been a little more of a touching moment, but at the same time, it's the way Tony would do it.
Yeah, it is.
So there's nothing wrong with it at all.
Exactly. Yeah, nothing wrong, but
I think for us, it could have been a little more emotional for it, but at the same time, it didn't really matter. You know what I mean? Because
I agree. Yeah.
I do like they said that don't tell anybody about this in there because I didn't bring enough for everybody. Like Tony's little marks and remarks.
It's just that's part of him. And I wouldn't have expected anything differently. All right. So your score for Act 1.
Score for Act 1 is a 10, guys. I mean, this Act 1 is just.
It's a 10 for me, too.
Park.
Yes. Yes. 10 all
It
around.
would have been its own movie, and I'd have been like, yeah, what's next?
Yeah, we're done. Next movie?
Yeah.
Endgame Part 2. All right, so
Part 2. I'm gonna read Act 2, and we're gonna jump into this guy.
Let's do it.
So Act 2, guys. All right, characters travel to New York, 2012, Asgard, 2013, Morag, 2014, and Vormir, 2014, and also 1970. Anyway, but we'll get to that. Confronting both past versions of themselves and old traumas while making difficult decisions. On Asgard, Thor and Rocket are successful in retrieving the Reality Stone, and Thor bringing back Mew Mew. In New York, Bruce successfully retrieves the Time Stone from the Ancient One, while getting a lesson of how timelines can be altered without the stones. Loki escapes with the Space Stone, leaving the team in a predicament. Steve and Tony decide to use the last Pym particles they have to travel even further back to the 1970s, where they break into S.H.I.E.L.D. base to retrieve both more Pym particles and the Space Stone. Meanwhile, Nebula and Rhodey Nebula and Rhodey are successful at retrieving the Power Stone, but Nebula is caught by Thanos, who learns that he had won in the future, and the Avengers are attempting to undo his victory. Meanwhile, Natasha and Clint meet Red Skull on Vormir, and Natasha ultimately makes a sacrifice so Clint can complete the mission with the Soul Stone. All the teams regroup back in 2024 at the Avengers compound, where they mourn the loss of Natasha while also begin assembling the new Infinity Gauntlet. So let's start this one off the same way that we did the last. Do you want to cover what doesn't work real fast? Because even if you have something, I imagine it's not a lot.
Yes, I have one thing that made me pause at this, and it only dawned on me in the retrospective viewing of it and trying to be critical about this.
Okay.
And so if I could be stand corrected, and it doesn't sway me on my score of this movie at all.
I got nothing, so
okay,
I might be ready to either rebut or agree.
So it is a funny nod to the comics when Captain America says to the group of them, "Hail Hydra."
Oh, yeah.
Because it references that controversial comics moment where Steve had been a sleeper agent of Hydra all along in an alternate universe type thing and all that stuff. And people are like, what? That's not Cap. You're like, duh, it's not the same Cap. It's a different universe Cap. But it's a storyline they're doing in the comics. So I find it was funny when they did it and be like, oh, there you go. That's how he does it. But in retrospect, that's Avengers 2012. You have Captain America Winter Soldier happening right after that. And now all those people that was the big shocker throughout that movie of Winter Soldier, of them finding out, or us finding out that they're Hydra and who is Hydra and who isn't. All the times he meets them in that one, it brings a big question mark to my head.
So here's 2 ways I can explain it. I actually can give you 2 ways to make you feel better about it.
Oh, yeah.
Number 1, and I'm not sure, I'm going to go off what the Ancient One told Bruce.
Yep.
Because it actually cleared a couple of things I've been wondering. I forgot she had said. It depends on when he takes that stone back to. So if he takes that stone back before that moment, then that never happened. Because the way she explains it is if you take the stone back, it makes the other thing disappear. To Bruce.
Okay. So like it never happened.
I thought that it kept going on, but it just fixes it keeps theirs in line.
Because what I'm thinking about...
But it doesn't. It actually prunes that. It's gone.
Okay. It's like it's self-pruning by...
Because the way the stream goes off black, right? And then he says, well, we'll put the stone back. And then once it does, that branch disappeared.
That makes more sense.
As long as he takes it back and gives it back to them, however they do, like Loki's staff to him, or however they do it, before he does that elevator scene, then everything else still happens, and it's fine. Okay. Pruned all that.
All right. Yeah, that does make sense, because part of me is thinking, I kept going back to what Bruce was saying, is that the time travel thing is I can't even explain it. He says it in like one line, but you get it, which is...
So it works that way too.
Yeah.
So why say that? It works that way because then you would be correct that there's a version of this later on that we never see, which would be the version of them thinking he's Captain Hydra.
Yeah,
that he's a Hydra.
But if he returns the stone before he took that right back where they were.
So we're meant to believe that there's a possibility that what I'm saying is there's a possibility that both can be true. So he brings those stones back right to where it is, then that keeps their timeline in continuity, which doesn't make anything. It makes it all flow like a circle, right? Which is kind of how time is. That's how Tony had the Mobius circle. But let's say that branch still continues to go. That's the concern we have about how many branches did they create, not knowing that they did.
Yeah.
Because they could have. Now that could prune that, but that could still exist in a multiverse.
Well, see what
he could have created Captain Hydra by doing that.
So there's 2 things that could have happened. Depending on, and that's probably what we're going to find out in Avengers Endgame Encore where they do that scene. Is that depending on where he returned the stone, either that doesn't exist, or it does exist, and that's now an alternate universe.
It could do both, right?
Yeah.
It could still keep ours in continuity, and there is an alternate thing where they do think he's...
Yeah. Or it's like Loki, and you couldn't resolve that, and so the TVA had to step in at that point and introduce themselves.
If you think about it, if they confront him later, if it's a different universe, and they're like, hey, Steve, remember you were, Hail Hydra and all that? He's like, what do you mean? And they're like, oh, no, it's wearing off. And they capture him. They could turn him into that.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Yep. Like, thinking they just need to re-brainwash him.
That's true.
So, but we don't know. That's complete speculation, folks.
And I think that's the only thing that I could think of being critical. The rest of this, amazing.
Yeah, I got a couple things I'm worried about, but it's more towards the end. And it's not so much worried because I think they're going to use my concerns in order to show why it's important that Steve come back and that they're doing this whole encore thing and everything, which is the Stone issue you and I have been talking about.
Yeah.
There's a couple of them. Because I actually discounted one of them in this, but even then, I'd still, at the end, they show us that doesn't make sense. So we'll get there. We'll talk about it when we get there. All right, so I have nothing, dude. I can't think of anything that doesn't.
Yeah, that's me being nitpicky. The rest of this, I'm like, it's fantastic.
If I have one nitpick thing to say, I will be completely honest. The only scenes that didn't move the needle were that didn't like blow my mind of like every moment of this movie is like mind blowing almost.
Mm-hmm.
But the only scenes that didn't make me feel that way were maybe the Thanos scenes. But I don't think they were meant to do anything other than get him where we need him at the end.
Exactly. I think
so. It's a nitpick that I would say nothing happened in those that made me go, ooh, but gosh, you know what I mean? Like something new. There wasn't much. I mean, there's a great moment I have for his best villain moment, but to me, it's still mid compared to the rest of the crap we're getting. Like we're getting so much amazing stuff. The Thanos stuff is just consequential to get to the end of the movie, right?
Yeah, and I actually like that creative touch of Nebula being as cyborg as she is, that when another Nebula is in a close vicinity type of thing of her, that it clicks up. Because you had to think of, how do I bring Thanos into this so he's still your big bad of this movie, and you do fight him at the end. And that was brilliant.
Smart.
That was very brilliant and how they wrote that. So yeah. All right. Do we want to talk about, now we're on what worked, guys?
Yeah, so let's just do quick brief
of each place. Okay.
Instead of trying to go back and forth like they do in the movie, we'll just do each one, talk about it, and move on to the next one.
I think the meatiest one we're going to be talking about is New York.
Yeah, I don't have a ton to say. I do have a lot.
Okay, let's start off in New York.
Not in a bad way. I'm just trying to be, you know, is quick, not too quick for you guys, but I don't want to just rehash everything I love, but I do want to talk about these things. So New York, I mean, obviously, when we saw it come up on screen, we both looked at each other like, this is happening.
Oh my God.
Like, this is happening, you know?
They show that iconic circle scene. Then right next to them is where they actually land. Like, what?
What? I like that they are secret now. I like all the stuff with Bruce and the Ancient One. There's not much there to talk about other than what we just did. So
yes,
I have nothing more to say about that other than I do like the little touch that as soon as he brings up Strange, gave it away. She's like, oh, well, he's the best of us.
Yeah.
Which further supports my theory, folks.
But also, what I will say is this brilliance about that scene. It's not one of those throwaway scenes. This is what makes me excited for Doomsday, is any questions we have on some of the things they've done, they've never fleshed out. This scene of Bruce and the Ancient One is proof that Russo brothers know exposition needs to be given on things that will cause question, and you need to know we have an answer for it.
And they're good at giving it in the middle of a
and they're good at giving it to a character that you didn't think would even be needed, the Ancient One, to explain something. This moment of the Ancient One, it's actually the best we ever get of the Ancient One, in my opinion.
I agree. I like that she pushes Bruce out of the hole. I'm like, oh, that's cool. Like, that's a real cool touch.
Yeah, so that makes me excited for what we could see similar in Doomsday if they do it, because we've been talking on this podcast. Anyone's been following along with us, we have questions on certain things they've done the past 3 phases that they need some sort of explanation, and that scene gives me hope that the Russo brothers say, we hear you, we're going to tell you what we think, and we're going to make it look good.
And I love the Tony being in disguise in the lobby, and they're faking this heart issue he's got. Yep. It's all smart. And then when we see Loki grab that cube and disappear, we look at each other like, oh, whoa, what the heck? That was we didn't see that coming.
And you know,
it's unanswered the rest of the movie.
Talk about good makeup and good acting on Chris Hemsworth's part, because this whole time we see Fat Thor and we see a more funnier Thor since Ragnarok and things like that. When he's playing the 2012 version of him, he's back to what you saw in 2012. The hair, the face, the way he talks, he's not funny, but he says something that is mistaken to be funny. It's the exact characteristics of, like, it's like the Russo brothers, like, we wrote this in 2012 because that's who you're like, and we're going to put this in this movie. Like, that's how good it was written.
Very meticulous. Like, detailed.
Yes. So I love that. Anyways.
Yeah. And let's talk about, I want to say real quick.
Yeah.
My absolute favorite scene in the MCU right now to date.
I have a feeling I know
you know exactly what it is. It's when both Captain America.
Yes.
Oh my God. Like, I love the Hail Hydra moment, but then when he comes around the corner and he's like, yeah, shit.
That is the best.
And then there he is. And they fight. This is awesome. I love when he hits him down because I can do this all day. And he's like, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Like, it's just like, it's so good, man.
I love when he's like, you're right. That is America's ass.
Yeah. Or just choosing to tell him Bucky's alive just to get him to let go of him. Like,
yeah.
I mean, wow.
Yeah.
What a great moment. What a great scene. I love that scene. Guys, I love that scene. I love a lot of the MCU, but when I watched that, even when I watched it at home last night, I'm like, man.
That's my second favorite character moment of this act.
Yeah.
When it gets to that. Yeah. It's so good.
It's amazing. It's just so awesome. I love it, guys. I can't say it's the
I'm
best
glad
scene
they
of the
did this.
movie,
That was awesome.
but it's just a unique thing to do and a fun thing to do.
Oh,
it makes sense because I got eyes on Loki because Loki would disguise himself.
Yeah,
so it all makes sense. It just is so perfect. It's just so good.
Yep, I agree.
I love
All right, so move on to that. What's another place? Let's talk about Asgard.
Okay.
Rocket and Thor in Asgard. So there's not so much going on other than this is part of the closure and the grieving process that his mom, I didn't realize most of this dialogue they had back and forth, but as I'm rewatching it last night and I'm paying close attention to when Frigga and Thor are talking, I'm like, this is mom giving advice to my son, and she knows what's going to happen to her next. She already knew that, which blows my mind.
What is her thing?
So it's kind of explained in this scene. She was raised by witches, so she does have magical abilities.
And what are they? Because some of it's got to be premonition-ish?
Yes, it's that thing. I'm trying to think of what is precognition.
So
I think some of that is part of it.
What are the chances she might be one of Doom's witches?
That'd be mind-blowing.
Wouldn't that be mind-blowing?
I doubt it because she actually went to Valhalla and things like that. She died in battle type thing.
We don't know what he's capable
but yeah. I don't know. It could be an alternate universe version of her.
I mean. Like, yeah. Well, she said witches. Seriously, guys, anytime I hear the word witches now, I'm like, because I'm like, wait a minute.
Well, be honest, this is the first time in the MCU they actually say the word witch.
Right. How
like that.
Crazy if she's a yo.
That'd be crazy. That would be crazy. That would be mind-blowing. Like, oh, we didn't expect Rene Russo coming back to do this. Like, whoa. But anyways.
It'd be great.
I love their scene together. I love how she's giving him the pep talk and saying that we love you for you type thing. And it's so good. And
Thor needed this. He got to say goodbye to his mom.
Yep, he got to say goodbye to his mom. He got to get closure. And this is, like you said, he's had everything taken away from him. So this is one moment where he's able to look at someone that was genuinely good to him, that he genuinely cared for and loved, and he got to say what he wanted to say. This is part of that grieving process. You hear about it when someone has a loved one that passes away and you think about all the stuff you wish you could have said, and you hear people write letters to their loved ones.
Right.
They put them in a box or they put them in their desk and they never do it, but it's therapeutic to be able to feel like they're saying it to them, or they go to their grave and they say it. He actually gets this golden opportunity to say it to his mom while she's moments away from death herself in this whole scene. Oh,
it's
so good.
Yeah, I love the Asgard.
So good.
It's a little more meant for the laughs than it is for the serious.
Yeah,
but it is very touching that he gets to do this.
Yeah. Well, this is another moment of the fine balancing of you get your funny fat Thor, but also he has to go through this serious pivotal moment of I need to move on from this, and this is how they do it. Brilliant. It's just brilliant. And then he gets Mjolnir back. Like, oh my gosh.
He's still worthy, whatever that means.
Yeah, that's
it's okay.
Ever since our Thor 1 retrospective, now that comes in my brain whenever I see it, I'm like, how does that mean?
We're just
what does that mean?
It does.
What does it mean?
Fine. It's the one thing in MCU we just gotta swallow. They really don't know what it means.
Like, they don't know, but it's cool moments now.
It's cool moments.
Anyways, yeah, so
it means something. Whatever it means, it's awesome.
Yeah.
That's,
All right.
that's all
So
we know.
let's go now to
Let's hit Vormir.
Vormir. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, let's get that out of the way because it's pretty intense.
It is. I tell you what, I literally had tears in my eyes watching this last time.
Did you?
Yeah. Because
it's cry at weird moments, guys. I mean, I'm not saying this wasn't sad. And it was definitely emotional, but it didn't get me there like a couple other scenes.
Like, I didn't have tears streaming down my face. The last time I had that in an MCU movie was when Scarlet Witch became the Scarlet Witch. And I'm like, oh my gosh, this is glorious. But anyways, that's just that. That was more of a happy cry. This one was that they put the music just right. The words of her saying, let me go, while he's trying so desperately to hold on to her. The emotional weight of them hitting each other back and forth to see who's going to jump.
To kill themselves.
Yes,
it's
but it's
wild.
But they highlight the best moments of their fighting in doing it.
They do.
Oh, and then have it be her. And I agree with what our history said. She was the obvious choice to me because she now has that fulfillment of I've completed my arc. That give this to her, and they did. It's sad. I wish I saw more of her too later on like that, but oh wow.
Yeah, I don't know why anyone thought it should have been Hawkeye here.
Yeah.
Because when we get to that thing at the end, I'm going to talk to you about. It makes more sense it's Natasha.
Yep.
It's got to be her. So.
Yeah, but no, I put that as my standout moment. Natasha sacrificing herself because the acting performance, everything about it was well written, well acted, well done. Like, good job at that. That was so heavy with emotion.
Yeah, my character moments in this, my standout character moment is definitely the Hail Hydra and the two Caps meeting is my top one. But that's a great pick, though, because how do you not pick that?
Yeah, that's my second one, the two Caps meeting. That's my second one.
So we're like reversed then, is all.
Yeah, but did the pacing hold up for you, by the way, as we're going on to this?
Yes.
Just to nick that question off. So now let's get to the 1970s. Let's
do Morag real quick.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, we're going to wait on 1970s because we got a lot to talk about that. But Morag.
Yeah.
The Chris Pratt thing, when Rhodey says, so he really was this dumb.
Yeah, so he's an idiot.
So that's right. So he's an idiot. And she's like, yes. And part of me feels for him. I'm like, poor Chris Pratt. He's just doing what I would be doing.
Because he's really not an idiot. He's just he's just fun.
He's just singing and doing his thing. Like, that poor guy. Stop making him a punching bag. But anyways, yeah, that whole thing about Thanos not finding out and how he finds out.
Yep, this is where this happens here, and I think it's good.
It's good. Yep, I think it's not too long. But it's enough where you feel the gravity of what's to come.
It's not overcomplicated.
Yeah.
Yes. Really weird way.
Yep.
It's very simple, and I think it needs to be because everything else needs to be highlighted.
Yep. And you know what's funny? They don't do a rehashing of Gamora. Is she for him or is she not? He's solely focusing on Nebula and what Nebula has seen in the future and what she's doing, type thing. I like that because then it makes the Gamora part a little more of a surprise for Thanos towards the end, which is very well deserved for both Nebula and Gamora.
I agree. Yep.
So, anyways, now let's move on to the 1970s.
Let's go to the 1970s. So, holy cow, what an idea to do this.
God bless Stan Lee. That cameo, that was his last cameo, too, in the MCU.
Yep.
Oh, what a cameo.
I love this choice of that. When they're in New York and they're doing the whole thing, he said, do you trust me? He says, yes, I do.
Yes, when he says that, I was like, oh my gosh, that's so good.
Yes.
That's so good.
And they go, and like, what a great moment for both these guys.
Young Hank Pym. Like,
it looks great. Yeah, with the hair.
That's so good.
I love Cap looking through the window and seeing Peggy.
Yes. Oh, for a brief moment, I kept thinking, is she going to look back? And it's like, she never does. But it was like, it's a heart-stopping moment because everything just slows down for him. And he sees her, how he remembers her. Oh, so good. Okay.
And then we get closure with Tony and his dad.
Oh.
What choices they made.
You know, it's a refreshing take to see that Tony's dad is not one of those deadbeat dads. This is just his personality, and that Tony takes up all those characteristics of him, and he's just realizing that there, and he's saying, you did a good job, you know?
Exactly, because Tony, you did the best you could.
Yep.
Is what he says, because Tony realized in that moment that, oh, my dad was a good dad. He just wasn't good at it.
Yes.
And there's a difference there. When you realize that, in the core, I had a real father.
Yep.
Even though he wasn't really good at it, because there's things Tony's not good at.
Yep.
That he means well, but he's not good at.
Yeah, it's one of those things where a lot of kids would be like, I'm not going to be like my parents were when I become a parent. And Tony, you see him with Morgan, he does stuff like that because he's not putting work first, he's putting Morgan first. But
that's just because of when you had her, let's be honest.
Yes. Yeah, yes, exactly. Where he didn't have to be Iron Man. Because otherwise, he'd be exactly like Howard Stark was. Always has work first, and Howard Stark's doing great things for the world at large, but at the same time, it's that fine balance of balancing family life and work life that he never was able to do.
That's right.
And you hit it spot on when what you just said there, that he's a good dad, he's just not good at being a dad.
Yeah.
That's it. He's not a bad dude at all. He just didn't know how a father is supposed to act for kids. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, he doesn't realize missing those little moments was a big deal. But that's all Tony remembers. But then Tony now gets to take a step back and sees, for the greater good, this is what my dad was doing.
This is what it was really like.
Yep. And when his dad says, my son's not, my child's not even in this world, and already I'll move heaven and earth for him. Already I'll do anything for him. Be like, that's when you know he is a good dad.
Mm-hmm. He just wasn't good at it.
Yes.
He didn't show it well. And Tony gets that.
And Tony gets that closure. Yep. Of his parents, of his dad.
That he understands that.
Oh, it's so good. Thank God they did that. Oh.
It's smart, too.
It was so good. Anyways, is there anything more to say before we move on to Act 3? Because I feel like we just hashed that whole thing out. Because we end this by them coming back. Okay, yes, there's one more thing to talk about. Then we'll get to Act 3. They all come back now from all these missions that we just talked about. Yeah. Unless was there something more in those other scenes? Nope.
Good.
Yep. And they all they understand the gravity of losing Natasha. Yep. And that is so well displayed. Scene. Yes. Yes. So good. It really showed for change that there are stakes to this that they're doing.
Yeah, and the emotion out of everybody. Like, I like Hulk's reaction, and I like how Clint comes at him about it. And yeah, no, it's very emotional. It's a real good scene for all those guys in this moment. Yeah,
I agree. All right, so what's your score for Act 2?
10.
Yeah, 10 out of 10.
Sorry.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, we're trying our best to be critical. I know sometimes we act like it's bad, but it's the point is to try to be critical. But guys, it's just good. Like, what do you want us to say?
Right? It's just good. All right, so I'm going to read Act 3.
Okay.
We'll get into it. So, Bruce Banner reverses the snap to bring everyone back, but a 2014 variant of Thanos follows them through the quantum realm and destroys the Avengers compound. Captain America, Iron Man, and Thor fight Thanos, leading into a massive portal sequence where the restored universe's armies assemble. The most epic 22 minutes of a final battle commences with one goal: keeping Thanos from retrieving the new Infinity Gauntlet. While each hero puts up a valiant fight, Thanos gets the gauntlet, but is stopped by Iron Man. In an unforeseen twist, Tony Stark wields the Infinity Stones while repeating his iconic "I am Iron Man" line. Tony snaps Thanos and his army out of existence. The snap was too much for a mere mortal, and Tony dies on the battlefield. All of the heroes and their respective teams pay homage to Tony Stark at a memorial service before Steve Rogers goes on what is to be his final mission to return the stones to the past. Steve is revealed to have stayed back and have a life with Peggy Carter, and relinquishes his shield to Falcon. Did the ending land for you?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
The very end, all that. Yep.
All right.
Very well.
Just like what we did in the other acts, what's your biggest issues? I do have one.
I think the only issue I have is the question of the stones.
Okay.
Which is also something that makes me that what we realize is probably going to get answered in this encore stuff. And it's literally comes down to how in the hell do they put it back in a Tesseract? Because I realized that they took the Tesseracts, they would have it. So it's not the one that Thanos destroyed. But even then, don't you technically have to break it to get to the stone anyway?
Yeah, so how do you put it back in the cube?
So how do you put it back, right?
How do you make the cube? Like,
yeah, it's wild to think. Because when they give them the case, they're all stones.
Yes.
Then on top of it, the other one's got to be injected into Jane.
Yeah, it has to turn to liquid. Like,
so some questions there.
I agree.
About how you doing this, Cat? How you doing this? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
So I'd be curious to see how that works out. That's the only real big thing I can think of that would be technically a problem. But once again, I think it's overseen because it's,
I think it's more of a desire on the continuation of the story and not an issue of the movie at large. You know what I mean?
I agree.
And I think that's what we're probably going to see in Endgame Encore. It sounds like from what we've known so far,
the idea of it, right?
Is that they're going to do that. Yeah.
That's all I can think of.
So the only issue for me, and I felt this actually when we first watched the movie in the theaters, but I overlooked it. But in the retrospect, it reminded me of it. And I thought, you know what? This is one thing I would have changed. When they do this, when Bruce does the snap, one of the first things that happens is Clint's wife calls him.
Yeah.
And two things that I feel that one, the illogical part of it, it's been 5 years. That phone number is disconnected. I'm sorry.
Probably.
I think Verizon was like, no, we're moving on to someone else.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that's the fact that would even be accessible like that. Like also when they snap back, we know now that they snap back at the same place that they were snapped. That phone has been sitting on the picnic table for 5 years. Just saying, unless she ran into that's pretty quick after the snap. You run into the house to find your phone, which who knew with the phone where it would be? It's little things like that. And one of the reasons why I would say for me it doesn't work is because I feel like it takes away from the gravity of seeing everyone's back.
I agree with you.
Because if we find out they're all back by Falcon saying on your left, that's the moment when you're like, oh my gosh, they're back. But it's kind of spoiled with seeing her already back, in my opinion.
I got you. Yeah, I think that it was just a levity moment they wanted to show, and they didn't really think about it more than we are right now.
Yeah.
Because Pepper shows up in the battle too, in the iron suit. How'd she know when to show up? She didn't snap away. Well, she just put the suit on and fly over. Oh, it's happening right now? Okay, I'm on my way.
Yeah.
Who told her? I see. She's watching it the whole time, waiting for that moment. There's little things like that are like, yeah, but do we care? Doesn't matter.
I also feel like that I can excuse because there's enough time in between the snap and when they all assemble on the battlefield where she could, I think the whole world knows people came back.
But she don't know that's what's happening. She don't know to put on the suit and show up.
Well, she probably was like, I'm going to go and find them. And they're at Avengers compound.
I'm with you. Yeah, I agree, but that's like, it's still, once again, it's nothing set.
If she showed up at that moment, I would have been a little more skeptical.
Right.
In the suit, too. But still,
she just show up right conveniently just before they assemble with the suit. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So
yeah.
It is kind of like it's pretty convenient.
But she really does get a pass because she's still there. She does know the suit and all that stuff.
Yeah. I mean, but if you think too hard about the cell phone one, it does fall apart. But
yeah,
it really hurt it, I guess.
It doesn't.
All I'm saying,
it doesn't really hurt it, but for me personally, it took away some of that emotional gravity of them returning. Because now you know they're there, and you're just waiting for them to come back. Yeah. Or at least if he did the snap and that didn't happen, there's still this question mark of did it actually work for them?
Yeah, I'm with you. I think that would have been nice.
But for me, I already knew. Oh, it did work because her face is popping right up on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, like I said, Verizon discontinued that number. So, anyways.
Yeah.
Like, if I pass away tomorrow, 5 years from now, and I could call you on my phone still, I think Mom should have disconnected my phone by now. Yeah. Just saying.
It's funny because, like, the one thing that made me think of the snap, when Hulk does it and it happens like that, the thing that I remembered is, wow, in in Far From Home, they show that moment when people show up.
Mm-hmm.
Like, do you realize that when those people show up, there's still like 2 hours of a battle going on afterwards?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's wild.
Yeah.
Just to think about when they show those moments, I'm like, oh yeah, it's not over yet.
No,
They were all still in a lot of danger. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, but it just looks, it's Spider-Man's so casual. It's about there they are.
But what I like about it is that when it gets to that final battle, is that this is the point where they literally have nothing to lose now.
Oh, it's all out, man.
At least in Infinity War, they had the gravity of Vision being lost, the gravity of losing the stone, losing this, all that stuff. No more.
Yeah, because in all honesty, it wasn't just getting the stones out of there from Thanos to get.
Mm-hmm.
It's you're still dealing with them once you get them out of there.
Yeah.
Like you're still.
They were like, we're gonna go in for the kill. They pulled out all the punches for this. Like, it was amazing.
Done anyway in the long run, to be honest with you. You know what I'm saying? Like, well, Wanda showed up, and that would have changed. I mean, look what happened.
Mm-hmm.
So, we'll get to that when we get to that moment specifically. But
yeah. So that's my only biggest issue. By the way,
I get it. It is small and it's nitpicky, but it is a good one.
Yeah, it is for me. Like, okay, if your goal was for the emotional weight of us seeing them all again, what you do, you still feel that. It's just that instead of 100%, I was down to like a 70 to 80% because I already knew they were there. So, anyways, now what worked? Holy smokes!
Well, I mean, shit. Just like
everything worked.
Yeah,
everything worked.
I love that Hulk's the one to do the snap.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
yep.
He even says it. It's like, I was made for this. It's like, you kind of were.
Yep, you were.
You know,
this is what goes back to what I talked about in Act 1 of when we talked about Smart Hulk and if we liked him being there or not. He had to be Hulk form, but couldn't be Hulk in order to do this.
Right.
And so it makes sense that they did this. It was a creative choice in the beginning, but they made sure story-wise it paid off for him. And that's what's brilliant about the Russo brothers and Stephen McFeely and Marcus there, is that they know what they're doing. They've been writing this stuff since Winter Soldier. They know what they're doing with these characters. It's so good. Every moment you think of, ooh, that's a big swing, they make sure every swing is a home run.
Mm-hmm.
It's brilliant. Anyways.
And I love that the choice after this compound gets blown up. I love the choice of the beginning of this fight is the 3 big with Thanos.
It's yep.
We get freaking Viking Thor.
I love when Thor says, "Glad we're all on the same page," and then
let's kill him proper.
No, and Viking Thor, the braided beard and like. Full on, so good.
Yeah, it's so awesome. And it is what a fight we get.
One of the best fights.
It's
one of the best fights of the whole movie. The whole MCU.
Yeah.
Like, wow.
Iron Man's bringing all the stops. I like that they're using callbacks from the combos that they had learned from each other, like the Thor giving Iron Man the shock of the lightning and shoots harder and all that. And Thanos shows how formidable he really is.
Yeah, without the stones.
He's just a real tough SOB.
Yep.
And I love that. And I got to tell you, when he's got Thor on the ground and that axe is pressed into his chest, I know it doesn't mean much to be worthy of the hammer, but I do not give a shit. It is the coolest thing.
It was freaking cool.
And then Cap, out of all of them, the one that he's the weakest against Thanos, other than a normal person, basically.
Yep, he's the last one left standing.
He's the last weakest, and he kicks the shit out of Thanos for a couple seconds.
Oh, my.
With that hammer, he pulls it all out with that thing, and I like when he throws the shield up and the hammer at the same time and does the shockwave, brings the lightning, drags the lightning. He does every move. It's like the hammer's telling him, we can do this, we can do that, we can do this. Yep. And it's just, it's so cool, and he just looks good doing it. And we're like, hey, you're right when you said before, I think the proof that he could have always lifted that hammer is when Thor looks at him and goes, I knew it, you know what I mean? And then Thanos kicks his face off, which is, I still never get over how hard of a kick that was.
Right?
Like, all the moves they did, he literally was like, kapow!
Yeah, he's like, into the ground, like, oh my gosh, he's knocked out.
I want to take a second here with Thor, like,
poor guy.
Lost one.
Right?
Man.
Yeah. Oh, so good. So good.
And then the choice to cut the shield in half.
No, what's funny? It looks just like Tony's vision from Age of Ultron. Exactly.
So smart.
It's exactly like his vision. Wow.
Yep. And I've always wanted a painting of the shot of Cap standing there with Thanos' army, and it's just him standing there.
That's beautiful.
It's gorgeous. That's Cap. I'm gonna die, but I'm gonna die standing up.
You know what's funny?
All day,
and
you know what I mean. Like,
I don't know if you'd like this or not, but one of the reasons why I do like some of Zack Snyder's stuff is because he makes it look like it's one of those graphic novels put into the screen.
Oh, yeah.
That moment there is like the Russo brothers version of that, because that looks like it's ripped like from a artist's mind.
Yeah, it's also you turn the page of the comic base one is the unfold open like a big one.
Yep. Yeah. It's gorgeous. It's so good.
What a moment that is.
That I could see on a wall of like covering up a whole wall of just that. Be like, wow.
Wow, what brilliance it is to do this with his character in this moment. Like, it's just because it's him. That's who it's going to be.
That is. Yep.
And then we get probably the best scene of the whole movie.
Oh my gosh.
Which is just everybody shows up.
Oh my gosh.
How's it not the best scene? I mean, I get it.
Mm-hmm.
I almost put this as my overrated scene, but I can't.
You see, this is
because it is amazing to think it's all happening like this.
Well, this is proof of how amazing Marvel is. There is no other franchise ever in pop culture that has been able to do what this franchise did. Like, we are getting so many different attempts at DC, but none of them pale and they all, because they haven't been able to get their feet off running for the most part, like Marvel at least has, with a structure and a formula and a decade of movies behind them that has a proven track record of continuing this story. To get all of this culminated into one 22-minute scene of them just coming together and oh my, the portals, you see every one of them enter. They're all mad. They're all ready to fight. There's now one of them is tired. And then Cap finally says, Avengers, assemble. And Thor yells, yeah!
And they just go hard.
And I could just watch those moments of them running and Thanos' army running right before they collide. You're watching this, you're like, oh my gosh, it's like a comic book.
Seeing this right now?
This is... And you know the little details, if you freeze frame it and you're going slow, Peter is swinging on Giant Man.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they thought of everything, how Wanda's flying. There's not one CGI glitch at all in this.
Yeah, this is picture perfect.
Oh my! And then when they collide, everyone's having their moment, and it's happening so much. You have to pause the screen, and then you're seeing 7 different characters, and they're all doing something epically cool.
Yeah, and that first epic shot of them fighting is almost like one take of a shot.
Oh yes!
It's not a bunch of clipping of little moments. It's like this is happening right now, all at the same time.
Good.
It's so good. I mean, we could go through every single moment, but like I think the highlight ones is definitely, just that initial fight going into it.
Mm-hmm. I can tell you I wrote down my highlight moments of those 22 minutes.
Yeah, let's hit yours because you probably got a lot of the same ones I'm thinking.
And stop me if it's one of yours and you want to elaborate on or just give your feelings or 2 cents.
Yeah, I just might jump in it before you move on.
Yep. I was literally typing as I'm watching this, like glued to the TV while I'm not even looking at my computer like, oh, I like this. Oh, I like this. Oh, I like this. Yeah. So, Pepper and Tony. I love the scene when they're back to back in the Iron Man and rescue suits and like, oh, husband and wife right there. I love it.
It's pretty badass. Yeah.
I agree. I love when Thor and Steve are together and Thor's like, no, you get the little one.
Yeah. It's so good.
It's so good. Oh, and then Tony reuniting with Peter Parker.
Yep. Great moment.
Oh my gosh. And he gives him the hug and it's just so good. And Peter's like, oh, this is nice. Yes, it is. Oh, and then Peter Quill reuniting with Gamora.
Yeah, it's very funny.
Wow, it's funny.
It's touching too.
It's serious for him. It's very touching, and it's like, I'm glad they gave him that moment because he could have been missed. That's one of the beautiful things about this whole act, is this whole 22 minutes, is that everyone has a moment to shine. Everyone has a moment to shine.
I like that Clint's the one before this battle starts. Is the one that's literally got the gauntlet, and he's the one that finds it in the compound. And he's holding on to it this whole time,
and he's running away from all these creatures.
Yep, like, and it's a great choice to let Nebula kill old Nebula. Yes, I think that's smart.
Yep.
And it's good and it shows a lot, but anyway.
I agree. No, I agree. I like that with the thing with Gamora.
I just wanted to make sure we touched on those as well. But the thing with Gamora is good.
And I love the joke that Gamora's like, really, this one? And Nebula says, it's either him or a tree.
Yeah.
I'm like, what the heck? All right. I love the moment when they're like, how do we get this out of here? And then, does anyone see an old ugly brown van out there? The La Cucaracha thing. Yeah, that's so funny. And then I love the Hope says, we're on it, Cap. Because that's a nod to Ant-Man and the Wasp when she's like, Cap, saying Cap. And then she gives Scott the look, be like, yeah, I could call him Cap too.
Yeah.
Like, see, they all have their moment in this act. Oh, and then we get to Wanda and Thanos.
Yeah, let's talk about that for a second.
Oh,
she's
my
beat the hell out of him.
I was riveted in my seats in the theaters. Like, oh my gosh, no, she's here. Part of me, when I was going into Endgame that first time when we went to Geneseo Theaters to see it, I'll never forget it. That was a long day at work waiting to get to that movie.
Yeah.
Anyways, I kept thinking everyone's sleeping on Wanda because look at what she could do. And we have barely touched her. And I know what she's like in the comics. And I'm like, she's reality warping powers. She can kill him. And then we get to that moment and they give her that moment to shine. She single-handedly could have just killed Thanos.
Oh, yeah.
She was doing it if it wasn't for Thanos saying rain fire.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, he was losing.
He
knew it too.
Oh.
Like, I do like how I don't even know who you are.
That dialogue. You will.
Yeah.
Oh.
And he does.
Skin crawl.
He's like,
so
this girl's
good.
beat me. Yeah.
So good.
Yeah.
Oh, I love her to death. And that's just so well done. So well done. And yeah. And Peter, when he says, and in the middle of that, while she's fighting him, Peter says, activate instant kill. And then it just starts like, wow. But Carol Danvers' entrance. See, everyone gets their moment to shine.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden, as the raining fire is happening, you think, wow, they really have the upper hand like Thanos does. Like, this is crazy. Then everything just stops. All the guns point up to the air and they start blasting. And you're like, it doesn't even dawn on me what's happening. And I'm like, huh? And then when Tony says, Friday, what's happening? And Friday says, something just entered the upper atmosphere. Then you see the fireball come down. I was like, oh my God, it's Captain Marvel. Yeah. And we saw what she just did in that last movie. Like, oh my God. And it lived up to the hype.
Yeah, it's a great shot of her going through it. Up in the air. You see her go. It looked great. It looked great. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, this character is so good. And Russo brothers have treated her so well. And then she lands and he's like, I'm Peter Parker. And she's like, hey, Peter Parker, you got something for me? I'm like, oh my gosh.
Mm-hmm.
And I this is where I wrote down to this part that a lot of people had a problem with this. I had no problem with this. It's right after that when he says, I don't know how you're going to get through this. And Okoye says, don't worry, she's got help. And all the female heroes team up around her and they start kicking butt with Thanos' army and Thanos. A lot of people had, like, I feel like it's more of like the trolls behind the scenes where like, it's women empowerment. What do you guys expect for this? These are your heroes. These are the women we all admire.
Who cares?
Like, it's an epic moment to see all of them come together, having each other's backs and kicking some butt. Like,
yeah, and it wasn't heavy-handed.
No, it was perfect.
It was good. It was a nice nod to what
Yes.
If anything, it was a reminder, look what Marvel's done for these people.
Yes.
Look how far we've come.
Yes.
For Marvel's one that had seen this through. Which Stan Lee and them all the time made bounds when it comes down to this kind of stuff back then.
Yeah.
Like, creating black characters back then was a big deal.
Storm was the first black superhero ever, and I'm sure that was controversial for a while. Like,
just
what?
Showing the respect they have for what they've done over the years.
Well, plus this is a decade of the movies that we've told, and all these characters, all these women we've seen, and how we love. They all have a moment in their own movies, and some of them are either the best part of the movie or some of the weakest performances, but it's shown how they all have grown as characters that now we want to see them come together.
They earned their spot at the end.
They earned this.
Yeah.
And darn it, they deserve that. So
And they all get these really cool moments to do some neat stuff. It's like, like you said, somebody you might only get 30 seconds to have a cool moment, but you get it, and it's worth it, and it's so good.
And I love that. I don't care what anyone says. That is a really good scene in that movie of them, the women coming together to say we're going to help Carol, and which she really doesn't need any help, but they still band together and they were each doing their thing. And I love that the part of that before we get right on to what we're about to talk about, which is a big deal. I love the reminiscence of the Ultron blast from Age of Ultron, where that one you had Vision, Tony, and Thor. This one you had Pepper. I'm trying to remember the other two characters, but you had 3 characters doing the same thing to Thanos. I'm like, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I agree.
So anyways, now let's talk about what we really want to talk about of the end of this battle.
Yeah. So I love that he pulls the Power Stone out of the glove to punch her in the face.
Yeah, because she was beating. When he headbutts her and she doesn't wince, and she gets up and she's about to hit him.
You see his face too. He's like, okay.
He's like, oh no, oh shit. Yeah. When he takes the Power Stone out, and
awesome. Yeah. You know what? This is the first time in a long time I noticed when he grabbed the Power Stone, his hand started to burn.
Yep.
And he just hits her with it.
Yeah, because he's grabbing that thing raw. It's no gauntlet, no anything. It's just bare hand right there.
Yeah, he's all out too. Thanos is all out. Like he's not messing around. Yeah, no, that's a great moment. And this is when Tony looks at Strange.
Yep, and he's like,
in his own shaky.
With his own crooked, broken finger.
You see his hands all open here too. It's all like, it takes longer to get to one.
Yeah. Well, anyway, also he had his hands broken, so his hands are permanently going to be like Grandma Josie. Yeah. Like anyone who has a Sicilian grandmother, they all have the same fingers.
Everything's pointing.
They're all like this. Yeah. Anyways.
Grab me that over there. You're like,
that's what we had growing up. So it's exactly that when he grabs Thanos' hand, his gauntlet, and it's so seamless. Then the stones go over. You don't even think about
I've watched so many people. You know how many people have asked me, how did you get him out? So he's got nanotechnology.
Yeah. How they come up is how they got out. He holds it long enough and it's moving from one to another. Like this isn't rocket science.
He made the glove.
You just don't see it because that's what they wanted you to not see. They wanted you to think when Thanos was going to do that, it was going to be, oh crap, here we go again. Yeah. But no.
He made the glove. Like, it's what it does. It's...
Anyways, yeah. But when he's holding it, all the stones.
Yeah. What a moment.
Oh my gosh.
I like the choice of few words.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of it is because realistically, he's probably
can't say much.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
that's excruciating.
I think he's lucky he's able to get the snap off.
Oh, right? You have the power of the cosmos going through you. Like, that's... Whew.
It's like a matter of acceptance of, okay, you know what I mean?
Yeah, like any moment now, I need the snap. And I need to also, not only does he need to endure the pain and snap, but he needs to think about what he's going to snap, because that's what they were talking about in the whole movie is, remember, when you snap, you have to bring everyone back. So this time when he snaps, he has to think, I want all of you gone.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, and I liked how Thanos, just before he snaps, he says that I'm inevitable. Thing that goes to show you guys, evil son of a bitch. That's why he never doubled the resources. People had to die. Because Thanos was no good, right? That God complex he's got. But yeah, Tony, his face when he says that to him, he looks right at him. I am Iron Man. Just as he snaps, it's almost like an F you know what I mean?
Yes.
And it's like, that is nice. It's so good. I love this moment where he stands there and it's silent. We had nothing out of that. Just all of that.
Yeah. He's like, he's just done. There's nothing else for him to do.
What a great choice.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. Oh, and the emotional weight of Rhodey seeing Tony and then Peter seeing Tony and Peter crying and saying, we won, Mr. Stark. We won. And then Pepper consoling Peter and then saying, it's okay.
Yeah, you can rest is the last thing she says to him.
Yep, you can rest now. We'll be okay. Oh my, if that doesn't bring a tear to your eye.
Pretty good.
Oh, it's so good. Oh my gosh.
It's weird seeing Tony dead.
It is, but it's when you see Cap's face as he's looking and he's tearing up too, it's this full circle moment of Tony, really. And
Oh, for
all that
sure.
he's gone through. And
Yep.
Cap sees it. And Cap's been there, part of it. And wow. That's something. This, oh my
It's smart
gosh.
to do.
It
It's
was
very smart.
very smart.
Mhm. Tony's been trying to die since Avengers 1. So
Yeah,
not that I'm just joking, you know what I mean?
yeah,
Obviously
but
not.
you know what I'm. Yeah, we know what you mean.
Yeah.
It's that he's been going through this for a long time, and he got the upper hand. He conquered this demon that's been plaguing him, and so
yeah,
there you
his
go.
life for him was. It's not so much about the living for him as it was.
Yep.
Not losing.
Yeah.
This.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's put his life on the line all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Cap's always seen that. But he definitely did a thing Captain would have done, because Cap did this already. He's already done this.
Yep.
So Cap gets it.
Yep.
He flew that plane into the ice. In his mind, I'm dying.
Yeah, he sacrificed himself for the greater good, and so did Tony. And wow.
Mm-hmm.
So his memorial scene, having all of them there, and I love how the music's playing and the camera is panning to every one of them.
Everybody too, man.
Everybody, they all look so good, how you would picture them, and it's so funny. They're all wearing black, and Tom Holland thought there was a wedding going on. I'm like, it's just something how they were able to fool the cast enough so nothing would leak out ever.
They probably didn't know till day of. By the way, it's a funeral, guys.
Yeah.
And they're like, you son of a.
Well,
you know what I mean? Like,
apparently they did film fake scenes. They probably filmed a wedding somewhere.
They may have. Yeah.
What if they filmed that wedding scene and they show it in Avengers Encore and it's not Tony, it's Doom?
I mean,
just saying.
Interesting.
If they want to give a backstory to Doom without having to do anything more, they have footage in the background
There's
already.
things you can do, right?
Just saying, it's not saying that's gonna happen, but
I like it.
I mean, if at some point they could say, we could repurpose some of this stuff for Avengers Endgame Encore, and it could tell the story of Doom in and of itself.
I like it. Why not?
Who knows?
I don't know.
That just means Gwyneth Paltrow played Mrs. Von Doom for a little bit too, I guess.
Who
Who knows? Anyways, guys, it's just a thought. Love it or hate it, doesn't matter.
We'll talk about how everybody rounds up real quick if you want.
Yes.
I like that Happy is with his daughter, and she's like, I want cheeseburgers. Yeah. You get this idea that she's always going to be looked after, even though Gwyneth, mom's going to do a great job.
Yep.
But she's also going to be running Tony's company still. It's not going to be gone, right?
Yep.
Well, we don't know. Is Stark Industries gone at this point? And the MCU, they don't ever talk about it.
Yeah, I don't even know if it's.
It doesn't mean it's gone.
Well, it is still there, Stark Industries, because we find out in Far From Home that it's still there.
That's
but
right.
Other than that, I don't really know who's running it.
So isn't big.
Yeah.
I like that Thor goes with the Guardians.
Yep.
Great scene. The
keys to the kingdom
over to Valkyrie. I think that's very smart for him. I love his line that he says. He goes, "It's time for me to go be who I am and not who I'm supposed to be."
Yeah,
and that's real smart. It's kind of cool. And of course, a funny moment there about who's in charge.
Yep.
I kind of wish they'd took advantage of done a whole movie with them guys together. You know what I mean? But
yeah,
or at least one of the. Too bad they didn't have their shit together about the Disney Plus stuff, because that would have been a great hour-long special of just a mission with them.
Yeah,
Thor,
the Asgardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah, just a long mission, like a long 1 hour mission with them, just for fun. That'd have been neat.
Yeah,
a little missed opportunity there, if you ask me. But
I agree,
because it would have been just fun to see them guys goof, especially during Fat Thor times before he loses his weight.
Yeah. Yes, I agree. And then Steve returning to Stones, and and
I do like Wanda's and Bucky's little talk by the river, or not Bucky, Clint's little talk by the river, because they both lost somebody in this whole perspective.
And I like there's those two, because since Age of Ultron and then Civil War, it's been those two as like the brother sister type. He
brought
thing.
her into this, and she, she's like they're there, and they both had lost.
Yes, they both did, and you're right. Perfect dialogue of him saying, "I hope that she knows," and she says, "She knows." They both do.
Yep,
you're like, "Yep,"
and that's real nice.
It just makes you realize what they both have lost.
Even though Vision doesn't, But anyways, we're not gonna tell Wanda that because we know what she's capable of, guys.
Oh yeah.
Don't say things to Wanda you don't mean because
You'll find out in a couple
she's
episodes
not
from
mentally
now.
stable.
Yeah.
And she does some real crazy things. So let's just not.
Yeah.
Let's not poke that witch.
Stick with our podcast in 2 episodes time. We're gonna get there. Anyways,
in retrospect, giving the shield to Sam was not a good idea. But at the time, I definitely was for it.
Yeah.
But I didn't realize they were going to F it up so much later. But that's not on the choice of giving it to Sam. That's on the people that did that, Brave New World crap. So that's unfortunate they couldn't follow through with that promise.
I think the Russo brothers passed the baton, hoping they were going to take it, and they dropped it.
Good with it.
Yeah.
And they just don't know what to do with it.
Yeah, which I agree with you. They should have given it to Winter Soldier. But also, I think it would have been cool if they do eventually give it to Winter Soldier, but through Falcon's realization of you're the closest thing we really do have to Captain America, and I'm with you to the end of the line type thing. He gives us similar lines. You know what I mean?
get it. I get it. It's just I just don't like what they end up doing.
Because it could have been great.
It could have been great.
It really could have been great. Yeah. But
and when Steve left, remind me, what did he have with him when he left? He had Mew Mew.
Yep.
Because he's gonna take that bag and leave it. So then that Thor would have Mew Mew
and the Infinity Stones. That's it.
Stones. So I think something that they could answer.
And did he have the shield maybe on him?
He did not have the shield. That's why I'm saying I don't think he had the shield, and I might be wrong because I'm pretty sure he did not have the shield. I mean, while we're discussing this here, I'll look it up. But I do believe,
see if there's like a still image or something of when he's standing on that platform because Bruce is typing in the coordinates and all that stuff, and Bruce is reminding him now. Remember, you have to put them back at the exact moment that we took them. So Steve's got a lot of traveling to do. He's got to go to different years, different spots. He's got to go to the same year, same city, 3 different spots. You know what I mean? Like he's got a lot to do by himself. I'm actually surprised they only sent him back. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that would be more of a team effort. All right, guys, let's make sure we get this done right. You know what I mean? But I'm glad they did the way they did because the payoff was so good for Steve at the end. For that, at least for what he got to be able to do. But yeah, no, from what I remember, he had the suit on to go into the quantum realm. And he had a suitcase that had all the Infinity Stones neatly
he does not have the shield.
No shield, but he has Mew Mew.
Yep. So it makes me wonder, where did he get the shield? Like, where?
Yeah.
At what point did he I mean, obviously there's places he could have got it, right? But at what point did he? So there are some things to tell.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That aren't said.
Yeah.
Which can be interesting.
I'm curious. I'm curious myself.
There's some room to mess with stuff. Is it continuity? I don't think so. But it is a matter of where did he get the shield? Because this is also a vibranium shield that's not cut in half.
Yes.
So it's definitely from the past somewhere, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe one that was aside or whatever. It could be anything, right? But either way, I like in this scene. I think we've talked about this before, but I love that Bucky knows he's not coming back.
Yeah.
Because everyone's like, okay, we'll see you. And Hawk's like, yeah, we're going to send you. You're going to be there as long as you need, but we're bringing you back in like 10 seconds.
Yep.
And of course, Falcon's like, see you soon. But Bucky's like, I'm going to miss you, buddy. And it's like, there's a moment there where it's like, he's looking at him. I don't know if they talked about it beforehand or if it's just Bucky knows
he's like, no, you're going to do what you're going to do. Like, yeah. And you should. And I don't blame him.
Yeah, you should.
Yep.
And I like that their last words are the whole, don't do anything stupid. And say, I'm leaving all stupid here with you.
Yes. Yeah.
So smart.
Yep. That's a callback to the first Captain America movie
or whatever.
Yep.
Yeah. That's so smart.
Yeah.
So when we see Doom kill Bucky, it's going to be sad and Cap's going to have to witness it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm predicting that's going to happen.
Yep.
Just for fun. I don't think Bucky's going to be gone forever, but I think we're going to see Doom do some stuff.
Yeah. For Doomsday. Yeah. I agree. All right. So was the climax earned?
Yeah. Oh, I mean, God, yes.
I thank you.
What climax is definitely Tony snapping his fingers.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's been earned since Iron Man 1.
Right?
I am Iron Man.
Every moment. Yep.
You know what's unique? I just realized it just now. Just now.
What?
What's the first movie in the MCU? Iron Man. Right?
Yep.
You realize the very first hero the MCU has is just a guy,
Mm-hmm.
not Iron Man. It's the guy he's in the cave with. And what's he do in that cave?
Mm-hmm.
He gives his life to make sure Tony gets out.
Mm-hmm.
It's not. Guys, brilliant.
Brilliant. Yes. All right.
It's just so full circle in a sense of,
Yep.
you know, like, that's how profound is that, though, if you think about that? That the first real hero we see in the MCU is this guy working with Tony in that cage, and or in that
Cave, yep.
the cave, and he gives his life to make sure Tony succeeds.
Yep.
Which is, what does Tony do in the end? Gives his life to make sure everyone's okay.
Yep.
That's wild.
That's good.
It's like, that's the guy, really, in the back of Tony's brain, that's the guy he's been thinking of this whole time.
Brilliant storytelling. Brilliant.
Wow.
What's your score for Act 3?
I mean, 10.
It's a 10.
Yeah.
It's a 10. I agree.
This might be the best of the MCU.
Yeah, I agree. Yes. All right.
Even today.
Post-credit scenes now. So we really, the only post,
none, right?
so the post-credit scene is an homage to all the actors of the MCU, what they've played, and thanking them for their service to the characters and the universe at large.
Yeah.
It is such a brilliant scene. It's beautiful. Yeah. It's just how they did it, the effects, popping up the actors' names with some brief moments of the characters are really cool. And some of those moments are not moments you really initially think of. They're just moments of them that's like, wow. And then when it gets the music, of course, is amazing. Then you get the dun 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 dun, and shows the who was the show first? Jeremy Renner.
Yeah, it's their handwritten,
their signature. Yep, and Black Widow, Scarlett Johansson, and then Chris Hemsworth, then Mark Ruffalo, and then of course Chris Evans, and the ends of Robert Downey Jr.
Yeah, the man.
It was so well done. That is a chef's kiss to all of the MCU at that point. Like, they mentioned everybody. They didn't miss a beat on almost anybody. That was perfect. Perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, anyways.
Yeah, the only other post-credit thing that's in there is at the very, very, very end, there's a sound, and it's the sound of him when he was making the Iron Man suit, the clinging the iron.
Yeah,
which is one of the predictions I've been having, and you and I have agreed on this one, that could easily, if you're especially doing an encore, if they go back and revisit that, it could be that sound of the iron, and then just show like a back shot of Doom making his mask.
Yep.
I think would be, wow, what an opportunity, because it's there and people are wondering what that means.
Mm-hmm.
So you can put any meaning to it you want at that point, you know, and I think that'd be an awesome post-credit or
post-credit scene. Yep.
Yeah, if they're going to put it in there.
I agree. So how important is the MCU? It's not really, but I say it's very.
Well, it's a 10 because it is a memoriam. It's this is what we did.
Yeah, this is an homage to a decade of storytelling. Yeah. So good. All right. So, we're getting into our deep dives now.
Yeah, this is the fun part, guys.
This is hard. All right. Best performance. Now, for me, I did this just like I did Infinity War because there's so many characters and they all have such good moments to shine. I have 3.
Okay.
And you probably have 3 as well, I'm assuming.
I have more than that.
Oh, this is hard. Okay. How many?
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't want this to be a cop-out, but I got to tell you, I think there's an argument to be said that all of the original 6 deserve the best performance of them.
Mm-hmm.
Because they all get to do things that are maybe you can almost think maybe not Hulk, but I want you to think about the mocap stuff that Ruffalo had to do and playing smart Hulk and being funny but yet serious at the same time. And don't underestimate how much work he did with his face, just like Josh Brolin did with Thanos. But I can't think of any character in this out of the big 6 that don't do the best they've done in everything that they've done in this movie. Truthfully.
Yeah. I agree.
I mean, look at Hawkeye. I mean, I don't know if you need me to explain them all. I mean, someone might say Thor, but look how hard it is to play that part of it. Like, he had to play that kind of version of it. Yeah, sorry, guys. Tony, with all the Tony stuff between him and Cap fighting in the beginning, the message he gives to Pepper, all the time heist stuff to him dying, all that stuff, beautiful stuff. God, just like conversation with Pepper on the couch earns in this. Cap, I mean, come on, we've talked all day about these moments of Cap that are like the best he's ever done. Just that moment in the beginning when he's giving the whole talk about how we have to move on. He doesn't even believe himself. These are versions of him that we haven't even seen before. It's like, and it's,
Yep.
Hawkeye clearly was, not just lose his family in the beginning, but seeing him as that Ronin character, and then also with Nat and all that stuff, and towards the end and all that. Thor clearly, I mean, like I said, getting that moment with his mom, being he's rock bottom, and he's funny at the same time, and he's Viking Thor. I mean, that's some cool stuff that we've never seen him do. I mean, who am I missing here? Hulk with the mocap and all that.
Yep, you said that. Scarlett Johansson.
Yeah, Scarlett Johansson. I mean, come on. That beginning scene when she's talking to Cap and when she's talking to Rhodey, she's almost in tears.
Yep. So
and
good.
It's like, and then when she does go find him, and then her deciding to be the one to sacrifice. Yeah, guys, I'm just going to say it. They earned that they all met a mark that I can't believe they were able to get them to do.
Mm-hmm.
They had 6 main characters in this.
And they all delivered.
Along with everybody else. They had 6 main characters, and they all had arcs and important moments and big enough moments to take the movie.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yep. No, I agree. I think giving it to all 6,
gonna have to.
I think that's worth it.
Because I'd be lying if I said Robert was better than Cap, but I can't say Cap was better than Robert. No way.
Mm-hmm.
At least those 2 for sure are equal.
Mm-hmm.
I had to pick 2. It's them. But I think they all deserve it.
No, I do. Like, it's kind of like how I wrote down like a list of all 6 of them. Like, I originally had 3, but in retrospect, I'm putting all this together. Yeah, the other 3 too were very important. So I have a list of who I'd say was like 1 all the way down to 6, but it's not really that. If you had to rank them, yeah, but it's not that important because they all do give a great performance. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's all life-changing stuff in this. It's all huge. Like, it's some of the best stuff.
Yeah, I agree. All right, so most surprising performance.
I actually have one for this, and it's amazing. I'm surprised. I'm going to say Paul Rudd.
He's one of my 3, so yes.
I can't believe how much he really was kind of the glue in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
And I love how he does with everybody. I like his interactions with everybody. I think he does well with everybody. I like all the scenes he's got. I think Paul killed it in this role, in this spot, which is weird to say because you guys just recently saw how we feel about Ant-Man and Wasp. Yeah, but it's not him that's the problem.
No,
it's never been it.
Yep.
It's never been it.
Yeah, so I wrote down Paul Rudd. I also wrote down Karen Gillan for Nebula. I thought that was very good of being able to play both versions of Nebula and really able to hone it in for the emotional aspects of it and how you see just by them standing in the same room, the character trajectory of evil Nebula and Avenger Nebula. Wow. I just thought she did such a good job in that. And then I did put Brie Larson as the last one because every moment she was on the screen, which wasn't many, but it was impactful. She was likable, which is opposite of what the internet likes to say about her. And it's really good. She proved why she's an Oscar-winning actress in this. So, yeah. So those 3 for me. Weakest performance, if any.
I got one. There's one character in this that does not get a moment to shine. And they're just there. And it's okay that they're there. They have to be, and it's important. But there's no particular moment that they earned, like we've been watching this whole time because the character's gone already. It's Gamora. I mean, we get this version of her, but there's not much to it. It's just, she's there. We know what's going on, the surprise moments. There's no real moment, though, that is like, boom. But it's okay. I'm not saying it's bad. It's just there's nothing for her.
I actually was surprised you said Gamora. I would have thought you said Rhodey.
No, Gamora. Yep.
Would you view Rhodey in a similar light, that he's just there?
He was going to be my second choice because he was kind of just there.
Yeah.
But he's always kind of just there. So the only movie he really had more to do that made sense was
Civil War.
And I would say Iron Man 3 was an attempt. But that movie around it wasn't good.
Yeah, that's true.
His parts are great. but the movie around it wasn't good.
Mhm.
But yeah, Civil War, him getting hurt, even then, it was still just consequence of everything else.
Yeah,
So yeah,
but
Rhodey's a close second, but Gamora, at least Rhodey's there in the middle of the time heist and all that. It has his moments and talking. Because I think where Rhodey is best, and that's they still give him that light, is that smart ass buddy that's there in the middle of stuff. When Gamora's just Gamora here, there's no epic moment of her doing anything. There's no life changing thing. But it's also because they killed her already. That stuff happened already, and they're not going to repeat it.
Mm.
You know, so I don't know. I didn't, nothing about her blew me away. And it didn't have to. And it doesn't ruin the movie, but I held myself to picking one. And that was the one. That's the only one that really, if you really sit back, everyone had a moment to shine. She really didn't shine at all. It's just part of it.
I do see your point there. And she wasn't my pick. My pick was Rhodey because I just felt like he was just there. And
I just think he served his character, though, of who you expect out of him. He got to have moments. Was she just, this is rehash?
Because I didn't,
rehash.
For Rhodey, I didn't see any moments that stood out for me. He was just there. And it's fine he was just there. But there was not one where her purpose of being there, and I'm not trying to argue with you because I agree. Yeah, but her purpose really was to serve that one, you're bringing Zoe Saldana back into the MCU, and
well, she would have been there anyway.
Yeah, and Chris Pratt's character there getting to see her again, and her making the choice that early on to be a good guy as opposed to waiting.
Right.
So I see that stuff.
So I feel like Rhodey got just what he would have normally done, and just was heightened. Like, he had more lines, he had a lot more jokes, and he was goofing around. And that's kind of what Rhodey's always just been.
I just wish they had given him a little bit more of a moment, like some of these other side characters that, like we just said, for our most surprising, they really hit the ball on some of these side characters that they are mainstay characters, kind of like how Rhodey is to a degree, but they definitely all had a moment to shine where that whole end battle, I didn't see Rhodey in any moment to shine.
Yeah, I do remember seeing him fighting a little bit, but it wasn't anything that was.
It wasn't impressive.
It didn't stick out.
I was waiting for something like he helped reconfigure something, or
you'll like my answer for the least best scene because you'll see I recognize that as well.
Okay,
I'm just looking at character wise. Yeah, Gamora I feel
didn't serve
rehashed.
Okay,
and Rhodey, at least we got new stuff out of Rhodey. It's just. Clearly not a lot. I didn't feel like because Rhodey doesn't have a lot, but you're gonna like the one I picked then for the other because it's similar to what we just talked about.
Okay, all right. Casting wins or misses? Like everyone's a win.
Yeah, I mean, I can't think of a problem with any of these people.
There's really no new characters in this movie.
No,
which is great. Actually,
yeah, that's actually spoiled. You don't need it.
Yeah, you don't need it.
Yeah, but on top of it, I think it's perfectly casted.
Yeah. Any missed opportunities or wasted potential? I'm going to say none. Where at least in Infinity War, when we were talking about that, I was talking about the other member of the Black Order and things like that. But that really wasn't anything that was hinged on. This one, I can't think of anything.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't change it. I think that's why I don't want to try.
Yeah,
so I wouldn't change it.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. All right, direction and production. I'll let you take the reins on this guy because you usually have a lot more to say than I do.
So once again, this is what happens when you hire directors that have a vision, and this is the culmination of that. I mean, there's not a lot of like cinematography wins in this that make you go, "Wow, I've never seen anything like that." But I think the complication of doing the ensemble sets like this speaks to the cinematography in general. Like, they don't need to do trickery with cameras and really cool camera movements in order for this stuff that we're seeing to be awesome. So I'm good with that. That's fine. And the action quality, come on. What are we talking about? This is some of the best stuff in the MCU. Although I will say, Spider-Man Brand New Home was like, wow. You know what I mean? Like, what I do like about the MCU going forward, even in some of the movies that aren't that good, is the action seems to be standing straight. You know what I mean? Like, we'll still ignore Brave New World. But like, other than that movie, it seems like the action it stayed pretty steady. But this whole epic end scene is just nothing but, I mean, come on, guys. The choreography's great. And again, the music in this is just stellar. It's stellar. So I would just say overall, there's not much to say other than high praise top of the game, masterpiece work. They should be very proud of themselves.
Yeah.
Like, they should be very proud of themselves.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. This is like Oscar winning, like,
Oh, why this never
behind the
got
scenes.
out? That's just it. Like, that's why I wish they'd do a whole thing, a whole
awards
superhero
show.
movie awards, because all the movies I watched that year, this was the best movie of the year.
Yeah, and it never got any recognition from the industry, which...
Well, see, they screw Lord of the Rings, too. They screw this. They screw all the stuff that should, you know?
Well,
I
it's
know Lord of
because...
the Rings got a bunch of Oscars, and everyone's going, but they got that. But, you know, Lord of the Rings should have got an Oscar for Fellowship of the Ring, not Return of the King. They only gave it to Return of the King because they felt bad they didn't give it to the other two. And the truth is they all should have been in the genre. A genre award show would be awesome.
Mm-hmm.
All these kind of things, you know, including superhero stuff, that'd be a hell of a fun show to watch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. And it's mostly because a lot of the industry legacy people are like, this isn't real cinema when they say stuff like that. Be like, really? Or have you not seen this? Just because it may have been derived from a comic book, this is high quality stuff right here.
See, what those guys don't understand is you go back in the day when they're young and they're watching those old shows like, you know, Bonanza and like some of the stuff they like. They were kids, like old, like you'll hear Scorsese say this isn't real cinema, but you would mention to him old school Superman, like black and white. Oh man, that was iconic. It's like, that's what this is to the kids.
Yeah.
Like, dude, get over it. It's film. Those guys should know better to know that film changes. No one said this to Steven when he did Jaws, because Jaws changed everything, just like this changed everything.
Now, I guess this did.
Nothing's ever been made like this. Nothing. And nothing was ever made like Jaws. You know, it's like, so what do you mean it's not cinema? Like, what are you talking about? The themes of this stuff. It's like, you're saying that about your fellow people that's worked with you. Look at the legacy actors we have in some of these. You tell me these guys don't know the difference between cinema and not? Like,
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
I agree.
Shut up. You're just mad because you didn't make $1 billion.
Yes.
Well, make a better movie. You know, it's like, or just understand that your movie's not at this caliber. You know, or just do a James Cameron and make them all blue.
All right, so we're gonna move on to hot takes then.
Can we skip that to the end, or
well? Do you want to do that after?
I don't have a hot take. Do you?
My only hot take is I'm gonna echo your hot take from Winter Soldier. The Russo brothers have ruined the MCU.
Oh yeah, I mean, what the hell? What do you do? There's a reason why we haven't gotten an Avengers movie since now.
We haven't gotten this type of quality of a movie since, I think, maybe 2 or 3 movies between Phase 4 and Phase 6 have been this quality, but that's being...
I think we just saw the one that comes the closest. We just saw it.
Brand New Day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That movie is amazing.
I mean, I would say, like, I'm trying to think of some of the ones that came out that...
I mean, there's movies I really liked. I like Far From Home. I like No Way Home.
Yeah, I would definitely say No Way Home, Shang-Chi, Fantastic Four, and Thunderbolts are the 4 that come to my brain of like peak MCU quality.
And I personally would take Thunderbolts and Fantastic Four off the list. I think Thunderbolts was good, but Thunderbolts was only there's one ingredient that would have ruined that movie if it took it. And Fantastic Four, where it was amazing, and it felt like, oh, we're back into this awesomeness.
It's because it wasn't in the MCU.
Well,
right?
Not so much that. It still could have been and still been good, but yeah, it had the help of being adjacent to all the bullshit. So it's like you can't mess it up because it doesn't have anything to do with any of it. So them messing it up would have been them really dropping the ball. And the fact that they didn't felt refreshing. So I will say Fantastic Four was refreshing in that sense. But do I think it's as good as this? I don't think so. Or close to that. I know nothing's better than this right now.
I can see.
You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
And I would even say with No Way Home, there's issues that deter it to yeah. The quality wise, though, it's just been, it's hard. But there's a lot. See, the thing is the good ones are fine. And we're okay with that. But there's more crap than good this last.
That's true. Yes.
That's why we feel it. Because it's less good. You know what I'm saying? And
so when we do get a good, we're high praising it. More so.
Right. Which it's probably gonna be a shock to our systems if Doomsday ends up this good.
Because we're not used to it.
If Doomsday ends up even as good as Infinity War was, they were gonna be like, "Oh my god, we forgot how good this could be."
Yep.
And it has the potential to be that way, especially with our X-Men on top of it.
Yep.
We're gonna be a mess.
Well, especially since what we just saw with Spider-Man Brand New Day.
Oh my god,
what they were able to pull off of that.
And watching it again has made me understand. Like, take the Gene stuff out. It's an amazing Spider-Man. It's the best Spider-Man movie I've ever seen.
Yep. And I feel like the Gene stuff is just another way of passing the baton to see what's going to happen. And as long as it does a payoff, then this is a slam dunk movie.
I even dare say, just for a quick little nod to it, it's the first time I watched a Spider-Man movie where, as good as all the Spider-Man were, and as much as I think Tom's probably the better version or more accurate one, this is the first time that Spider-Man movie was the first time I kind of forgot it was Spider-Man. But yet knew it was Spider-Man, right? Like, it felt that kind of new that we thought they were going to do too much and not feel like a new Spider-Man movie. They literally went all in, like, on it. And so, yeah, anyways, that's beside the point, guys, because that second watch helped us a lot really understand how much we love it.
All right. So,
but yeah, hot take wise, I kind of want to give you a little gist of like that stuff about how I feel about how they came up with these characters, but I think it'd be just best for the end.
Sure.
Not so much in hot takes.
That's okay. So how about let's do then our quick fire questions that we have here. Best scene of the movie. That end battle I just put. Like from the moment that the portals opened up and they said on your left to the end of to Tony saying I'm Iron Man. That whole thing. It's on our screen right now. It's pure. It's like pure geek fandom orgasm stuff. Like, this is amazing.
That's what I was trying to figure, if I would be right in saying the whole battle.
Yeah, because there's not one moment of the battle that's underutilized, that's not just, we're not in awe.
Waiting all this time for.
Yes, this is the time where they actually made one of those comic book movies where everyone comes together, and they actually did it. And it's a good payoff because it's a decade later of 21 movies later. Like, wow.
Yeah, yep, good. So we're in agreement. So I was going to say that, but I felt like I was cheating.
But no, I mean, this is what they did, and this is how they need that recognition of, guess what, Russo brothers, you did a great job at this.
Yeah, for me, it starts when the three of them approach Thanos.
Yep, that was a great scene too.
Tony snaps. It's just what we're watching.
Yeah. No, this whole thing is straight out of a comic book, and it's brilliantly done, brilliantly shot. Every moment is so good. So yeah, that's the best scene in the movie, hands down. Least best scene. What's yours?
So this is the one that's got to do with Rhodey.
Okay.
Honestly, I'm not saying it's not bad. It doesn't hurt the movie. It's not going to go anywhere. I just held myself to the fire. And because they don't have much to do with Rhodey's character, he's just kind of there. That's kind of how them getting the stone with Peter was.
Yep.
There was not a lot going on there. The best thing that come out of that was we saw how Nebula got taken by Thanos.
Yep.
Other than that, it was just a silly, goofy, having fun, and there was no point because they couldn't do much with him because there was nothing to do. So,
like, the only purpose he really served in that scene was actually having the stone and taking it back.
That's it.
Yep. But other than that, Nebula could have done that whole thing by herself. Didn't really need to.
Yep.
So it just felt like, why are you there?
So is it a bad scene? No, but it's
the least
out
best.
Of all of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I agree. I completely agree. All right, best villain moment.
I like when Thanos sees that he dies.
And
he does that whole, that's, what did he say? How he said it was interesting. He first says, he does the stones, and she says, so you get what you win. And he says, it's destiny. And then he sees himself die. And he says something about it's destiny. And he adds something.
Fulfilled.
Yeah, that's destiny fulfilled.
That's destiny.
It's like the guy is so set on it. He's happy to see it happen that way. And then how he explains it to them at the end, he's like, I'm actually grateful that you shown me that you're not, that my mission was going to fail. That, I was going to win, but you were still going to fight me. So now I know I got to destroy everything.
Yep. See, that's what I wrote, is when Thanos reveals that he now will completely destroy the universe and rebuild it in his image. Yeah. A little doomsday foreshadowing.
Yeah.
I think that's why the Russo brothers are going to connect this to Doomsday's, because that moment right there when Thanos says the universe will begin anew on Earth, basically in his image, which is exactly Doom's motivation in the Secret Wars comics, is that he recreates the universe in his image. That I think that's the moment where I clicked in my head in this retrospective, anticipating what's coming up with Doomsday, that's how they're going to link both these movies together. That this is a direct sequel to Endgame is Doomsday and someone actually doing what he was going to do.
Yeah. So it's funny how ours link to each other, because when he recognizes that, I like that moment.
Yeah.
And you like when he actually says it. So it's kind of like, so that whole dynamic is cool for me.
Yeah. I agree.
I like how that worked out. Nice.
Most punchable face.
Robert Redford.
Okay.
But I'm going to take that, just how he was so adamant about the case thing.
Yeah.
I just was like, what a jerk.
Loki can have what's left of him when we're done with him.
Yeah.
Or Odin can have what's left of Loki when we're done.
He delivers the lines great, but somebody needs to sock him. Yeah.
I put, I believe his last name is Wong, Ken Wong.
Okay.
The guy that was the security guard for
He had that
Paul
weird
Rudd and all that
face.
stuff. Yeah. Like
good.
he's a great guy, great actor, but part of me is like, he's just sneakily walking behind him and he stops. I'm like, it's a comedic moment, but part of me is like, dude, you're creepy. Stop it. This guy just came back.
Yeah.
Like, anyways.
There's not a lot of punchable faces in that.
No.
But I thought that, both those guys need to go smack to the face.
I get it. Yep. One prop you take home.
So I've got two.
Okay. I want to hear yours because I got one.
I got the time band.
Okay.
GPS.
Yep.
Would be cool.
That was cool. It's like a watch. Yeah.
But I also think the case with the stones would be neat.
That's cool.
So
that's good. I picked that little triangle paper thing that Tony and Nebula are playing back and forth.
Yeah, I like that too.
Thought that's kind of cool.
That's good. I like that. Yeah.
It was the quickest, I think, in the movie, and I'm starting to watch it. I'm like, oh, there's my prop. That's why I take home.
When you pulled out that time band, I'm like, ooh, that's a prop right there.
Yeah.
But then I also wouldn't mind a jacket of their suits. That I know people have made them.
And you could get that.
You could buy it, which I might.
We might get that, guys. All right. So, most underrated moment.
Yeah, I'm convinced of, I think there's some other moments possibly that we could probably come up with. I'm sure you have a different one, but I do, that focusing on Cap's eye when he goes into space. It's just, if you really sit and think about it, like this, he in the midst of all this grief and them losing and going out to do this impossible thing, he's just amazed at what he's seen after all the stuff he's seen. It really speaks true to this theory, or not theory, but this like not essay or whatever. I don't know how you want to describe what it is. I can tell you guys in a minute, but like, just like a retrospective of the entire saga. I'm about to tell you.
Your epiphany
makes sense with that, right? Of why he represents that. So
I like your answer.
I
think it's really good.
Yeah.
The only one I put down was Thor wanting to do the snap.
That's a good point.
I think that's my underrated moment because of Thor failing or feeling like a failure up until that point. Yeah. He can feel like he was the one who could have done.
Yeah, he wants to feel.
Yeah, and I do believe Prime Thor probably could have handled the snap and lived through it. But this Thor, he couldn't have.
Yeah.
I think that was the reason why they made Smart Hulk be Smart Hulk, because he can absorb the gamma radiation and actually later on heal from it, we find out.
Yeah.
And then and Thor wasn't at his prime where he easily could have done it himself.
Yeah, couldn't agree.
So, yeah. All right, so most overrated moment. I put the Captain America saying Hail Hydra for me.
I love it.
It's good. It's just, it's the only moment that I'm like, yeah, this was really hard. This was
great. I don't think they ever went overboard on many of the things in this. Tony's death, no kidding.
Yeah, Cap with Mjolnir. The only reason that would ever be listed as overrated is because what it means to be worthy has been a little convoluted in the MCU.
I guess technically that makes sense.
Yeah, but it's still, and even the Hail Hydra thing, I like the scene. It's just, Army is like, okay.
He's so smart.
It's very smart, and it's
The
definitely
easiest
something.
way to get that case is
Definitely something I would not have. I did not expect.
Yeah.
So yeah, but
Yeah. So let's just leave it at that, guys. For now.
yeah,
I mean,
I just had to feel something in. So yeah.
Yeah.
All right, funniest moment.
So there's a lot of good, funny moments in this, and a lot of them are tough to front. But the one I laughed out the loudest, the most, is definitely the testing the time machine and Scott. The time going through Scott. I always laugh at that. The whole section there is just so good.
That is a good one.
Right up to when Tony pulls up to him and says, "Let me guess, he turned into a baby."
Yeah.
So you just knew it, like, but just that whole. As a baby, you just it's Cap that sells it.
Yep.
He's just freaking out.
Yep.
Yeah.
I love it when Thor's sleeping and they're discussing the stones.
Bring it back.
Yeah. When
Thor's sleeping.
Yeah, when they say Thor, you know about this one. They all pan to him and he's with the glasses on.
Like, he's dead.
Is he dead? No, he's asleep. Yeah. It's so good. I love that. I laughed out loud for that. All right. Most emotional moment.
Yeah, this gets tough, guys, because I get emotional over some weird moments in movies. Obviously, I'm going to say the obvious ones. And clearly, Tony dying's pretty emotional. How do you not put that as the most emotional, right? I even would say that the scene with the Black Widow dying is pretty emotional. I would even say Cap's meeting, the AA style meeting that he has there in the beginning, talking about grief. That's pretty emotional. I think it's more deep. And actually, that would be my second choice for the most underrated moment, to be honest, because I don't think people are talking about the same thing we are when we say that's like the first time you hear him say something he doesn't believe. No one really talks about that. So, I mean, Cap gets a lot of underrated moments in this movie, actually.
Yeah.
And of course, Tony's helmet in the beginning when he's talking to it, what he says to it, the back when he gave Pepper the company, he says, it's always been here. He says the same thing to her there. It's like, but I have to tell you, the one moment that, believe it or not, the one moment where I actually choked up a tad, and I'm not saying I didn't choke up a little bit in the other stuff, guys. I'm not completely heartless. But I really choked up a tad is when Ant-Man sees his daughter and he's dealing with remembering her as a little girl to now she's like a teenager. Like the way Paul plays that, it's just, could you imagine losing all that time with your kid? Like, it's like, I just realized, oh my God, that is heartbreaking in a way. Cause it's so bittersweet. Cause he's like, you grew up, you know what I mean? Like, but it's like she just went a whole bunch of years without a dad. And for him, it was just 5 hours ago.
Yeah.
But he wasn't there for it, and I think that he's shown that in that moment real well. And it actually really worked for me in that sense of like emotional. I'm going to give it to that because when I watched it last night, after how many times I've seen this movie, that was the time I was like, oh, that was a cut hit right there. So I'm going to go with it. It's a weird one. It's out of left field, but that's what I'm going to give for the most emotional movie.
Well, just like you, I had a couple. So I wrote down Natasha sacrifice. Definitely they wanted to pull at your heartstrings. Very emotional.
Oh, yeah. Did very well at too.
Peter reacting to Tony's death. I think that like the reversal of what was happening in Infinity War, I think that was very emotional. Pepper saying those words, we're going to be okay and you can rest now. That is emotional. And then what's on our screen right now, when he tells Morgan, I love you 3000. That's like, wow.
There's so much.
That is so much.
Gosh, you throw in there happy telling her your dad like cheeseburgers. Like, tell cheeseburgers you want. Where do you stop? It's like, how do you know what I mean? Like, no. Yeah.
Yeah.
We can even claim that the whole, I hope she sees, and they both do.
Yep.
I mean, that still is just as equally,
impactful.
The whole dock scene when they're sitting there after Nat died.
Oh gosh.
That whole scene.
And even like a happy, satisfying emotion of of Steve and Peggy dancing.
Oh, yeah.
Like, wow, good for you, I
mean, take your pick, guys. I mean, I guess it's whatever's going to talk to you the most. I'm a dad, and I hate to think of losing that time with your kids that you didn't mean to lose. So that probably hit me the most for that reason, and I don't know. I don't think there's any wrong answers. That's a tough one.
To get too personal, but I think that's why Pepper's scene in particular, I would say, is the probably a little bit more emotional because I've been in the room when someone has said to one of my loved ones,
Oh yeah.
"You can go now. We'll be okay." And you could just, and you see like this peacefulness of someone who's passing away, being like, it's okay to pass away because they're still trying to hold on because you're still there and they still worry and care for you. So to me, that was a little more touching to me when that has happened.
Most everybody can relate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I love that they put that in this movie, and I love that Pepper said that to him because it's just, yeah.
He does everything with her permission.
He does. He does.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. All right, guys. So do we want to do final scores before you get into what you're going to talk about?
That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Final scores out of 2. What's the story for you?
2.
It's a 2. Wish we could go 3 on some of these. Characters.
Yeah, 2.
The 2. Action and visuals.
2.
2. Emotion and stakes.
2.
2. Rewatchability and MCU impact.
This is where it changes.
Uh-oh.
Because it's a 2.
It is a 2.5. It is huge. It's up there. Yeah.
It's easy to watch it. It does not feel like 3 hours.
Yeah, right. It's just like, wow. There are some times where I thought, okay, this is going on, but I was glued to the TV. So I was like, yeah, I agree. When it's something is that good, doesn't matter how long the movie is.
I remember walking out of Infinity War and I said, and they got to top that movie?
Mm-hmm.
And they did.
And yeah, they did. How the heck? Yeah, yeah. All right. Final scores.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy. This is probably ultimately the best MCU movie made. So it's 10.
It's a 10 for me as well.
Yeah.
The official Goodell Multiverse score is 10 out of 10 for Avengers Endgame. All right. So I think there's just 2 things then that we're going to do real quick before we start wrapping things up. First off, I gave to Ike, how do I say this properly? Like, what is your wish list for Endgame Encore now that we know that's actually coming and we know there's more scenes they're either filming or they're repurposing to put in the movie? What are 2, 3, how many scenes do you want type thing?
I think the 2 would be nice. I think it would be a missed opportunity to not make a scene out of the sound at the end of the credits.
Yep.
Out of that,
that's a good one.
The clanging in the metal. Because it's there already, so just add to it. You know, it would not affect the rest of this movie at all. You know, the only other one that I would say I wouldn't mind them putting in that won't affect the movie either, but it makes me wonder how long the scene would be, because they say there's 15 minutes, right? Is kind of what the word is. The rumor.
Yeah, but they said they have a lot more that they would do too. So I don't know. I think
not sure.
I don't know if it's 15 minutes of new footage and then the deleted scenes they're adding in too, which would make it like a half hour's worth. You know what I mean? I don't know the specifics.
Yeah, because the only other one that would make sense to me would definitely be the Returning the Stones. You know, I'm worried about doing too much in the actual meat of the story that will change this movie too much.
Mm-hmm.
But so I think if you show us things we didn't see, would probably be the best in my opinion. And I narrowed it down to those 2. My wish list would be show us the key moments of the Stones going back, which might be able to show us why, you know, things happen in the future. And I do think that, I mean, come on, if they didn't think of this pan up shot behind Doom and the hammer and hitting the mask, I mean, that'd be awesome.
Yeah.
So that's me.
Okay. I have 4 scenes that I would have put in there. I think you've already talked about maybe one of them, or we've talked about it before, like during this podcast. One is they did show in the theaters when they did Avengers Endgame, and they did release some new footage for a while at the end of its theatrical run. An intro scene of Hulk doing something.
Oh,
I
yeah.
kind of would like to actually see that because I never got the chance to actually see it, and it never was on any of the home media releases of this movie.
Saves people from a big fire.
Yeah, something like that. It wasn't even fully done CGI from my understanding, but it was there. I think that now they've had plenty of time to fully do that CGI. I'd like to actually see that scene. And
It'd be cool.
that.
It wouldn't change it.
Exactly, yeah.
Scene. Yeah.
The second one is Steve returning the stones, which I think that is definitely something we're going to be seeing.
Yeah, I think that we are too.
The third one is something that I had thought about a while ago. I don't think they're ever going to actually do this, but it'll be cool if during the end battle, an addition is made where in the sky, Nick Fury's in a helicarrier shooting down or shooting things in the air type thing.
Okay, just add him in.
Just add Nick Fury in there with Maria Hill on there. Maybe add in some other characters like a bunch of Skrulls because we know where this kind of takes place now. And maybe for kicks and giggles, throw in Jane Foster and Betty Ross is in there too. Why not? Just all the people that weren't able to be in this movie, give them a moment to be in that movie.
Interesting.
And it doesn't take away from the end battle, but they're there in the sky. You know what I mean?
Yep, I got you.
Yeah. And then the last one that I would put in there. I love the deleted scene of Tony after he snaps seeing older Morgan.
Yeah.
They cut that out because during the testing phase for audiences, they didn't resonate with that emotionally because they didn't know of it as much.
Probably didn't get it.
Yep. So they decide not to do it, but I would finish up those edits because it is there, but you could tell there's some CGI.
I've seen it online.
Yep. Yeah. It's good. I like the scene. I like it a lot. I think they should add it in there with update the visual effects, and I think it should end with saying Morgan Stark will return.
I like it.
And then leave it ambiguous. She could return in the Young Avengers if they ever do something with it, or she could be part of Doomsday or Secret Wars and we don't know about it. We have no idea, but just saying that we're going to see more of the Stark family to a degree, I think that'd be cool. All right.
Yeah, I'd like to think that in Doomsday, if they're focusing on the kids, they've shown all our heroes' kids. Where's Morgan?
Exactly. Wouldn't that be something? Morgan Stark will return in Avengers Doomsday. You'd be like, what?
I think it's possible. It's a surprise that we're going to find.
Yeah. Anyways, all right. So what did you want to talk about?
So I just wanted to throw out there how brilliant this movie is, guys. I'll be honest with you. I don't think there's a theory here. There's no theory to this. And I don't know if they did this on purpose or not. And I might be reading too much into it, but I just did a lot of thinking about this saga as we got closer and closer and closer to this movie. And I realized that there's a reason why the rest of the MCU, I think, feels disconjointed. And I think there's a reason why DC can't get on their feet. And it's because they haven't done this, right? I don't think that there's been someone that really has helmed this thing or the other ones so well. And I think Feige wanted to do the MCU going forward differently, but there were things in his way when it comes on to like rights of different characters. And as you see, I think they're trying to right that ship now, you know? I just want to point out that what's the chances that they thought of this, that Feige thought of a lot of this like way before? It makes me wonder how long back when this started, like with Iron Man, where he had said no, and I'd love to, if I could interview Feige right now, which would be a dream interview, I'd ask him, how long ago did you know this was going to end with, like, I mean, not necessarily just Thanos, but especially this way, you know, because like, I don't want to say Feige thought these stories up and just found the right people to do them. I don't think this stuff was, thought up until at least Civil War and on. Like, I think when the Russos did Winter Soldier, I think that's when they proved themselves. And that's when Feige said, look, we're going to put you in charge of the rest of what's going on to end this whole thing, do the next two Avengers movies. And then when they did Civil War, I think they had this in mind, the end of Endgame in mind. But I do think Feige had an idea, though, in the first place. And when you think of, like, we talked about the original lineup of the Avengers, like you go to the old school ones, it's not these guys. In fact, Iron Man's kind of like not, the fact that he started with Iron Man was weird because he wasn't the most popular character anyways, right? But I kind of looked at it as like they all represent the 6 Infinity Stones. Like, I think there's a reason why there's 6 of them, and I think there's a reason why it's these guys. you know? I just wanted to I jotted it down because I thought it was really cool. Guys, if you want to dig deep, I like to dig deep. Feige could look at me and says, "Oh, I'm really intent on that. You're overthinking this a little too much." And maybe I am, but when you really sit back and think about it, it's like, man, it fits real well. Like I said, it's not a theory. It's just a deeper meaning to it, which I just want to give credit to it if it's true. If not, I just want to present this to y'all and be like, hey, think of it this way when you're watching, because I think of movies like this sometimes. Wait till we do a little retrospective of Jaws. You guys are gonna hear me say some wild stuff. But like it's just because I watched it too much, and you know what I mean? Like, but you overthink some things. But like with this one, if you look at these characters like they all represent the actual Infinity Stones, I don't think there's a coincidence. There's 6 of them, and there's 6 of these characters. I mean, the Power Stone, I think, would be the Hulk, because it's ultimately Bruce Banner's struggle and the guilt of all that is how he has that uncontrollable power when he is the Hulk, and he's not able to do anything about it. And he always thought he's a monster that doesn't belong. And the power struggle between Bruce and the Hulk for who has control is something that repeats and will always be something in Bruce's life he will struggle with, even moving forward after this saga. But what we just saw in Spider-Man, it's the whole idea of this power struggle, right? So I think, it's easy to say that the Hulk kind of represents a power stone. I'm not going by color, as you guys can tell. Some people, they are like the stones. Hulk is green and time stone, bro. It's like, no, because that doesn't make sense, right? Hulk has nothing to do with time. But you got the reality stone, and this one might be the biggest stretch, but let's be honest. I'd give that one to Hawkeye, because he's the only one on the team that's really got any kind of base real life. He's got family on a farm. He's the one that can retire. He's really just what he literally says in Age of Ultron. I'm just a guy with an arrow, and there's a city flying with robots.
Yeah,
It
none of
makes
this
no
makes
sense.
sense.
Nothing
Yep.
makes any sense. Like he makes a lot of sense, there. And I like that feels that way. He's the guy that has no powers, right? Even though we could kind of argue there's got to be some sort of power because he misses nothing. It's pretty. Some of the shots are like, really? Anyway, but he's great. He's great in it. I'll give the Space Stone. I'm going to give that to Thor. And this is one that was hard, too, to do because, Thor could have something else. But if you really think about it, Thor is like the anchor from our guys here on Earth to the cosmos, right? Like, if you look at how the realms are set up and how they can travel anywhere they want, Thor can just travel through space. I do think that there's something to be said about him being a god and that Space Stone being kind of like that, right? And those being able to, because if I'm not mistaken, the Space Stone is what gives him the power to portal in and out of places, right? Is that the one that does that?
It does portal, yes,
Yeah.
and he uses the Bifrost to do the same thing, basically.
But Thanos uses it to portal.
yes,
right?
yep.
Yeah, so and then that's what the Bifrost kind of is like
Yep.
a pathway, right? So I feel like it equals out to that.
Mhm.
Right? And the Soul Stone, I think that's what goes to Black Widow, and this is where it gets a little deep. I think it's pretty obvious. I mean, she's just a person with no powers, but her entire life has led her to fearing of losing and not finding a family kind of thing. I feel like Black Widow, her whole journey through the MCU is not just redeeming her soul for the stuff she did, but if she even fits somewhere, right? If it even makes sense. So it makes sense that out of all the souls that needed to be saved and helped, that it's a soul for a soul when it comes down to the Soul Stone, that it's hers that had to be given up after all the work that was put into her, right? I think that means I think she is the soul of them in a way, if that makes any sense.
Mm-hmm.
Then the Time Stone, I think, is Cap, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
He's literally the man out of time. You're the one whose morals and ethics come from another time. And he's the one that actually goes back in time to return the stones, but stays to have a new life. And in time doing so, most likely causes another new timeline, which we'll see what happens in Doomsday, right? And for Cap, it's always been in his face that he doesn't get to live a life like the rest have had. And his time has came and gone when he went into the ice. And I think that that's a big deal. And that's, once again, with the most underrated moment. Just all the things he's seen. And then he's still astonished at what he's looking at. Cap's got a lot to do with time in this, about what that means to go through it and make those choices and live them. And yet the Mind Stone is obviously going to be Iron Man. I mean, come on, guys. It's like he's all brains, right? His wit and humor comes from a vast, intelligent brain that supported by mental trauma of viewing his father's relationship with him in a different way until he actually hears his father say things they didn't know was real. Now he changes it. But, all his shortcomings and greatest weaknesses and decisions all come from a place that's psychological. He can't rest, but it's his brain that doesn't allow him to rest. If he had any superpower at any kind, it's not the suit. It's not what he could do with it. It's his brain, right? I mean, he literally invented, a new element to time travel. And let's be honest, guys, if you're one of those people, John Campia, out there that doesn't like that Spider-Man came up with the device in like 10 minutes, Tony unlocked time travel in like 5. So like, you can't like this movie then because it does, he does a lot of things like that. I put Peter up there, not as smart as Tony, but up there because that's the whole point of Peter Parker. He's a scientist, right? And everybody quote, we never see enough of the scientist Peter Parker. Well, you just got it and you complained about it. So, anyways, so I think it's no mistake that his brain is what doesn't allow him to rest, and his brain didn't stop till Pepper said, "You're fine, and now you can rest." I think there's a lot to do with that. I'm not claiming there's anything tangible about all this, guys. I'm not saying there was any theory to this, other than it's just unique that the vision of this being done with if you have a foundation, when you're writing a story, and you're thinking, you know what, I'm going to write like a really many chapters to this story. I'm going to create some characters and they're going to have big arcs and what they have going on. And then the elements in that matching with those characters only tells better stories. And I think that's why the Russos had good stuff to work with. So I don't think Feige thought that deep back when he did this, but I do think he picked those characters for a reason. And I think the Russos sat back and said, look, we can use the context of what they're doing with these stones to tell the story of these people, which means I don't think it's a coincidence that Black Widow's the one that gave up her soul. I don't think it's a coincidence that we had a cold opening of Hawkeye losing his family because he's the one that's most grounded. I don't think it's a coincidence that it's Bruce combining the two powers to have Hulk like it is because it is a power struggle and he's found a balance. I don't think it's a coincidence that Thor's got to find himself again in this moment of like all this stuff that he's done and going back and visiting in his cosmic level, like seeing his mother and talking to her and all that stuff. I know it's a stretch one, but I don't see a coincidence in it, guys. I don't see a coincidence it's Tony's brain. I don't see a coincidence that it's Cap that's dealing with this stuff, that he's saying things that he's had to remember and things he doesn't believe anymore, or stuff that he believes that he doesn't feel, and that he's astonished he's in space. I think these things went through these guys' heads and said, look, we have a template. We got stones. Let's use the stones. You gave us the characters. We'll use the stones. We'll tell the story. They're going to mirror what these stones mean. And we have a story that feels fluid and whole and full, which is what we're lacking right now. But I think the Russos can do that in one movie. I think they can take what they've gotten from that time, after this movie, to Doomsday and take all these elements and be like, if we tie it like this, it'll make this all feel better. And it's a lot like what Bryan Singer did with Days of Future Past. And to support this even further, not only did they use the stones to like make good stories out of these guys, at least in these last few movies, especially this one, but they even did it for Thanos. Thanos actually represents that glove in a way of all of them stones at once, right? I mean, if you really think about it, you take the Power Stone. I mean, he's a big purple Hulk, guys. Like, look at him. He's powerful. Like, what are you going to do? He's, in fact, what is the words that Bruce Banner uses? He's probably the most powerful thing in the universe right now. And that's without the stones, is what he tells him, right? He beats the crap out of Hulk, which was originally the Power Stone guy. Space Stone, he literally is part of the cosmos, and his home is the universe. I don't think Thanos comes from a place, even as a child, that didn't have an understanding of the rest of the world or the rest of the universe. It makes it seem like that they always knew that there's aliens and there's all like different things going on out there, the way he describes his home. Now, that's me being a little more speculative, but I do believe it's like he knows this is a stomping ground, man. This is his place. Everyone knows his ship. He's around everywhere. The mind he's clearly very smart. He manipulates and reads people. He seems like he is impressed with others when he sees they possess either strength and will, but also intelligence. And he literally even says to Tony Stark in Infinity War, He's like, you're not the only one cursed with knowledge. You know, so what's that mean? Thanos is a real smart guy. He knows some things. Time stone to him, it's time's his worst enemy. He's in a race, man. There's no time. Things are running out. Resources running out. He's not waiting now. People aren't getting the job done. He's going to go get it done. He's in a hurry. He's going to do some drastic things, which he does. Kills his daughter, all sorts of stuff. Soul. I mean, he clearly sees himself as more of a god to the point he has his main servants claiming they are the children of Thanos, right? And he feels he transcends his own soul and seeks ultimately to take everyone else's souls in his hands. So he's literally godlike in that sense. And the reality part of it is he was just a guy on a dying planet that had a radical but compassionate idea, not just save them, but also the universe. Despite his tyrannical drive, his justification was showing mercy. And to ground him in reality was to show him after, like, what makes it feel like this is a guy that really thinks he's coming from the right place, and ground it for real is, where does he end up when he's done, when he actually wins? He's in a garden, like chilling, you know, doing his thing. Like, I think there's a lot to this that makes sense. So my point of this whole thing, guys, is from doing this retrospective and getting to here and realizing this, I am in a better place when it comes down to how I feel about what we're getting next. And I think that's the most important point I'm trying to make. I want to point all that out to you guys because you might not agree with it. You might not even agree with it. I just see it that way. I see it as that smart. And I'm remembering who's making these movies. And guess what, guys? Those guys that made this, that I think did think of this kind of stuff, they may have not thought of it as a sense of expecting us to get it that way. But I think for them structuring it, they thought of it that way because look how well it fits. I mean, I could probably do another 20 minutes on more detailed things, but I'm just trying to buzz through it. That those same guys are making Doomsday. So where I'm worried, I have to remind myself, these guys know what the hell they're doing, man.
I don't think it's far-fetched. I think it's very insightful. And I think that does give more comfort to anyone who's nervous about Doomsday.
Yeah, if you're nervous about Doomsday, they got a lot of material to work with to make it work and make it feel like it's something real, including what they already have done in this stuff. Because I think that's the whole point, the encore, is, look, we're also going to take from there, which means, cool. You know, we might look back at this and say, hey, you know, as bad as Doctor Strange's Multiverse of Madness was, because of Doomsday, it's actually kind of cool. Makes sense that happened. Because I feel better about watching X3 when they do, you know, Days of Future Past. It's not as shitty now. It's still shitty, but it's not, you know, but you realize, don't worry about it. You'll get there. Right. And it's like, so I think I don't know. I'm not saying I'm putting all that weight on them, but I will tell you, if you got any trepidation about what are they going to do? What's it mean? Don't ruin my X-Men, all this. These are all things you and I've talked about for hours on this thing. I got to tell you, these guys, they know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. This masterpiece we just watched. And hey, look, this could be me digging deep and making it be real, but you got to admit, with just a few I've been told you, there's even more. How does it not feel like that is that? They're all the Infinity Stones. Like, it's all part of it. And I don't think that there's a mistake that there's witches that have certain colors and all this. I'm telling you guys, I think they got some big brain stuff going on, and it's going to be awesome. And I'm excited to see what it's going to be. But because of that and how good this movie is and me thinking of it like this, it took this retrospective to really dig into that. Yeah, maybe I'm dumb. Maybe you all thought this and you're like, why are you talking about it? Everybody knows. But no, nobody's talking about this. I just think it's kind of unique. You know, think about that. Look at the context of these characters. When you go back and watch the MCU again for funsies, start thinking of it as like these guys representing these stones as you get there. And it really, really makes a lot of sense. So it's all I got, guys. It's fun. There's nothing really hot take about it. No big theory. Just, you know what? Calm down. Let's see the movie when it comes. Don't worry. We're going to get all hyped and buzzed again here and there as we go. Worried about this, worried about that. But ultimately, I feel comfort going back to the idea that you got a couple geniuses making this. So if they drop the ball, it'll be the first time. And they, you know, that they did. So.
All right. Well, with that said, guys, thank you for tuning in to the Goodell Multiverse podcast, to our Avengers Endgame retrospective. We've been waiting for this movie, and we finally got to it.
And what a good time it was talking about it, too.
Right?
So it's so fun. And you always think you know what you're going to say, and then you just get into it, and you're like, it's like staring at headlights sometimes. But what a great movie that was.
It was a great movie, and this is just the tipping point of phase 3. We're about to get into phase 4 after next week's episode. What's next week's episode?
So next week's episode, guys, we do have a branch point next week, so watch for that. It's going to be for Lantern Season 1, Episode 1. We're going to give it a shot.
Mhm.
If this turns out to be garbage, we'll probably abandon it. But we're going to give it a shot, see how good it is. And it's funny because we're going to be doing this first DC branch point. True.
Yes, it is.
Dive
Really.
into that, which is good because we've talked eventually get into all the DC stuff, especially the Batman stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because we got to do Batman movies. That'll be fun.
Right?
And then we have our retrospective of next week, guys, which I'm excited for because I like this one a lot too. And it's Spider-Man Far From Home. I had a good time with this movie. This is my Guardians of the Galaxy 2 out of the 3 of those. And even though I do love No Way Home, but man, I have a special spot in my heart for this next one.
Yeah.
So I hope you guys join in and tune in for that. Sammy, where can they find us?
Oh, guys, well, we're on Facebook, we're on TikTok, we're on Instagram, and we are on YouTube. If you're only listening to the audio version of this, we have a YouTube version, video version of it. Please check that out. Anywhere that you stream, we're on Amazon, we're on Apple, we're on Spotify, we're on Buzzsprout. Guys, please please subscribe, please comment, help us get the algorithm going so we can keep making these and keep having more opportunities to do more things with you guys. So,
yeah. And keep an eye out. I'm going to be putting some shorts. I just filmed a bunch of stuff today. I'm going to start editing. I got a bunch of little shorts I'm going to put out about why Jean Grey's perfect and the X-Men are going to be awesome and how you're all wrong.
All right. So, guys, tell your friends, tell your family, and tell your enemies. Get the word out there. And until next time, we'll see you at the movies.